Hello again, and this is the House of Representatives. We are on day 3 of the Standing Finance Committee, and today we will be examining 8 heads of expenditure. Today we start with the Ministry of Education at 10 o'clock with their allocation this year is $6,145,435,000, and that is a $641 million increase from last year's allocation. Next, we go to the Ministry of Works and Transport with $2,490,909,000. That's a $19.8 million increase over last year's allocation. The Ministry of Planning and Development will be up next with $358,779,000, and they just have a slight decrease of $1.4 million. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development will have $483,963,200, and that is a decrease of $57.9 million. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs will be up next with $256,700,000 with a very slight decrease of $775,000. We will then go to the Elections and Boundaries Commission with $92,219,260, and that is down by $33.8 million over the 2023 figure. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts will be up next with $360,096,000, and that is down $16.7 million. And finally, today we will have the Integrity Commission, and they will be allocated $7,580,288, and that is down by just $454,000. So those are the 8 heads of expenditure which will be examined by the House of Representatives today. We are expecting, there may or may not be changes, as I indicated on Friday, that there may be changes in the order of how the heads are examined, but we will let you know, of course. Today is day 3, as I indicated. We have 5 days of examination of the expenditure for 2023-2024. To recap, yesterday we looked at 8 heads of expenditure as well. We looked at the Ministry of National Security, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, the Personnel Department, the Service Commissions, the Environmental Commission, and the Judiciary. Tomorrow, day 4, we will be looking at the Tobago House of Assembly from 10 a.m., along with the Central Administrative Services out of Tobago. And then on Friday, which is day 5 and the final day of the examination of heads of expenditure, we'll be starting off the day, on Thursday. We'll be starting off the day with the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. And of course, according to the standing orders, we are supposed to finish the examination of all heads by 7:50 p.m. on the final day, on day 5. So if we end earlier than 7:50 p.m., that's fine. But according to the standing orders, the final day of examination of the heads of expenditure should end by 7:50 p.m. Now, once the budget is passed in the House of Representatives, then we expect that the budget debate will pass to the Senate, and that should be on either Friday or Monday of next week. So you can, of course, catch us live on Parliament channel, on ParlView on our YouTube channel, as well as Parliament Radio 105.5 FM. And another note as well, all budget documents are on the Ministry of Finance website. The meeting today will be chaired by Bridget Anisette George, and the vice chair will be Esmond Ford. Now, according to the appropriation bill, it is $50 billion. According to the appropriation bill and the figures that we have in front of us, the allocation to each ministry is $50,745,215,991, and that is in the appropriation bill. Although the minister would have discussed a $59 billion budget, the appropriation bill discusses a $50 billion, and that is what each head of expenditure will be looking into, and those are the figures that we will have before us over these 5 days. So just again, today we will be looking at the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Ministry of Planning and Development, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, and the Integrity Commission. So overall, we have 8 heads of expenditure today. Overall, coming up on day 7 tomorrow, day 4 tomorrow, we'll also have 4 heads of expenditure, starting with the Tobago House of Assembly. And on day 5, we'll have 7 heads of expenditure. So all the heads of expenditure are expected to be completed within the 5 days allocated to the Standing Finance Committee. So we are just awaiting the arrival of the chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, Mrs. Bridget Anisette George. She is, of course, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, but because the House is in the committee stage, a committee of the whole House, she is acting as the chairman of the committee, and the Deputy Speaker of the House is Esmond Ford, and he'll be acting as the Vice Chair of the Standing Finance Committee. As we know, each minister is supposed to speak on behalf of their ministry. So each minister is usually accompanied by the permanent secretary and other officials of each ministry. So we have the Deputy Speaker and the Vice Chair, Esmond Ford, making his way into the chamber.
Good morning. This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will resume. Head 26, Ministry of Education. Welcome, Honorable Minister. Welcome to Permanent Secretary, to the House of Parliament, and the other senior executives from the Ministry of Education. Welcome. Head 26, Ministry of Education, $6,145,435,000. I will now invite the Minister of Education to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Madam Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. The vision of the Ministry of Education is modern, relevant, quality, equitable education for all. As we implement the Education Policy 2023 to 27, we aim to continue the transformation of education in Trinidad and Tobago as we facilitate the development of the ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizen who will assist in the achievement of Vision 2030. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $6,145,435,000 for Head 26, Ministry of Education, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $6,145,435,000 for Head 26, Ministry of Education, is comprised of monies proposed for the expenditure under the following subheads, and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. We are on page 171. Item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Second. Good morning, Madam Tabkit. Honourable Member, I'll recognize you.
All right, so we're on 005, Secondary Education. Good morning, everyone. I'm at line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. there is a upwards of $300 million increase. I know that we would all be very cognizant of the fact that we've been discussing vacancies within the secondary school education system and the pace of the Teaching Service Commission in terms of filling those vacancies. So I see the increase, and I'm wondering if Madam Minister could give us some idea of where we're going.
Thank
Madam
you,
Minister.
Deputy Chairman. The increase represents back pay for the secondary staff, which is anticipated to be paid before the end of this year, calendar year.
Okay. Thank you. So is there, are we hoping to see more vacancies filled within the secondary school system?
Certainly, we continue to work with the TSC to achieve that goal.
Thank you.
Item 005, Secondary Education. Member for Tabakit, I recognize you.
06, Primary Education.
Item 006, Primary Education, page 172.
Madam Minister, similar question on the salaries and cost of living allowance. Yes, so it's the same back pay.
Same back pay.
Item, Member for St. Augustine, proceed, I recognize you.
Under 005 Secondary Education, item 32.
No, member, we have gone there, past there already, member.
Under secondary.
Item 011, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry, page 172. Item 012, Technical Vocational Education, page 173. Item 014, National Examination Council. Item 016, Scholarships and Advanced Training Division, page 174, and I recognize Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Looking at the Scholarships and Advanced Training Division, we have a consistent allocation of $1.2 million, thereabout. Just a question on the administration of the bursaries. Does this fall under the Scholarship and Advanced Training Division in terms of those who administer the bursaries?
It does.
Yes, and so I've had correspondence from several students in terms of so they would have been awarded the bursary, and the payment of funds or the release of funds over time has been a persistent worry in terms of persons not being able to pay their tuition, particularly students who are based at campuses outside of Trinidad and Tobago, and they have been unable. So when they reach out to the Scholarship and Advanced Training Division, the concern is that there's a set timeline for persons to pay certain, to meet their financial requirements in order to be able to register for classes, even in some instances, the dormitory situations, etc. So given that I'm sure you are aware of some of these issues, is it that we may need to look at increasing the staffing at the Scholarship and Advanced Training Division to meet the growing numbers of persons outside of just scholarship recipients, but the bursaries, etc., so that we can find a more seamless way of the administration of this space?
What we have found over the years is that there are some students who experience difficulties. Some of them, yes, due to administrative challenges, not necessarily with the number of staff, but with the response of staff. So there have been some administrative changes we have made in the scholarships and bursaries division to ensure that students have a quick response. But in the main, the students who have issues, many of them, they do have other issues like status letters and so on. In addition to that, sometimes students do not recognize when their university sends tuition letters and so they get very anxious when they don't see tuition being paid, but there are certain universities that get paid at a certain time and so on. So at this point, there is no plan to increase the staffing, but certainly where we do have issues with persons not being as responsive as they should be, we have taken steps and have spoken to the PS and the director in charge here to ensure that they have a quick response time in all cases to our students.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, pages 174 and 175. Member for Tabakit, I recognize you.
Thank you. I am on page 175, line item 28, other contracted services. We have an estimate, we had an estimate in 2023 of 52 million, of which the revised estimate is 11.4 million. Going forward, we have an estimate of $17 million. In this space, we see in the explanation that this includes provisions for school transportation. I have over time raised the issues of school transportation, particularly in rural communities, in spaces that have limited access to public transportation, PTSC buses, etc. And the need to get children an affordable or even subsidized free means of getting to school because the cost of transportation is so high. So I am a little concerned about the estimate of $17 million and whether or not we are going to be able to service the wide need for school transportation in fiscal 2024.
Madam Minister.
Based on the expenditure of the last academic year, the 17 million may or may not be sufficient. We certainly want to get more drivers on some of the, especially more rural routes. And if we are successful, of course, we work through PTSC in this regard. If we are successful and we get more drivers on and we do need more allocation, we will put it into this vote to ensure that we can cover all of the service that is required, because we acknowledge that there are more routes that need to be served. And once we get those routes for drivers, we will put more money here.
Thank you. And would it be possible to provide us with the routes that are currently being served under this line item?
Certainly, we'll commit to provide that in writing.
Thank you. Can I continue?
Proceed, Member for Tabakit.
Right. So I am on line item 36, extraordinary expenditure. There was an estimate of 100,000, but a revised estimate of $4.5 million. If we can get an explanation for what was that extraordinary expenditure in fiscal 23, please.
This covers litigation, Deputy Chairman, and so it's payments under litigation.
Thank you.
Item 005, secondary education, page 176. Item 006, primary education. Item 007, District Services Division. Item 008, Rudranath Kapildeo Learning Resource Center on page 177. Item 009, Early Childhood Care and Education Unit. Item 011, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry, and we're on page 178. Item 014, National Examination Council. Item 015, Spanish Secretariat. Item 016, Scholarships and Advanced Training Division, page 179. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 006, Primary Education. Item 007, District Services Division. Item 008, Rudranath Kapildeo Learning Resource Center, and we are on page 180, members. Item 009, Early Childhood Care and Education Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies, on page 181. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 006, Educational Institutions, pages 118 to 183, and I recognize the member for Tabakit.
Thank you. At line item 01, grants to assisted secondary schools. We had a revised estimate in 2023 from 35 million to 47 million, 47.6 million thereabouts. And so we've gone back to estimating $35 million for fiscal 2024. What accounts for the additional amount of money needed in fiscal 2023 to the 47.6 million?
Madam Minister.
In the last fiscal, we used quite a bit of money to pay TNTech arrears.
Okay. Thank you. And
WASA, sorry.
And so we are assuming that this $35 million will be sufficient as a baseline for 2024.
It should be. If it is not, we will have to wire money into this.
Thank you. Similar question, yes, at line item 09, grants to assisted primary schools, sorry. In this instance, we're seeing the revised estimate, and so is it that the $59 million is sufficient to cover everything, including any possible arrears in terms of government-assisted school primary schools?
Yes.
Thank you.
Member for Point of View, I recognize you.
Just a follow-up question, Minister. In both line items 01 and 09, just out of my curiosity, how many assisted secondary schools do we assist under line item 01? And also how many for primary under 09? Just a number.
Minister.
For the primary schools, it's 309, and for the secondary schools, 39.
Thank you.
Okay, I recognize Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to make a general point on these estimates, members would recognize that sometimes there's an increase or a decrease, but what we try to do is go back to the base of the previous year, and then, so you would see that most of the figures, like the 35 million in 01, we went back to 35 million, and the 59 in 09, we went back, because that is usually the baseline figure, and then, as the Minister said, if there is a need for an increase or decrease, we deal with it subsequently. But we try to go back to the baseline figure.
Thanks for that information, Minister.
Most welcome, sir.
Item 007, households, page 183. Item, okay. All right, so Member for Tabakit, go ahead.
Local school boards, this is line item 22, local school boards, secondary schools. Usually we are seeing, $10,000 below, but I'm seeing in a revised estimate of $624,000. I mean, I know in the wider scheme of things that may not seem as significant, but I'm just wondering as to what was the need for this spend on the local school board, secondary schools.
We instituted the local school boards in the last academic year. So this figure here now would be to pay the stipends.
Okay. And in terms of line item 33, grant to private secondary schools, there was nothing for 2023, but we're allocating $90 million in 2024. This is line item 33, grant to private secondary schools.
This is specifically to pay the provision to Bishop Trinity East, and there's a back pay to pay based on the last academic year, and so that this figure covers what is the arrears for the last academic year and the payment for this academic year.
Okay. And line item 42, Institute of International Relations. Is it that we have now, is there some agreement to increase government intervention in terms of the Institute of International Relations? Because I'm seeing usually we are about 900,000. Now there's a revised estimate of 8.6 million for 2023, and going forward we're looking at $4.9 million.
We have been having to supplement this vote every year based on the actual need of the institute, and so this figure represents an increase which dovetails at what we have been varying into the vote every year. So it's more in line with their actual needs.
Okay, thank you. And line item 51, the Higher Education Loan Program, health. So I'm seeing that we estimated $8 million for fiscal 2023, of which 1.8 thereabouts would have been, is a revised estimate. Is it that persons were not utilizing this facility?
Certainly, there is a decrease in what was used, so I can't say that persons weren't. We would have to check further with the banks, but this would have been the figure that would have come forward to us. So I'm not certain if there is a difficulty in any way with the utilization of it, but this is what we would have received. So we can check further with the banks to determine whether it is simply a decrease in the demand for the help loan.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 63 on page 183, student nurses stipend. I know this 2024 is in keeping, $10 million budgeted, is in keeping with last year's fiscal. Could you state if there are any arrears owing to the nurses for this stipend?
No arrears.
No arrears, thank you.
Item 007, households, page 183, recognize member for Tabaki.
Thank you. I'm at line item 15, student support services program. I'm seeing that there's an a revised estimate in 2023 of $265,000, of which we are now estimating for 2024. In terms of the student support services program, is it that the services of this program is being provided elsewhere, or because I'm trying to understand why we are seeing a decreasing allocation over time?
Minister.
Some of their services are being picked up under the remedial education program, and so some of that expenditure will be on that side.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go in order, but I do have some questions on the remedial education program, but I don't want to skip to the bottom and then come back up. In terms of the retraining program for displaced workers, can you tell me how, this is line item 19,
yeah, sure.
Right? Retraining program for displaced workers. Approximately, if you have it on hand, how many persons benefit from this retraining program?
300.
So this is an annual program. Is it that you go in, you get a new skill set, and then we attempt to place you? So how long is the program for then? I mean,
It depends. It's short courses, so it depends on the different course that you're going to pursue.
Okay, understood. So we have like a rolling figure of approximately 300 persons at a given time.
378, yeah.
And then what age group is able to participate?
25 to 60.
Okay, thank you. Similarly, helping youth to prepare for employment program, we spend about $13 million. We would have discussed yesterday with the Ministry of Youth Development a similar type of program. So I'm wondering again, in terms of the data that you have, how many persons benefit from this helping youth for employment program on the first instance? And also, is there included in this a monitoring system in terms of persons who are then placed in sustainable employment having gone through the program?
It's 216 persons, and MIC would do their own trace studies to determine where their students end up and that kind of thing, so they would do that. But in terms of the number of persons, 216 in this program for this academic year.
Thank you.
Sorry, the last one.
Right, and then the multi-sector, so line item 22, multi-sector skills training program. What is the difference from the two programs that we just discussed before, because we're looking at another $12 million. So what is the difference in terms of target audience, preparation, that these things aren't amalgamated then under one program?
I will provide to the member a breakdown of those two programs, exactly what the target audience is, because I imagine it would be useful for your constituents.
Yes.
So in this year, we would have had 129, in the last fiscal, 129 persons graduated from the MUST program, and I will provide the details of the two programs in writing for the member.
And if Madam Minister, thank you very much, but if we could also include line item 25, which is Serval's Human Development and Skills Training Program. Line item 25, where we spend 14 million or, upwards of 12 million there as well.
Minister, that will be provided also.
Will do.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Lovely.
And
Proceed, member.
yes, thank you. And I am now looking at line item 41, the Remedial Education Program. I know that this has been a feature of the government's intervention with respect to learning loss as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We had a $50 million allocation for fiscal 2023, and if memory serves correctly, the program would have been initially for the July-August vacation last year, which is before fiscal 2023. And having come out of that July-August vacation, the government saw a need to continue the program, and the $50 million was allocated in the last fiscal. But I'm seeing only $6 million was expended. And I know this was meant to be rolled out into various primary and secondary schools. You may correct me if I'm wrong there. So I'm wondering, how many schools were targeted? Was it that as the program rolled out, that the cost decreased because we estimated $50 million because we had, there was an assumption of a wider need. So just an explanation for how much money was actually spent in fiscal 2023.
Okay. This program caters for 80 primary schools and 26 secondary schools. The actual expenditure, based on the ministry records, would have been 12.6 million, and we have commitments of 2.4 million. However, one of the largest allocations under the 50 million was the payment of the learning support assistants that were assigned to the secondary and primary schools, the school social workers that were hired for the 80 primary schools, and the 40 guidance counselors that were hired as well. So based on the approval given, which was 1 year for the program in the initial stages, these persons, 80 learning support assistants, 87 school social workers, and 40 guidance counselors were hired and paid under the short-term vote of the ministry. So it did not come out of this particular expenditure, even though they were in place at the schools. So having now the 3-year approval for this program, they will now be paid under this vote.
Okay. And so we are also in the projected $10 million, are we keeping it at the 80 primary schools or the schools that have already been identified?
Yes, we are sticking with those 106 schools because in them we have a 3-year program that we are rolling out so that along the way we monitor, we see what's happening so that we can ensure that the goals are being met.
Thank you.
Okay, member.
Okay.
Item 009, other transfers, page 184. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises, pages 184 and 185. I recognize member for point of view.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 02, National Schools Dietary Services Limited. $268 million is budgeted for 2024, in keeping with more or less 2023. My question really, Minister, is these lunches the caterers is based on a fixed cost. And I'm asking, given the inflation rates and the rise in ingredients and materials, how is this taken into account for the caterers in respect of supplying a meal to the standard that is required, given the cost constraint of the cost per meal, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to understand if that is taken into consideration. How do we deal with that?
In the last academic year, we would have approved an increase of $1 for the lunches, and certainly the caterers that would have been a decision of the board, a recommendation of the board coming forward. We looked at it, we looked at the costs that were submitted, and so we did approve an increase of $1 for the lunches.
And well, I guess, let me ask a general question. Do you feel that $1 is sufficient given what has happened in the deflation and so on?
Well, that would have come from the discussion between the providers and the board and the management of the school feeding company, and therefore we took their recommendation and they agreed that that was sufficient. I mean, they do operate on economies of scale as well. So they agreed that that was sufficient, and so the cabinet agreed that we would give them that increase.
Okay.
That was done.
Thank you.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. So we go on to the other booklet, and we are at item 004, statutory boards. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 01, National Institute of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we are at page 169. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 170. Item 007, Households. 12, Board of Industrial Training, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 175. Item 001, General Administration. 13, Trinidad and Tobago National Commission of UNESCO, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 180. Item 001, General Administration, subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. 56, College of Science, Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we are on page 185. Item 001, General Administration, subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 186. Item 001, General Administration, subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Next book. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, page 166. Members, you all are with me? Page 66, lovely. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, pages 67 to 69. I recognize you, member.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm at line item 002, I'm under G, Educational Services, line item 002, Scholarships, President's Medal, and non-advanced level examinations. Madam Minister, we had an estimate of $3 million, of which 1.6 would have been the revised estimate. Is there any accounting for why the $3 million was not utilized?
The allocation is made based on the study programs of the persons paid under this vote. So 1.6 would have been what was required at the time. So the allocation for 2024 should be sufficient. Again, in this case, if we need more, we will add more.
Thank you. So I have a similar question on line item 004, the additional scholarships based on advanced levels. I assume the answer is the same, that based on the...
Yes, this would have been what was required for the 100 scholars paid under this vote.
Thank you. And then line item 006, establishment of an undergraduate scholarship scheme for students with disabilities. I see that we are consistently estimating $400,000 and nothing is being utilized. Is it that students with disabilities are catered for elsewhere? Or?
Students with disabilities can apply under any of the other votes if they are eligible for scholarships. This vote is reserved specifically if there's a request from social development that we need to assist with, we would use this one. So if there are no requests, then we don't utilize the funding, but we make the allocation just in case there is during the academic year.
And no, this is just for my information. So is the advertisement or the information about this facility, is it that it needs to be advertised under social development or Ministry of Education? So how would persons know there's a possibility for a student with a disability to access some other type of funding outside of being in the competitive spaces of the scholarship, etc.?
We generally use this when social development comes to us. So we don't necessarily advertise it as a separate thing under education, but it's kept as a facility if social development approaches us.
Okay. Yes, and the scholarships, so 007, scholarships and bursaries, we are looking at 40 million as the estimate for fiscal 2024. This is greater than the actual 2022 and the revised estimate. Is it that we are looking at, is it more persons or higher university fees?
More persons are coming on.
Excellent.
Recommend member for Caroni East.
Central.
Caroni Central.
Thank you.
Proceed, member.
Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 007 again. Is there any additional arrears due to students or due to scholarship and bursaries that are owed?
Not generally, but there may be individual cases where there are issues with students who need to finalize the documentation, sign their scholarship agreement, and so on. And so there's no general outstanding arrears. No.
Okay, I was just reading what is written here previously, arrears of scholarship. So it gave the impression that it may be from previous years where students have owed their scholarship monies, because, I mean, sometimes you read online posts of sometimes constituents call where persons would have gotten open scholarships and having difficulty in accessing the funds and so forth. I was just concerned about that. So this is just for the increase in numbers you indicated to the member for Tabaki. Thank you.
Yes.
Minister, oh, you're fine.
No, this is correct. It's for the increase in numbers as the year goes. So we have students who are on bursary and then students are being added every year. So the number increases as we go along.
Right. Member for Tabaki, you still with us here?
We're on page,
Proceed.
On page 68, we're continuing. This continues on page 68, that's correct?
Right, well, let me just identify J, Science, Technology and Applied Arts,
Yeah.
67 to 69. Proceed.
Yeah. So I am at line item 005. Yes, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry, the improvement of facilities. We had an estimate of 3.2 million, of which 1.9 million was spent. Can we get some review of what work was done in terms of the improvement of the facilities and what work is intended under this 4 million for fiscal 2024?
Minister.
In 2023, fiscal 2023, they utilized funding for retention payments on the electrical upgrade project and the sheep and goat pen project. Those were completed in 2022. They utilized funding for upgrade works on the milking parlor and also for roof renovations on the central service block. In this fiscal, they intend to complete the milking parlor. They intend to replace the canteen dining area flooring. They intend to demolish overhead concrete pathways and install roof along ground walkways, upgrade the fire alarm system, upgrade the drainage system, to install a new roof in one of their science labs, night lighting and installation of solar perimeter lighting, and supply of furniture for dormitories.
Carney Central, member.
Yes, thank you again. Honorable Minister, line item 032, establishment of a training facility in Chaguanas. I see that we expended 7 million in 2022, 5 million in 2023, and we have a further 5 million in this fiscal. Can you indicate what is the this training facility in Chaguanas, whether it's a project that is ongoing, whether it's completed, and what is the estimated completion date?
Minister.
This is YTEP's admin building, and they expect to be completed in December 2023.
And so therefore, this last spent, can you indicate whether this last spent of 5 million this financial year will basically be the last payment towards the construction of that facility?
Based on the information submitted, it should be, unless there are any variations that have to be considered, but based on what we have, it should be.
Do you have an indication, Honourable Minister, of the percentage completion at this time, since we have a couple of years running, this project has been ongoing?
Minister.
88% complete.
Thank you.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, pages 70 and 71. I recognize Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'm at line item 037, implementation of school improvement projects in selected schools in the Laventille community. There was a $4 million estimate for 2023, and of which only 700,000 was utilized. Is it that the project was completed or reworked somewhere else? And also there's no allocation for fiscal 2024.
This project could be considered the forerunner for what is now the remedial education program. In this pilot project in Laventille, what we saw based on the implementation of the different initiatives is what would have given us the underpinnings of how we could improve our schools, the 106 schools. So these schools that were covered under this program actually have fallen under the larger umbrella of the remedial education program. So some of the items that would have been implemented, school social workers, guidance counselors, and so they were paid under the short-term vote, and they will be paid now under the remedial education program. So they would have benefited in these schools, in this area, from that spend. So we are consolidating now, based on the learnings of this program, these schools into the wider program.
Okay, thank you. Line item 040, curriculum writers training and content development. Now, I'm seeing it as a reactivated project, and there's only an estimate of 120,000. Looking through the books, I was looking for a space for training so that we could understand where we're placing in terms of our estimates the announcement from the Ministry of the accommodation of migrant children into the school system. I assume that would require some level of training in terms of English as a second language, etc. Is that covered here, or is this, how are we facilitating that announcement?
This allocation here is really to pay some arrears for a program that was done previously. With regard to the migrant children, the first schools that will accept them are the schools where teachers would have already received training. In 2019, there was a partnership between the Ministry, Living Waters Community, the Catholic Education Board, and so they selected some schools where there was training of their teachers. And so the first schools that will receive those children, once the legislation is finalized, will be those schools that the teachers already received training. Okay. So there's no allocation, certainly not in this line item, to deal with that. As the numbers are accommodated, if there's a need for further training, there's also UE who has indicated that they want to come on board to assist in that regard if there's further training needed. So we will utilize all the resources we have to be able to implement that training once the numbers reach the point where we have to train more teachers.
Thank you. Line item 42042, acquisition and delivery of laptops and tablets. 2023, there was an estimate of 20 million, of which 4 million was spent. We're estimating another 20 million for fiscal 2024. In terms of the acquisition and delivery of laptops, could you tell me how many persons disaggregated between students, teachers, and disaggregated between the students and teachers and learning support staff? So we know how many students benefited from this $4 million. And in terms of the projection of the $20 million, how many persons are we looking to assist under this line item in 2024?
Minister?
The $20 million was allocated to purchase 8,000 laptops. We actually got through the procurement process, it came down to considerably less. So there's a $6 million balance that is to be paid for the purchase. So instead of using 20 million, we had to use considerably less to purchase the same amount of laptops. I would have to provide in writing the breakdown in terms of the number of teachers and students, but we would have distributed approximately 8,000 laptops already. We started in the month of September and completed then. So the laptops have all been distributed, and this $20,000 is to purchase another round of devices for those who would need it based on the means test, as well as to purchase some laptops for school labs to replace the laptops that were distributed to teachers as we increase the focus on e-testing at the CSEC and CAPE level.
Okay, thank you. And so I am at line item 44, now 044, Digital Education Program. Under this line item, we again saw a $20 million estimate and a revised estimate of $1 million. At now a projected estimate of $15 million for fiscal 2024. So if you can give us an idea of what happened with the digital education program that took our need from the estimated $20 million to just $1 million in fiscal 2023.
The majority of projects under the digital education program are being done in-house. So for example, the school learning management system, that is being done by the Educational Technology Department that are paid under normal contract vote. The school management system, that's being done by our IT staff as well as our associate professionals who are the returning scholars. The IRIS project, that's being done by the IT staff in collaboration with the HR staff. So most of our digital education program projects are being done in-house. The allocation was specifically to handle the acquisition of an ebook platform as well as a numeracy platform. We are doing this procurement in collaboration with iGovTT, so they are handling that for us. During this fiscal, they would have sent out the RFPs, done the evaluation at the point now where they are ready to give us the award. There was a lot of complexity in terms of the evaluation, and so it took longer than we would have anticipated to get to this point. However, based on what we have before us now, this 15 million should be adequate to be able to get us to the point of purchasing the ebook platform, which is the one we are focusing on mainly. So that is what this allocation is here for, and certainly we would have needed the allocation in the first place to be able to send out an RFP to be able to procure the ebook platform. So that's what this allocation is here for. The other projects, many of the other projects are being done in-house by the staff of the ministry.
Okay. Thank you.
Carney Central, you still have a question?
Yes.
Proceed.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'm at line item 034, Honourable Minister, establishment of a National Accreditation Council. Minister, can you indicate I've seen no budgeting line item here, but there's something that's very important for the accreditation of all of the programs. Is this program shelved, or are we not continuing with this?
Well, we do have the ACTT, which is already established. So this may have been a legacy item here, but ACTT exists and of course it's functional.
Okay, I understand. So that has replaced this National Accreditation Council basically?
As I said, this may be a legacy line item just existing here, but the ACTT is funded by the ministry.
Okay, thank you.
The existing ACTT, yeah.
Yes, I'm aware of them. Also line item 046, this history ebook, I see it's a new project. Can you tell us the completion date for this project?
I wouldn't be able to say the completion date because we are now at the point where we are working on the RFP. So once we get that done and we have the project implementation schedule, we'll be able to tell what the date looks like. But at this point, we are too early in the implementation to say what the actual date of implementation will be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to point out that with this particular line item, as the Minister indicated, the Accreditation Council has already been established. This would now appear as a recurrent. And so in the next production of this development program document, this should be no longer appearing as an item. So it is a legacy item, as the Minister said.
Thank you. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, administrative services, page 70. F, public buildings, pages 70 and 71. Member for Caroni Central?
Yes. F024 can the Honourable Minister indicate whether this project is now completed?
4.
Yes, the project is completed.
Thank you.
Infrastructure Development Fund, page 188. Item 004, social infrastructure, pages 188 to 190. And I will recognize the member for Tabakit, and then I'll go to point of view.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Deputy Chair. I am pre-primary, the line item 002, improvement, refurbishment, extensions to ECCE centers. We had an estimate of 5 million, of which 3 million was utilized. If the Minister can give us the projects that would have been undertaken in fiscal 2023, utilizing this $3 million, and the projected projects for fiscal 2024.
Certainly, I want to just indicate that in many of these line items that we will look at here, what the revised estimate is does not reflect the commitments on these votes as we send out a lot more work. The invoices do take some time to come in. So there were 45 centers where we received invoices, and we are awaiting for 38 projects. We don't reject projects. We just do as, in terms of priority, as much as possible. So certainly we can provide a listing of those that were worked on in the last fiscal.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Well, I don't know if Point of Peer had the question here.
Okay, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. Wait, member for point of view.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 001, early childhood care and education. 5 million is allocated for 2024. Could you just, for my own appreciation and my constituents, the Marabella ECCE Center that has been outstanding for a number of years, could you just help me be able to help the people? Give them an answer.
And what's the question?
The question is, what is the status, when it will be opened?
Madam Minister, can you give us an answer, please?
My good friend, I know he's always advocating for his constituents in this regard, but I would just like to indicate that there are quite a number of schools that are announced as built schools that are not built schools, because as the member himself is indicating, the school is not occupied. And it's not occupied because it's not complete. And there are infrastructural things that must be completed, and there are also payments that must be completed. So again, when these schools are advertised as being built, that is testament to the fact that they are not completed schools. And though I understand the situation that the member is in, and some of the other members, as well as some members from our side, we do have to budget for the completion of these schools. And it would be one of the 8A schools that have not been completed, we met not completed. We have completed 13 of these. We are completing another 7 now. That has cost us close to $1 billion already. And once these 7 are completed, then we will attempt to complete another phase of the schools, which may include a members' school, but there are quite a number that we have been allocating funding for and completing as we can. So, member, I do hear your concern and cry for the Marabella ECCE, and I will commit to doing as best I can to getting that into the next phase.
Just a follow-up, and I know the minister, I'll take her at her word, as always. But Minister, before you became Minister of Education, and you're aware the school, that ECC Center, in the public eyes is built, and it was close to opening back in 2015. And so it has been in that state for the last 8 years. So it's very difficult when the constituents pass or the public pass, they see a school that presently built in their eyes is new, close to opening. And, we can't seem to give them any proper answers. What is the delay in opening? That's all.
I understand completely, but I just want to offer that it may look built on the outside, but as a member, we well know the finishings and the furnishings are another matter. So it may look complete, but it's not actually complete. And then, of course, there's the issue of the payment. So I understand completely, and I empathize with the situation. And as I said, we will do as best we can, but we can't finish them all at the same time because the funding would be overwhelming. So that is the situation, and we will do our best, as we have been doing, to finish them batch by batch.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll recognize the member for Shogunas East, and then I'll end with Tabakit. Shogunas East. Okay, Kuva.
We are on B, right, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, primary.
Sure. Mr. Chair.
B, primary,
Thank
on
you.
page 188.
Line item 394, construction of temporary
Okay,
pre-engineered classrooms. Mr. Chairman, Madam Minister, as you are aware, I know you said previously you are working on the Longdonville Presbyterian School issue, where they are currently housed at the Jerningham Community Center. I am not sure if under this line item you would have any update as per this particular school. I think it's 2 years plus now they are at this community center.
Madam Minister.
Under this vote, we are aiming to assist with some schools that would include Claxton Bay Junior Anglican, Brighton Anglican, Princestown Presbyterian No. 2, and Sisters Road Anglican. At this time, I cannot say that we have that one, even though it is an urgent and pressing need under this vote, but certainly, if we can address it, we will do so. But these 4, in terms of priority, we are trying to complete those 4 under this vote at this time with its allocation.
Just one additional question. Minister, can I ask, under this fiscal year, I know it's very urgent for those students due to the fact that they are from Longdonville and coming all the way to Cunupia, if we can probably have some form of discussion or meeting to see if we can have an alternative as opposed to them utilizing the community center as soon as possible.
I would be open to that
Sure.
discussion, and if there's an alternative accommodation that can be found, certainly that is more suitable. There will be no difficulty on our side trying to accommodate that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Right. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. So on line item 120, the improvement, refurbishment and extensions to primary schools, given due consideration to the question of when the invoices come in and what the revised estimate may mean, it would be very beneficial for us to have a list of the schools that benefited under this vote for fiscal 2023. And given that this is not the emergency upgrade line item, if we can get what is projected, what we're projecting to utilize the $50 million in 2024, and that would also be very helpful for us to relay some information to our constituents.
Certainly, we will provide what was done. In terms of this not being the emergency, I can tell the member that, truthfully, we do have an aging school stock. And so quite a number of emergencies are handled under this vote, and we do try to keep that so that we can accommodate emergencies when they arise. So I cannot necessarily say to you that I will present what is to be done for 2024, because we do use this vote in that way, but I will certainly present what was done for 2023.
Thank you. And just while I have your attention, line item number 435 on behalf of my colleague from Naparima, who raises the Reform SDMS Primary School, which was in his constituency. I see that there's no line item for this school, and so if we can get an update for the member for Naparima.
I'll provide an update for the member in writing in terms of what has been done on this school.
Thank you.
Right, I'll now recognize the member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 001, Early Childhood Care and Education, and 003, Procurement of Furniture and Equipment for ECC Centre. Honourable Minister, I have continuously made representation since 2020 with respect to the Waterloo Early Childhood.
Are we in B, primary?
A, Early Childhood Care Education. 001.
Remember, you going backwards.
Chair?
No.
Point of pair.
Hold on.
My
Before you
colleague
enter the chamber, hold on, Madam Minister. Before you enter the chamber, we were dealing with that particular line item, Early Childhood Center, right? So again, we have gone past that, right? So what we are doing now is going back, and again, a precedent has already been set early in the Standing Finance Committee with regards to going backwards.
Chair, did you call item B and move forward from A? You didn't. After point of pair, you went to my other colleague. My hands was up before point of pair even made his contribution.
Okay, all right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Proceed.
Thank you most kindly. Chair.
Proceed.
And Chair, this is just again a humble plea on
Proceed.
behalf of the children of the Waterloo community and the children of the Orange Valley community, Honourable Minister. There are 2 ECC centres. One started construction in Orange Valley. That has a lot of work to be done to that centre. However, the Waterloo ECC Centre, as far as our information goes, based on the completion of that centre, 100% completed by URP and then handed over to the Ministry of Education. From our understanding, there was no outstanding bills associated with that, and it was just a matter of outfitting that centre and opening it. Again, for the 4th time, I'm pleading with you on behalf of the children and the constituents, if you can kindly look into the opening of the Waterloo ECC Centre, please.
Noted.
Right. I want to go in the order that I have here. I have Caroni Central.
Thank you,
Member.
Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 120, Improvement, Refurbishment, Extensions to Primary Schools. Honourable Minister, the Presal Government Primary School was about 60 to 70% completed when the People's Partnership Government admitted office in 2015. Since then, 8 years later, the students are still housed at the community centre, which is not, structurally sound and very accommodating for them. Is there any indication or idea when any works will be done at the Presal Government Primary School, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Again, this is one of the schools that is quoted as being built, that again is not complete, and it is one of the ones that we will have to schedule, as I indicated. We have embarked on 20 of them thus far, and we do have another phase coming, and I'm noting all of the comments from my colleagues on the other side with respect to their pleas on behalf of their constituents. And it will be considered as we look at phase 3 of the completion of the schools, not the schools that are not complete and therefore not fit for occupation, that we met in 2015. So we are completing as we go along, and I will note the comments of the members on the other side.
Yes, just to close off on the
Karen
comment,
Central.
what is happening, Honourable Minister, is that who could afford to, who could afford it, they are going to neighbouring schools, but those schools are now cramped to capacity and above capacity as best as the principals in those schools can accommodate the students, and it's really causing a strain on the entire system in terms of the education and the process of learning and so forth. So please, again, if you can consider that. I know you said that you will consider it in phase 3, and I'm grateful for that consideration. Thank you.
Care to add anything, Minister?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Oropouche East, finally your term. Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning today.
And we are on primary B, page
Yes,
188.
Notwithstanding, I'm on B. And good morning, Minister. Now, the simplest of questions for you. I'm on 121, procurement of furniture and equipment for primary schools. Madam Minister, can you indicate whether this vote, I believe of 7 million, any part of it would be used to equip and provide furniture for the Ramai Trace Hindu School? And you can probably tell us, when the school is to be handover open for the children of the area. And one of the challenges that you may know of course, is the issue of furniture, equipment, air-conditioned units, and so on. So you will tell us when we expect the school to be open and handed over.
Okay.
Minister.
As a member, I'm sure knows, the school is 99% complete and should be open before the end of this year. We are working on the details of the furniture. This 7 million will be used for to pay what was committed in the last fiscal and to order another batch. But that school will have need for furniture before this batch can be ordered. So we will work with what the school has, and if we have anything else that we can add to that, but we want to get those children in their school as soon as possible for the honourable member.
Grateful.
We know he's been advocating for many years.
Grateful. Right, I now go to the member for St. Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 397, construction of the Cura Presbyterian School. Last year, this school there was an allocation of 5 million. I see that it was revised with 0. Can you indicate what the challenge was in terms of why this 5 million was not utilized? And seeing that there is no allocation for this year, what are the plans going forward to get that school in use?
As a member, I'm sure knows, construction work on the auditorium is ongoing. They've reached about 66% thus far, and that will continue. We are going to have to apply funds from elsewhere within the IDF to be able to pay for this. So invoices may not have come in, which is why you see no revised estimate. However, the work is ongoing, and we will be ensuring that that part of the work is complete.
While I'm aware of the work on the auditorium, can you give an update in terms of when the classrooms will be usable?
At this time, we are focusing on the auditorium. We had discussions with the board and so on, so they indicated that that is what they wanted as the priority. So we are working on completing that, and once that is finished, then we will consider the other works on the school.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 120, improvement, refurbishment, extension to primary school, and 392, emergency upgrade to primary schools. And I want to use this opportunity, Mr. Chair, to make representation for the Orange Valley Government Primary School to the Honourable Minister. Minister, you most likely should be aware of the sewer problem that this school has. MTS is aware of it. However, the regional corporation provide continuous support with the single cesspool truck that they have to continuously clean and empty the sewer. But the sewer system is defective. There's a soakaway issue there. If not attended, it can pose a serious health and safety threat to the children and the residents around. So I'm asking you to kindly, if you can look into this issue at the Orange Valley Government Primary School.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Sewer works are one of our priority works, as you know, so we will look into that. I'm sure there's been some collaboration, which is why the regional corporation is helping in the interim, but we will certainly look into solving the problem at that school.
Thank you most kindly, Minister.
Thank you, members. C, secondary, pages 188 and 189. I'll recognize the member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I will start with line item 322, procurement of furniture and equipment. There is no revised estimate for fiscal 2023. I'm seeing a projection of $10 million for 2024. However, I've been given some reports of an alarming situation in the Princestown West Secondary School with respect to furniture and students having been told that the expectation is that they bring in their furniture so that they can have a desk and a chair to be utilized. The procurement of furniture and equipment, is it that there was none done in fiscal 2023, or are we awaiting invoices? And then in terms of what can we expect the 2024 estimate to cover?
The 2024 estimate will cover the commitment of $2.7 million, which will cover the furniture that is on order. I must say I have that situation at Princestown West. If that is being said to students, that has not reached to the executive ministry. That is not something that should be said to students, and certainly we will investigate what's happening there. But you do have furniture on order to the tune of $2.7 million. So in 2024, that will the allocation here will cover that payment as well as another order of furniture for our schools.
Thank you. May I move on to line item 331, improvement, refurbishment, and extensions to secondary schools?
Proceed.
In similar form, if we can get the what schools benefited under the $30 million revised estimate for fiscal 2023, and what we anticipate the $50 million would cover. And if you just allow me 1 minute to again advocate for the Gasparillo Secondary School, which we saw some significant decay in terms of the school infrastructure, as well as the need to have those students on a shift system at the moment to facilitate improvement and refurbishment to the school system. So if we can just get an idea of which schools will benefit in 2024 and which schools would have benefited in 2023 fiscal.
Again, in the same situation, the commitments under this vote actually amount to about $86 million. That is the amount of vote that has been committed under this vote in the last fiscal. Gasparillo Secondary certainly is one that will be covered either here or under the emergency vote for secondary schools. So it's unfortunate that in some cases when we have to repair, we have to actually close an area of the school, which would result in a shift system, but that school is actively receiving attention. The contractor should be assigned very soon, if they have not been assigned just yet, to complete those major works at Gasparillo Secondary. So we can provide a list of schools that was worked on the basis of this expenditure under this vote, and we will do so in writing for the member.
Thank you very much.
I'll now recognize member for Bartara Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'm on line item 392, emergency upgrade to secondary schools. Minister, I saw there was an allocation of $5 million for 2023, and only half of that was spent, $2.5 million. I'm asking specifically in regard to the St. George's College, because I know that they have some emergency works that had to be undertaken there, the school having been relocated to the Valsin Teaching College. Can I ask whether or not the completion of the repairs at the St. George's School will be completed in this fiscal year?
Minister.
Just to indicate that this vote is completely and totally committed. What is reflected here is the payments actually made, but as invoices come in, we'll have to honor them under the new allocation. As I would have explained before, we commit the work much faster than invoices come in. That's a natural delay in the process. So what you see expended here is not a true reflection of the actual commitment of the vote. The vote is completely committed. St. George's College is not being paid under this. That was actually one of the loan arrangements. It's under a loan, and so the work that is being catered there, it's just over $10 million. that is being paid for, but not from this vote, from a loan that was taken to deal with 26 schools of focus where serious infrastructural and critical infrastructural work was needed, extensive work. So that is being handled there. And yes, the intention is that in this fiscal, the extensive works on the original St. George's building will be complete and the school will be able to move back into the building. It's extensive roofing works and some other things that are allocated for that school, and it's ongoing at this time.
Thank you very much.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to the Project 322, Procurement of Furniture and Equipment. Honourable Minister, I would like to use this opportunity to make representation on behalf of the Waterloo Secondary School. That school requires upgrade to the air conditioning system that they have there. There are a lot of outdated air conditioning units, and they definitely would need some support to have these AC units upgraded. And also the CARICOM West School, also the air conditioning units there need upgrade. So I'm hoping that you can action these requests in the upcoming financial term.
Noted, member, and we will do our best to address them.
Chair.
Go ahead, Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Chair. Continuing with that, I'd like to bring the Minister's attention to Project 331, Improvement, Refurbishment, Extension to Secondary School, and 392, Emergency Upgrade to Secondary School. Minister, on behalf of the CARICOM West, the drainage system is very poor, and with the slightest of rainfall, the area is flooded out around the school, the yards, etc. There are holes in the yard where water is ponding. So we are asking you if this drainage system can be looked into at the CARICOM West. Also, the entrance gate at the Waterloo Secondary, it's in a bad state, and the entrance gate needs to be upgraded and refurbished also. If you can look into those two requests.
D2.
Thank you. We'll look into it.
Nice.
Just one final project. Project 396, construction of temporary pre-engineering classroom. Also 331, improvement, refurbishment, extension to secondary schools. And I would like to use this opportunity to make representation on behalf of the Holy Faith Convent, where there has been an increasing number of students there at the Holy Faith Convent. They are beyond capacity with what the school itself has. And the Holy Faith Convent is requesting 2 additional buildings for the increasing number of persons coming to that school. Minister, if this is something that you could also look into under these line items highlighted.
Minister.
Noted, noted.
Thank you most kindly.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Just, Madam Minister, I can't remember. So, yes, just 392 in terms of the emergency upgrade to secondary schools.
Sure.
If we could add to the previous list of the schools that benefited under line item 331, if we can just get that list of who the schools that benefited or required emergency upgrade to the tune of the 2.5 million in fiscal 2023, please.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. E, special education, page 189. J, science, technology and applied arts, pages 189 and 190. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 190. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $6,145,435,000 for Head 26, Ministry of Education, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $6,145,435,000 for Head 26, Ministry of Education, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the 2 ministers from Ministry of Education. Thank you, Mr. PS from the Ministry, and also the senior executives and technocrats. Thanks for coming. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Welcome, Madam PS, and also welcome to your senior executives from the ministry. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, $2,490,909,000. I will now invite the Minister of Works and Transport to make a brief statement not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as Minister of Works and Transport, I am as usual pleased for the opportunity to stand before the Standing Finance Committee to respond to questions that may be raised by the committee members pertaining to the Ministry's draft estimate of expenditure, including the budgetary allocation being proposed for a number of our state agencies, namely the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Public Transport Service Corporation, and the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority. Mr. Chair, for fiscal 2023, the Ministry of Works and Transport would have received an allocation of $3,425,318,000, with an allocation of $2,231,318,000 under recurrent estimates and $1,194,000 under our public sector investment program. Mr. Chairman, in March 2023, when the present documents were being prepared by the Ministry of Finance, it was estimated that the Ministry of Works and Transport would spend approximately $711,205,300, or 59% of the allocation. Mr. Chairman, I wish to report that at September 30th, 2023, the Ministry of Works and Transport requested approximately 90% of its allocation from the Ministry of Finance. In addition, we still have bills in hand based on when the bills were submitted and the cutoff time for requests for releases of fund. If we were able to submit to the last date, I have no doubt that we at the Ministry would have reached in the high 90% of our expenditure and related implementation. In this context, I wish to express my appreciation to the Permanent Secretary, Deputy Permanent Secretary, heads of department, and other members of the team at the Ministry of Works and Transport, and the various agencies for their support and the level of preparedness that went into the successful delivery of critical projects under fiscal 2023. Mr. Chair, during the course of fiscal 2024, this ministry and agencies will continue with the provision of required infrastructure and transportation services in the area of land, sea, and air, which are geared towards benefiting the citizenry. Further, I wish to inform that during this fiscal, if the need arises for additional funding under specific line items, the ministry will comprehensively review its budgetary allocation with a view to undertake transfers or environments of funds until the necessary representation can be made in the midterm review. Mr. Chair, I stand ready to provide further details and clarification as required by members of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,490,909,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,490,909,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, subhead 01, personal expenditure, and we are at page 250 in the recurrent expenditure book. I'll recognize the member for Oropuch East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Honorable Minister and his team. Minister, I'm at 1414, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. If you can just tell us or commit in writing give an undertaking to provide the list of the current cabinet-appointed committees that this vote will address, because there is a significant decrease in the vote. That's all.
So it's 3 cabinet committees: it's the Maxi Taxi Advisory Committee and the Trinidad and Tobago Road Safety Council, and there's one other. And you're right, the standing negotiation on air services agreements.
What's the last one?
The standing negotiation on air committee for air services agreements.
Thank you. Item 002, highways, pages 250 to 251. Item 003, traffic management, page 251. Item 004, central planning unit, 252, page. Item 005, drainage. Item 006, okay, item 005, drainage. All right, we're on page 252. Proceed, member for Barata Sanwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'm on 01, Minister, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, under this line item, $3.5 million have been allocated for fiscal 2024. Can you just explain whether or not this line item will cover those individuals who operate the various pumps at the pump houses?
Those are the mechanical.
Minister?
It's drainage. The pumps are operated under the mechanical section.
The mechanical, okay, I'll ask the question there.
Item, which is, okay. Item 006, mechanical services, page 253. And I recognize again now, member for Barata Sanwa.
Minister, 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Same question as before here.
Yes.
Yes, they do. Minister, can you tell us how many vacancies they have right now?
In mechanical services. Okay, yeah. I'll have to just get back to you, right? Just 1 second. What do you have there? Drainage division, I don't have it listed as pump operators, but what I can, sorry, on the mechanical services, there are some vacancies, and in this fiscal year we intend to fill the vacancies.
If you can in writing, please, Minister, could you provide us with the number of vacancies for the pump operators?
Sure.
Yeah. And the total number
sure.
You have required and the vacancies.
Even though there might be a vacancy for a pump operator, the position is filled by someone else. The operation is done by someone else, because most of our pumps are manually operated.
Yes.
Okay.
Member for Upuch West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Just to follow up on that question, Minister, you said that there are vacancies for pump operators.
Throughout the ministry and under the mechanical section, there will be vacancies. However, there are people assigned to all the pumps in Trinidad. That is an ongoing effort. So under the different vacancies, there are vacancies in mechanical, but there are people assigned to every single pump house in Trinidad.
Numbers.
Yeah.
Because you said that you are now going to attempt to fill those vacancies.
Well, we are filling vacancies across the ministry.
Sure, Minister. But you have a revised spend of $7.15 million, and you're only catering for a $50,000 increase under this head. So how are you filling vacancies and paying them $50,000 for a year, for a fiscal year?
If you look at how the structure goes, is on the filling of the vacancies, the salary. Okay. Yeah, pump operators are daily rated. And if you go under 02, you will get that. That way you have an increase of under mechanical services of 900,000.
Sure, Minister. I'm not just on the pump operator. That's an important head. Important sub-item, but I'm looking at salaries and cost of living.
Okay, but you're looking at salaries and cost of living of 50,000 under mechanical services alone.
Correct.
Every department, you realize there's a 01
Yes, Minister. So when my colleague raised the question before, you indicated that under mechanical services, there are several vacancies that you are
This
seeking
is
to
salaries and COLA for 006 mechanical services alone. What I said is that we are looking at the vacancies throughout the ministry. So in every different department, you will see an increase for salaries and cost of living allowance.
Thank you,
if
Minister.
you go to
Let me help you
maintenance, just underneath that 01.
Let me help you to help me.
Yeah.
Can you provide an indication in writing, if possible, or now if possible, of the number of persons you intend to hire in fiscal 2024, above and beyond what is existing in fiscal 23?
I don't need.
Remember, we are on 006 mechanical services.
Yes, sir.
Right. So specifically
for mechanical
services.
Yes.
Right. For mechanical services, the particular list, Mr. Minister. Right.
Thank you.
Item 007, maintenance, pages 253 and 254. Member for Upuch West.
Thank you. Minister, I note that in 2023, you had a $20.5 million proposed spend. So you had planned to spend $20.5, but you spent $2 million less in your revised estimate. Line item 01, same salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, can you indicate why there was a $2 million shortfall in your proposed spend for 23?
This is under which one?
Minister.
Salaries and cost of living allowance,
01 under maintenance.
So I'm looking at fiscal 2023, your estimated expenditure was 20.5, but you actually spent $2 million left.
2022. You'll see it was 18,723,000. So yes, there was a revised estimate, but we actually spent the same amount that we spent in 2022.
Sure, Minister. My question relates to, you would have asked for an increase in 2023 based on some plan that you would have had to increase staffing under the maintenance head, and you did not use $2 million. So you would have had some plan that you did not.
I will put that down to prudent management.
Hiring additional staff and not hiring $2 million worth of additional staff under maintenance is prudent management, sir?
You have to remember the ministry at that level don't hire, it's the service commission. So if we had anticipated to hire staff and through to the service commission, we were unable to do that. The ministry really has no control over that. So the spend remained to where the 2022 spend was. So we in anticipation of your question, the estimate would have been in the anticipation of staff coming on stream, which we have no control over. That is a service commission matter.
I take that, Minister. And is it that in 2024 you also expect to have no similar control, because your value for 2024, your proposed spend for 2024 is fractionally higher than actual 2022?
That is why in the opening statement I made it quite clear that if we have to get money, that is why we have the mid-year review and so forth. Okay,
yes, sir, you're aware that this is supposed to be an estimated expenditure for the year.
Yeah.
So this should clearly reflect your intention for spend.
Yes.
The mid-year review is supposed to be for urgent other expenses.
And as I said, if we actually get the additional staff, then the request will be made in the mid-year review, which is the whole purpose of the mid-year review.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 008, construction. Member for Upuch West.
Minister, I want to draw your attention to line item 05, government's contribution to NIS. You had an initial proposed spend of $2 million in 23, but you spent 1.65. Can you confirm that this would have covered all required payments to the NIS, so therefore that there's no arrears at present for going into fiscal 2024?
Yes, I can confirm that.
So there are no arrears to NIS outstanding from fiscal 23 or previously?
From my information, no. However, I can confirm that for you.
Thank you.
Item 012, unemployment relief program. Item 014, transport. Member for Upuch West.
Minister, I draw your item to sub-item 02, wages and COLA, including leave pay. Again, you had an estimate of $1 million that you proposed to spend in 2023. You only spent half of that, and you're now budgeting to spend the same amount in 2024. Can you indicate what would have caused this reduction in expenditure on the wages and COLA?
Right, so this is the transport division, and we don't carry a high level of daily paid staff there. So again, we do have some vacancies, and those were not filled in the last financial year.
And you don't propose to fill them?
Well, as I said, we don't carry much of them, but if there's filling of vacancies, we will use the media review to apply for additional funding.
But
if you look at the spend, the 490 this year is what we propose right now.
All right, so your actual spend in 22 was $583,768.
Yeah.
And your revised spend is 490. Is it that persons were not employed or were fired?
So we would have had some staff leaving through the attrition, and those vacancies were not filled.
Thank you.
Item 015, Maritime Services. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Highways. Item 003, Traffic Management. Item 004, Central Planning Unit. Item 005, Drainage. Item 00, Drainage.
Thank you.
Member for Couvon North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to bring the Minister's attention to line item 28, other contracted services. And Minister, can you advise us if under this line item, contracted services is provided for the cleaning and maintenance of the major watercourses?
That is done under Vote 09.
And also the construction of retaining walls along the riverbanks?
That is not there. Yes, some of it is done there.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect to this line item, other contracted services and the construction of retaining wall along the riverbanks, I would like to make mention of the Diana River, and
we have several projects on that.
And I have made representation on this in the past with respect to the construction of retaining walls on both sides of that Diana River that runs through the Couvon North constituency, along where there are houses that we definitely need that retaining wall to be constructed to prevent these houses from going down into the river.
So, Madam Chair, we do have several projects ongoing at the Diana River, and maybe off camera I can give you an indication of them, but it's not under this vote, it's under the consolidated fund. There are several projects ongoing on the Diana River.
As reference to sub 28, I know that you had an actual spend of $6 million in 2022, a revised spend of $40 million in 2023, and a proposed spend of $66.7 million. So there's been a dramatic increase from $6 million actual 2022 to a $66.7 million proposed spend in 2024. The question, Minister, is whether or not any of that will be expended in the woodland area, dealing with some of the riverbanks, etc., that my colleague mentioned, and you indicated that this covers some of it. Would any of that be spent in the woodland area to treat with some of the drainage issues that is currently being faced with?
Madam Speaker, the member will recognize that in this fiscal year, significant amount of money went into our drainage program. I think it's the most money ever spent on the drainage program in the last 10 years in this country, and a significant portion of that is spent in areas where we expect flooding, low-lying areas, and the woodland area have benefited significantly from our spend in the last fiscal year. And our program is not to single out areas, but to deal with the most vulnerable areas. And Woodland is one of those areas, and we do spend significant funding in that area. However, we must recognize that the location and the Woodland area and the formation, the topography of that area, it is prone to flooding. At some points in the Woodland area is below sea level. It's a natural ponding area for water, but the ministry continues in its drive, and as we speak, we have significant amount of work going on in the Woodland area, especially on the Nuka Channel and also the main water courses in that area. And we will continue to extend funding once the funding are available to us.
Thank you, Minister. Just a follow-up on the same question. I thank you for your clarification with regards to the situation of Woodland. The question I have is whether any of this money allocated here would be spent to treat with some of the drainage issues that still face Woodland area. And I appreciate that this is your highest allocation over the last 10 years, because that is part of the reason we have the flooding problem in Woodland in the first place, because of the failure to maintain and clear those water courses over the last 8 years that you've been in office?
I don't know that to be correct. We have always spent a significant amount of funding, but whatever funding we spend does not change the topography of Woodland. So Woodland will always remain a flood-prone area because of the location and the geography of that area. A big part of this money here is to pay for existing work that is going on right now. We just extended a $12 million contract to fix some of the river banks in Woodland. A significant part of this money will go towards paying that. Money for Woodland and all flood-prone areas are not only spent from this vote, it is also spent from the 09, where this year we had significant spending on those programs, and also from the PSIP. A significant amount of funding goes into those areas. So, I don't want to harp on just that here, but to give you the assurance that yes, funding is funneled to all the constituencies that needs help.
Thank you, Minister, for volunteering. The concern that you just raised is you don't give me some more area of concern. You indicated that some of this money is for arrears.
Not arrears, ongoing work.
So it's not for arrears. So all of this is
ongoing work, because in the drainage section, work will overlap into other financial year.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 09, rent, lease, vehicle and equipment. Minister, under this line item, I want to use this opportunity to make representation for the Gillingham Junction farmers that has been flooded out last year. And up to today's date, they have not gotten any sort of flood compensation. The dry weather has saved these farmers over the last few months. However, there are 3 major watercourses there in that Gillingham Junction area, and I would really like to use this opportunity to plead to you if additional works can be conducted to cleaning of those watercourses to relieve the farmers from the threat of flooding again repeating itself.
Firstly, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify the Ministry of Works don't deal with compensation. And as part of the aggressive desilting program that the Ministry would have done in the last financial year, where we did 636 desilting projects, some was done in your area as well, and that program, based on the availability of the funding, will continue. Our drainage program have been very aggressive, and as I said, we don't discriminate. We look at the flood-prone areas, and most of the funding goes into those areas, but we don't deal with compensation to farmers.
I take note of that, Honourable Minister, and I also appreciate, I endorse that you don't take note. However, the work that was conducted in that Gillingham area was for one of the watercourses. However, there are 3 more major watercourses surrounding that agricultural area that we really need the help from the Ministry of Works to alleviate the threat of flooding for these farmers.
I give you the assurance that the Ministry will definitely be addressing all flood-prone areas.
Puch West.
Vehicles and equipment. Rent lease, Minister, is any of this to be allocated to treating with the replacement or refurbishment or the rent of a pump for the same woodland floodgate area?
Mr. Chair, sorry, Madam Chair, this is where we rent equipment to clean rivers. Okay, pumps are handled under mechanical services. There's no need to rent any pump for area. The woodland area is not an area that we do pumping. We have the Tulsa Trace pump site where the water from the Blackwater channel and so goes down to there. We just installed a new fully electric super pump in that area. All right, and that have been commissioned as well. So that is the area that we pump from, and we don't have to rent a pump. I think that project cost us close to about 15, how many? 40? It's a significant investment in that area, and it's a brand new pump, and we also refurbish the older pumps. So in that area now we have full capacity. The challenge in the area is that once you have a high tide and the river is filled, you'll just be recycling the water. So it's a challenged area, but the ministry does have, and you recognize we are working with the Andean Development Bank. We now have a national drainage plan for Trinidad and Tobago, and that area is one of the areas that have already been studied, and we have several projects coming out of that plan for the area.
Thank you, Minister. Just for your information, that there is another pump. Mm-hmm. So you raise the issue of the Tulsa Trace pump, but there is an issue of an old pump it's not functional at the woodland floodgate area.
That pump have been decommissioned years ago. So yes, that was an area that was pumped years ago, but that have been decommissioned because the problem in the area is that you have a tidal. The river works with the tide. The woodland area, based on the last survey we did a couple months ago, is a very challenged area. And that is why, under the work of the Andean Development Bank and the studies in the area that was done previous years, we are now coming out with some projects that will help with the flooding. But we must recognize we have something now called climate change, which we have been taking for granted. And the flooding around the world is getting more and more intense. And we are looking at the infrastructure in the countries. Not only in woodlands, we are seeing areas that we never saw flooding in the past, now being flooded out. So the ministry's plan is not just desilting rivers. We have a national drainage plan now that we are working with for the first time. I indicated in 2018 that we had several studies done in Trinidad, but no operational plan. We engaged the Andean Development Bank, who came in and through grant funding was able to hire the consultants and so on. Finally, we have a document that we can work with to help us to alleviate the flooding, and a national plan that will take us into the next couple of years. And the woodland area is
completed?
Sorry?
As the national plan completed?
It's a work in progress, but we have gotten out of the plan several projects that we can start with. So we have the first phase of the plan completed, and the woodland area is one of the areas that several projects have been identified.
006 Mechanical Services, 007 Maintenance, 008 Construction, 009 Environmental Health and Safety Unit, 010 Traffic Warden Unit, 011 Program Monitoring and Evaluation Unit. Member for Couva North.
Madam Chair, can I ask on traffic warden?
Are we on 011?
Okay.
012 Unemployment Relief Program, 014 Transport Division, 015, yes, Transport Division?
014 Transport Division,
yes.
I refer the Minister to sub-item 22, short-term employment. Minister, you had no actual spend in 22, none proposed in 2023, but you ended up spending $3 million, and now you're basically doubling it. Can the Minister indicate what would have caused this increase in expenditure on the short-term employment? Given especially that you had zero spend in 2022 and didn't propose to spend any in 2023. You're now proposing to spend $6 million.
Madam Chair, this is at the license office, and at the license office, I think we must compliment them for that ramped up in the different services and so. So this is the hire of 100 short-term officers for the generation of professional permits, renewal of driver's permits, processing of the certified copies, because we are doing a lot of the services now, and we are moving online to have a lot of these services done online. So it's about ramping up the short-term staff to have all these services fully functional in this financial year.
Okay.
015 Maritime Services, 016 Procurement Unit. Yes, Member for Barataria-Sandwich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I'm on line item 16, contract employment. Minister, I saw a relatively small allocation for this particular unit of $400,000. In light of the fact that your ministry has one of the largest budgets and procurement should be one of the central cores and pillars in terms of the selection of contractors, especially for these massive projects, because you want to have value for money. You want to ensure that the contractors that are selected give you the best work possible. Why is it that this unit has not been properly staffed or set up in such a way that there'll be an aggressive and very stringent procurement procedure under your ministry going forward?
Madam Chair, I think well, if it's a question, I think the question is based on the wrong premise that the department is not robustly strong. I think the Ministry of Works would have been one of the first ministries that would have been prepared for the procurement. That is why today we can sit here and say we about 98. We could have been 98%. Our utilization rate was about that. What we have in the ministry is a combination of some of our monthly paid staff. So the unit is very vibrant, it is very effective, and the unit so far have been complying with all the regulations of the procurement.
Minister, what I want to ask you then is how many persons are permanently employed under this procurement unit? I know you say you pull persons from across the ministry, but how many persons are dedicated towards this procurement unit?
We have 12 contract officers, which was approved by the Cabinet in 2018 for us.
So 12 persons are going to be paid out of this
Those
vote?
are contracted workers, and then we have monthly paid staff from the ministry.
So these 12 persons are going to be paid out of this $400,000 for the year?
No. Some of the staffs are monthly paid staff from the ministry, so they are taken up under the salaries from the request.
Right, so this goes back to the question I asked specifically. How many dedicated officers are there for this particular procurement unit, not those you pull from other departments of the ministry?
The staff is assigned to the department. Okay, so we have a full functioning procurement department because, as you rightly said, the ministry does a lot of procurement, and we do some now with the law. There's no 1 million limit or 2 million limit to be done by the ministry. So
well, there is a 1 million unit. We recently passed that law.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We are not just stuck to that right now. We can go up to whatever level of the ministry based on the new law. So we have a full functioning procurement unit, but we do have some contracted staff, and this year covers the contracted staff. We have also assigned staff from the ministry to fill the other positions, because it is not about having the procurement department and then going and hire a certain new staff to fill it. We already had a procurement department on the ministry with suitably qualified people working there. So they would have just gone on to fill some of the vacancies. But we did bring on new staff with the specialty that was required under the procurement act.
Under this line item, do you have the position of procurement officer?
Yes.
How many of those?
How much we have there? So we have a manager of public, one manager public procurement, 4 supervisors of public procurement, 7 public procurement officers, And all that is to ensure that the ministry is equipped and with qualified persons.
And all of those positions
All
are
of
filled?
those positions
Sure.
are filled.
Subhead. Member for Puchwas, you have a question? Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, highways. Item 003, traffic management. Item 004, central planning unit. Item 005, drainage. Item 006, mechanical services. Item 007, maintenance. Item 008, construction. Item 009, environmental health and safety unit. Item 010, traffic warden unit. Yes, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, vehicles. And Minister, this line item is vehicles utilized to transport the traffic warden to and from their location where they're executing their work.
Yes.
Minister, I just want to make representation on behalf of the Waterloo Secondary School, where there's a major traffic gridlock, especially after school in the evening time, and the school has asked of me to make representation to you for traffic wardens to be located there to provide service.
On the vehicles, you're asking this?
Yes, Madam Chair. Because we had passed the previous with respect to personnel when we were dealing with personnel earlier. However, these vehicles, what I'm getting at is that these vehicles are the vehicles that drop them to location. And I'm just asking the Honourable Minister to look at that situation, and also at the Holy Faith Convent. We also need some support from the traffic warden units there.
It's under vehicles. I think you're asking for traffic wardens. But it is under. But I get the drift, and I understand where the member is going.
And however you can apply
I think
it,
when the
Honourable
member
Minister,
wants
we
to
will
ask
deeply
for
appreciate
assistance
it.
with with
So,
traffic
member, I'm not
wardens.
going to allow us to prolong it. You cleverly did it, but I don't think it is proper. So the minister says he'll see, and I will not prolong that aspect. You have something else you want to ask about vehicles? Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Item 011, Program Monitoring and Evaluation Unit. Item 012, Unemployment Relief Program. Item 014, Transport. Item 015, Maritime Services. Item 016, Procurement Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 008, Subsidies. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, yes, sir. Item 009?
No.
Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Member for Oropuch East.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Minister, I'm at 01, and it is an allocation for the recurrent expenditure, of course, for the VIMCOT. Could you just indicate to us the status of the staff at VIMCOT vis-a-vis the chairman and CEO? As you are aware, there was a letter from the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Works and Transport announcing that there was an investigation over the recent past of both the CEO and the chairman. Are they still in office? Are they not in office? And what is the outcome of that? In the context of the staffing.
Okay, so
Yeah.
is the chairman as a member of staff?
The CEO and
Okay, so
the
you want
monies
to
will,
ask
of course,
whether the
be for
CEO
the
is
chairman.
still a member of staff?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
And could you tell us the outcome of that investigation?
I'm going to allow that under this, please.
Okay, fine.
Member for Oropuch West. Oh, sorry, member for Oropuch East.
Minister, there are several items under this transfer, the item transfers to state enterprises. Vis-a-vis the items concerning loan arrangements for the Solomon Hochoy Highway Extension to Point 14 project. Could you indicate at point 1515 the nature of this loan, when was it taken, and which financial institution?
Let me just get the This would have been the Development Bank, right? Huh? Provide that for you in writing.
Sure.
Yes.
Could I also ask?
Same loan that we submitted the last time we gave you that information is the same loan.
Yeah, but you can probably just update it.
I'll just pull back the letter from last year, redate it.
And you can update it as the next
I'll
year.
update the date on the letter and send it back this year.
Could I?
What are we updating? What information?
This information was asked the last standing finance, so the information remains
So
the same.
it's already there in the public domain?
Yes.
Yes? It's
Well,
certainly on records, yes?
We'll seek it out.
Okay, yes.
That's fine.
Member for Orpuch, are you finished, Orpuch East? Okay, member for Orpuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I refer the minister to line item, to sub-item 34, which would be on page 276. Lake Asphalt of Trinidad and Tobago, 1978 Limited. You had a proposed, well, you had an actual spend of 12.5 million in 2022. A proposed of 44, but you spent 64 in 2023. Can the minister account for that increase in the allocation under this line item? Bearing in mind that you've gone to 30 now. I am on sub-item 34, Lake Asphalt.
34, okay, sorry, thank you.
Madam Chair, what we did in last fiscal, the government made available to Lake Asphalt funding for the purchase of bitumen. That purchase of bitumen is a facility where once it is sold, that money is used to continue the purchasing. So once that injection was made, there was no need to put that again because Lake Asphalt used that money to continue the purchasing of bitumen, and when they sell, they actually replenish that money. This 30 million now is to help Lake Asphalt as a mere subvention because of the expenditure and the income coming out of Lake Asphalt. So the difference that you saw there was to give Lake Asphalt a cash flow so that they can purchase bitumen, and that would have satisfied the need of the local market in terms of the supply of bitumen.
Just for my clarification, Minister, so that you've moved from 12.5 in 2022 to an estimate 44, but you spent 64. So is that the 20 million additional spend in 2023?
Yes.
That is for the bitumen that you're referring to?
Purchase, yes.
And that's, like you said, that the revenue from that is cycled into...
Right.
So this 30 million that you propose to spend in 2023 has nothing to do with bitumen. It has to do with a subvention.
Subvention.
Can the Minister indicate, is it that Lake Asphalt requested the subvention and what the specific purpose of it is for? Is it to meet operational needs?
It is to meet the operational need. You would recognize that Lake Asphalt would have the operational cost of Lake Asphalt far exceeds its income. And because we are in the process now of reorganizing Lake Asphalt.
So Minister, in fiscal 2024, the operational cost of Lake Asphalt is more than twice what it was in 2022?
And Lake Asphalt, up to 2022, had a very large bank account, which they depleted because, again, the operations at Lake Asphalt, the expenditure way exceeded the income.
So in the walk-up to 2022, they developed a very large bank account, which they depleted between 22 and 23.
Because if you understand the history of Lake Asphalt made a significant profit on selling the bitumen, which in most cases was never paid for.
So how did they end up with a large bank account, sir?
Because they were never paying for the bitumen, but they were selling it and making a huge profit. All right? So if Lake Asphalt was actually paying the right price, and that is why we are now in the process of restructuring Lake Asphalt. All right? And to try to get Lake Asphalt back to the moorings of Lake Asphalt, which is selling the products coming out of the lake. Because that is what Lake Asphalt really was developed for. To sell the products coming out of the lake And we are in the process now of getting back to the moorings of Lake Asphalt.
All right, so Minister, just to wrap that up, so you're saying that Lake Asphalt generated a profit pre-2022 because it was not paying for bitumen, but now that it has to pay for bitumen, a subvention is required.
No. Understand what I'm saying? Lake Asphalt got a source from bitumen, okay? But like everything else, somebody has to pay for it. Somebody has to pay for it.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay?
Yep.
So somebody has to pay for it.
Member for Baratari-Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just on that exact line item, 34, Lake Asphalt, based on the questions and the answers that the Minister would have provided, Minister, can you then confirm the reason why Lake Asphalt now has to purchase bitumen and we have to increase the expenditure by about $34 million? Well, yeah, it's about $20 million additional we spent last year, 44 million being allocated, 64 million. So we would have expended an additional $20 million on bitumen last year. Can you confirm this is because of the closure of the refinery at Petrotrin?
Well, Madam Chair, bitumen is a byproduct of a refinery. And if a refinery is not there, you have to get it. In any case, you had to pay for it. So you still had to pay for it. Unfortunately, there was no real agreement with it. So if Lake Asphalt had to pay the correct price for the bitumen, they would have been paying this figure.
Minister,
it's similar to gas.
No, but Minister, before
I know where the Minister, I know where the MP is trying to get. However,
Minister, 1 minute. We're not here talking about Petrotrin. I think the question you asked has been answered, and I'm not going to allow further discussion about Petrotrin under this item. So whatever your next question is going to be, please use that as guidance.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, then I want to ask you, the source in which Lake Asphalt would have used to sell the bitumen, where did they get that bitumen from to sell?
Lake Asphalt would have gotten bitumen in the past because we had a refinery.
From where? Where's the source?
It's a byproduct. We have to understand something.
And back to exactly what I've tried to guide you that we're not talking about.
I'm asking where did they get it previously and where they're going to get it now?
Right now the market is open, so anybody, whether it be Lake Asphalt and the contractors or anybody wants bitumen, could buy from any source that it is available from. And right now in Trinidad, like in the past, to some extent, bitumen comes in from several sources. Bitumen into Trinidad have been imported by private contractors and by several people for the last 40 years. It is not a new thing, so what happens is that wherever the source is available, there are private contractors who brings in their own bitumen and have been bringing in bitumen from inception. That continues now.
Minister, line item 48, national quarries. This has been a head that was transferred from the Ministry of Energy to the Ministry of Works and Transport. And there's an estimated... 48. This is on page 277.
I don't have that. All right. Okay.
So there's an allocation to national quarries for $55.2 million for fiscal 2024. This is a head that was previously transferred from the Ministry of Energy. And I just look back at the line items to the Ministry of Energy to compare what would have been the expenditure for 2023, and it's only about $2.5 million that was spent last year, fiscal 2023, based on the revised estimates. What is the reason for this significant increase of $55.2 million in expenditure this year?
Again, I don't see any figures before 2024. Yes.
Based on the explanation note on the yellow books, it said that this was transferred from the Ministry of Energy.
I understand that, but this minister is not the Minister of Energy. So if you want to ask the minister about something about 2024, I'll allow that.
Well,
I'm not going to allow you to relate it to 2023 because this is not, I've read the explanation note and I think I've heard you.
Well,
I've heard you I've heard you even if I didn't read.
Well,
Okay?
Yes.
So I've ruled.
Well,
can I
ask a question then?
2024.
Can I ask you a question then?
Sure you may.
So, Minister, what is your reason for this big spend of $55.2 million in 2024 for national quarries?
Madam Chair, right now, national quarries being transferred to the Ministry of Works and Transport. We are actually re-engineering and reorganizing national quarries, and there are several aspects of expenditure that we anticipate to take place over the next year.
Like?
Several. We have to upgrade some of the equipment, and we have to make sure that some of the staff, we have to revisit staffing to make sure we are adequately staffed and everything. So it's a whole reorganizing of national quarries. As you will recognize, the government is on a massive road rehabilitation program or infrastructure program have been ramped up. I did indicate in the budget that the construction sector is booming, and national quarries is one of our major suppliers of material to the industry.
Minister, I don't know where the construction sector is booming because roads are falling down and everything is falling down. So I don't know where the construction is taking place. But Minister, would you be kind enough if there's a work plan, because this budget must have been based on some level of work plan, if that could be provided to us in writing for this expenditure this projected expenditure of $55.2 million?
Sorry? Speaker, I am not. No, it's a combination. I don't know if we'll have the time to submit a full work plan to the minister, but the member of parliament, sorry, but I will make an attempt to and invite him one day to. Well, no, I don't think I want to take him to the quarry just yet, but we'll have some conversation and see what information we can get to the.
I want you to visit Elscore South.
No. Okay, so member for Orpooch East.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Minister, two quick questions on that area of current transfers and subsidies. At 39, I noticed there's an interest payment on a loan for the San Fernando waterfront project. We had an estimate for 2023, 5.3 million, but there's no estimate for 2024. Would you care just to explain that? Was that loan paid off?
Madam Speaker, could I submit that in writing?
Sure.
Get the information.
Okay.
And submit that.
The next question, could I, ma'am? I'm at number 47. Now, I have 5 minutes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I dare not ask this minister anything about the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, where there was a $200 million expenditure for that company. But I want to ask you about the 50 million.
I realize that you dare not, but you said it. So you're going to ask the question about the 50 million. Please dare to.
Minister, this is a very significant cut from the initial announcement for that company. Could you indicate the nature of works to be undertaken by your ministry with this particular company for the measly total of $50 million, bearing in mind this company had a $200 million injection in another incarnation? And is this, Minister, another attempt by the Ministry of Finance to undermine your good work? Because I have noted an official of the Ministry of Finance, news source or something, writing a long blog undermining the Ministry of Works.
Yes.
And the work that you do across several state enterprises and so on, VIMCOT, Port Authority, Coast Guard, your maintenance work. And I'm wondering whether this is an attempt by the Ministry of Finance to undermine your ministry yet again.
I must, Madam Chair, the question is a googly, bowled by a fast bowler there. Because
I was a batsman, but thank you.
So, Madam Speaker, I did indicate at the opening that our conversations with the Ministry of Finance is clear that we spend what we have, and that if we need additional funding, we go back in the mid-year review. The work plan for this company is a work plan that will be developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government. And once we establish that, and if this money is expended, then we will go back to the Minister of Finance for additional funding in the mid-year review.
Okay, member for Caroni Central.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it was respect to 47, it was asked.
Member for Barataria Sanon.
Minister, line item 47, you just indicated that you had a work plan for this company, secondary roads. Can you please submit that work plan as in writing?
Plan will be prepared in collaboration with the ministry.
So you have no work plan as we speak?
The budget is read now, so we now understand the allocation, and based on the allocation, a plan will be...
So this $50 million was pulled from the air, this figure,
no, you will have
without a work plan?
We have a work plan at the Ministry of Works for close to $2 billion. But when you get the allocation, then you will decide, based on a priority listing, what can be done and what will be done.
So do you have a priority listing now that you could provide to us?
I have a listing of over $2 billion in work.
No, I'm asking about the priority listing.
So once we come up with the $50 million, we will sit with local government. Now, once the budget is approved, and we will decide which jobs will be done with this $50 million. This is how we operate. We don't operate by the minister getting up and saying, I'm going to do this,
This sounds like VUPS and VAPS, Minister.
No, it's proper planning. That is why we could...
without a plan. Proper plan without a plan.
That is why we could deliver the Port San Fernando to Point 14 highway, something that they were not able to do.
Okay, so Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Over the last several years, we have supplemented the funds that have been appropriated. Just waiting for them to finish. Right. So over the years, we have supplemented the funds appropriated for the Ministry of Works for road repairs and road paving through loan financing. Madam Chairman,
you know, it's very rare I have trouble hearing the Minister of Finance, but I'm having trouble this time.
It seems that the two gentlemen over there who were terrorizing the Minister of Works just now don't want to know.
Remember?
They don't want to know.
Minister of Finance.
Not paying attention.
Minister of Finance, I know terrorizing is a word you would want to withdraw and choose another word.
Certainly.
Yes.
We're harassing the Minister of Works just now.
I think you could still try another attempt, withdraw that and try another word. I know that you are a man of words.
We're telling the Minister of Finance that he had no plan. I consider that to be harassment.
Well, okay.
Now, Madam Chairman.
Minister,
yes.
just that we're not using that word in this committee. Okay, so you will draw it and
I withdraw all.
Okay, great.
Everything.
Great.
Now, for the benefit of those two honourable members who were asking the Minister of Works questions about the road improvement, road repair, road rehabilitation plan, it is a matter of public record that over the last several years, the Ministry of Finance has made funds available to the Ministry of Works by way of loan financing. We have, at this time, we have two substantial loans which allow the minister to do his program for upgrading roads efficiency. And we will continue to support the Ministry of Works with appropriate loan financing so that he can fix, as he plans to do, every single road in Trinidad.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. Honourable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 39, Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead, item 002, passenger and cargo terminals. Item 003, airport operations. Item 004, runways, taxiways, grounds, and car parks. Item 005, security. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, passenger and cargo terminals, member for Orotpuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I refer to sub-item 04, Minister, for your reference. It's page 392. Item 04, electricity. You have an average spend of about $8 million over the last couple of years, but you are now proposing a $9.8 million spend, which is about $1 million more. In fact, it's almost $2 million more than you spent last year. Is this because of arrears, Minister? This is specifically with regards to electricity.
Yes, the authority would have budgeted, should in case there's an increase, and also to make sure that there are no outstanding bills and so. And we are ramping up several areas of the airport that would have been dormant based on the reopening of the airport and the reopening of the travel industry.
So this $2 million increase is to cater for several items, one of which is the possible increase in the electricity rates. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 003, Airports Operations. Item 004, Runways, Taxiways, Grounds and Car Parks. Item 005, Security. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. 50, Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Engineering Division. Item 004, Marine Division. Item 005, Wharves Division. Item 006, Cruise Ship Complex. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Oropouche West.
I refer the Minister again to line item 23, fees. You've moved from an actual spend of $3.3 million in 2022, a revised spend of $13 million, and now you're increasing it again to $15 million. Can the Minister indicate what has caused this drastic increase in the allocation towards fees under this line item?
Pending matters. So we are budgeted for them.
Minister, you would have had, you're budgeting in the future for 2024 fiscal, you would have budgeted $15.5 million, but you would have spent your revised spend for fiscal 2023. That's already gone for fiscal 2023, $13.16 million. Can the Minister indicate what, provide a list if possible, of what fees were incurred during fiscal 2023 that would have catered for this $13.16 million? Yeah, Minister agreed to.
Yeah.
Item 002, Engineering Division. Item 004, Marine Division. Item 005, Wharves Division. Member for Oropouche West.
I refer the Minister to sub-item 12, Materials and Supplies. You're moving from a revised estimate for 2023 fiscal of $918,000. You're increasing it by $5.4 million. Can the Minister indicate what would have caused this significant increase in the allocation for 2024 compared to 2023?
Okay, so this was supposed to be listed under 28, actually, other contracted services. But it's for the provision of for customs overtime based on proposed rates and to include other contracted services.
Forgive me, Minister. Materials and supplies.
Yes.
Was
so there was
accidentally placed. So
yes.
Okay, can we move on?
Ma'am, I would then just ask the Minister to clarify exactly what the true figure for materials and supplies would be outside of the error that was made.
18,000.
Okay, that's fine.
Item 006, cruise ship complex. Member for Oakwood West.
I refer the Minister to line item 04, electricity. You had a $5 million spend proposed for 2023, but now you're doubling it to $10 million plus in 2024. Can the Minister indicate what would have caused this doubling of the electricity payments required for fiscal 2024?
Okay, so it's a provision being made for the increased electricity consumption from additional equipment and increased tenancy usage.
Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, engineering. Item 005, wharves division. Item 006, cruise ship complex. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 52, Public Transport Service Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, the actual spend from 2022 being 16.9 million, we see an estimate for 2024 of 20.146. This is the same as what was estimated for 2023 and what was revised for 2023. Can you identify the number? Can you explain the reason for the increase?
The increase is to cater for additional.
Yeah, well, it was personal level higher.
Yeah, it was.
Filling positions.
Yeah, the increase was for additional persons that was hired for filling different vacancies.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. Minister, can you provide us with a list of all those additional persons that were recruited in 2023?
Sure.
Also, Madam Chair, line item 06, remuneration of board members. Minister, for 2023, the estimate was 693 and the revised estimate was 693. Minister, can you advise if for the last fiscal year, all members of the board were present? Was it a full complement of the board, or did we have a certain period of the financial year that the board was not of a full complement?
And some at board, we had a full complement. However, I can say right now the Ministry of Finance is reviewing the board at the PTSC, because we do have some yeah, at September of this year, the term of the board came to an end.
September of this year, the term of the board came to an end. So do we have a board at the PTSC at this point in time?
We have members who are, yes, that's a SPEC project. So
yes, do we have a board who receive their instrument of appointment?
We're in the process of filling certain vacancies on the board. But we do have members. We do have members on the board right now. But
Madam Chair,
there are several members.
Honourable Minister, I'm not hearing the Minister. Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's, West continues to disturb.
So member, all members, let's have a little quiet so we could continue with the conversation. So I believe the Minister.
Madam Chair, 44.5, standing order 44.5. Conflict of interest. This member has a particular conflict of interest with PTSC that he hasn't declared.
Okay. Member, do you have an interest to declare?
Madam Chair, at this point, Madam Chair.
All right. So
I am a former employee of PTSC. Right, so however, at this point in time, I do not believe that there is any interest.
Okay, so please continue, Minister.
Irrelevant standing orders again. I know the member wanted to be in Canada, but he's not there.
Member for Caroni Central. Member for Caroni Central. Member for Caroni Central. Member for St. Augustine. Okay? Could you all just please since everybody's quoting standing orders, I hope everybody will abide by them. Minister, I believe a question was posed to you by Member for Couva North.
Madam Chair, if you look at the figures, the remunerations remains the same. However, what I did indicate, certain members...
1 minute, please. All members who are not willing to abide by the standing orders, I'd ask them to maybe take a walk, maybe have their lunch, and come back. All right?
So, again, Madam Chair, the figures remain the same. We did have a full complement of the board. Some members would have expired at the end of September, and we are about filling those members now. So the figure remains the same for this fiscal. There's no change in the figures. Boards do come up, boards do expire, and we fill them immediately. So we intend to fill the vacancies of the members that would have expired, their term would have expired. But yes, there are members on the board at PTSC at this time.
Member of Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. Minister, can you advise us if there is a chairman at the PTSC at this point in time on this board, and if there's a substantive vice chairman?
Member, in terms of what does this have to do with the figures, if maybe you could tie it up so that I can see whether I allow the question or not.
So, thank you. Yes, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, there are different members of the board that receive different remuneration packages. Board members receive a certain amount, vice chair receive a different amount, and so too does the chairman. And when we add up that, we were able to calculate the monthly spend.
We don't get monthly figures here. So you're asking for 2023 or you're asking for 20? You're asking for 2023 or you're asking for 2024? What you're asking for?
So, making reference to line item, remuneration of board members, Madam Chair. And if you would allow me to kindly explain, right? At present, it is one situation at the PTSC, and when we're looking at the revised estimate...
I asked you, because you said, I heard you say something about adding up monthly figures. That didn't escape me, and I think I understand that. I'm asking you, in terms of what year are you talking about?
Okay, so I am going to that now, Madam Chair, if you will allow me, for revised estimate of 2023, where we had, we did not have a full complement of the board, where some members of the board, their term would have expired.
Right.
Can the minister provide us with that breakdown for us, where the terms of the members, where the term would have expired, at what point in time in the financial period for 2023? And also, moving on to fiscal 2024, in going forward, Madam Chair, we heard from the minister that the end of September, members of the board has also expired. So at present, those positions are not filled for this month of October. What we are seeing here is the same allocation from last year and from this year. What I'm asking the Honourable Minister to be able to calculate in going forward, Chairman, Vice Chairman, other members of the board, can the Minister advise us at present, how many board members do we have at the PTSC?
Okay, so in terms of the first ask, I would say you will get that on the closing of accounts. That's the first ask. In terms of the second ask, Minister, the member wants to know how many current board members there are.
Madam Chair, sorry about that. I know sometimes in crosstalk you lose your train of thought, and I think the member would have lost his train of thought a little while ago when my colleague interjected about this PTSC. I did indicate that at the end of September, some board members' time would have come to an end. End of September is end of the financial year. So it would not have affected anything from last year. This figure that you're seeing here, this is the estimated spend for this year. Okay? We are expecting to have this board in place sometime this month. So if there's an adjustment, it will show up at the end of this financial year. I did indicate that at the end of September, and September is the end of the financial year, so we have to have the remunerations for the directors up to the end of September. Okay? But
that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is at present,
so
do we have a board at PTSC, and how many members are there on that board?
At this point in time, the end of September, most of the members on the board came to an end. So at this point in time, we have 2 members at the PTSC. And the cabinet, we're expecting to fill that board maybe by next week. So we will have the full board. And the member would know that having a board that is not fully complemented does not affect the operations at PTSC, because once there's not a fully constituted board, decisions then come to the Ministry of Works and Transport. So it does not affect what is happening at PTSC, and this happens from time to time where a board may overlap and it may have a week or 2 like that. But we do have 2 members right now who are currently on the board.
And out of those 2 members, any happens to be chairman or vice chairman?
I know there are 2 members on the board, and once there are 2 members and the board is not fully constituted, then the minister takes the responsibility.
So the board has collapsed under your watch?
Well, you know...
member.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we've asked enough on this line of questioning. Anybody else? Okay, let's go on. Item 002, vehicles and equipment maintenance. Member for Putres, okay. Item 007, property development services. Item 00, property development services.
Thank you,
yes,
Madam
please,
Chair.
Member for Kuba North.
And to the Honourable Minister, there is a significant decrease of 4.4 million from the 15.3 million in the 2023 revised estimate under line item 2, wages and COLA. Can you explain the reason for the significant decrease?
Madam Chair, if you look at 2022 figures and you look at the figures that we're dealing with now, it's similar. During the COVID period, the PTSC had to hire a lot more staff to deal with the sanitizing and so of the buses and the way that they operated during that period. We no longer have that, so we're now back to the normal staffing.
And how many persons that were employed in 2023 is not going to be employed in 2024?
Well, if we had brought on temporary staff for that period of the COVID to sanitize buses and so on, we no longer have a requirement for them, then obviously we can't just keep on people to do nothing. They were hired for a specific purpose during that period, and it was temporary employment.
Can you provide us with the number of persons?
Sure.
Item 008, Transit Express Commuter Services. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Urupuch West.
I refer the Minister to line item 23, fees. You had an actual spend of 2.6 million in 2022, a revised spend of 2.6, but you're now moving towards $10 million for fiscal 2024. Can the Minister provide some clarification as to why we've jumped from 2.6 in 22 to almost $10 million in 2024 proposed?
The member would accept the fact that we have been championing the whole re-engineering of the Public Transport Service Commission with the expectations of moving the fleet from 250 to 500. So there are a lot of tenders that is happening there where we have several advisors, several legal people on. And secondly, there are a lot of preliminary works to accommodate all these buses with surveys. We are looking at the different depots, and so the whole transformation of the PTSC would have started in anticipation of having the public transport being the #1 mode of public transportation in the future. So this is all in keeping with the plans for the re-engineering of the public service transportation. This has a lot to do with surveys. We are looking now at different depots upgrading and things like that.
Thank you, Minister. So basically this is for consultancy fees, those sorts of fees?
Several different aspects, not only consultancy fees.
Can I ask the Minister to provide a list for us for just for the clarification?
Sure.
Yes, Member for Bushras.
Separate, line item 61, sub-item 61, insurance. We moved from 8.2 million in 2022 actual to 10.5 million in 2024. Your revised and your estimate for 2023 remaining the same. You've now increased by $1.1 million. Is this because of higher insurance rates, or are these arrears that are being replaced?
No, insurance are not necessarily dealt with arrears because you have to keep the policies in place. This is in anticipation of the new buses and so coming on stream for increased coverage.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 16, contract employment. Minister, in 2022, this line item was 4.6 million. However, in 2023 revised estimate, we are saying it being 6.2 million. Can you explain the reason for the increase in this line item?
Madam Chair, the PTSE, again in anticipation of the transformation of PTSE, would have filled several vacancies going forward. And we filled vacancies in the procurement department because we recognize what was happening with the new procurement regulations. So there was 4 people to strengthen that department. The IT department was strengthened, the properties department was strengthened, human resource department, and the Tobago depot.
Minister, can you provide us the details of the position that were filled under this line item?
Okay, yeah, the Chief Procurement Officer, the Contract Manager, Senior Procurement Officer, the Network and Support for IT, Network and Security Administrator, System Support Administrator, Facilities Manager, Project Manager, Human Resource Officer for Tobago, and the Assistant Deputy General Manager, Tobago.
Thank you.
Item 002, Vehicles and Equipment Maintenance, Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. Minister, can you advise us the number of functional operational vehicles we have and the number of vehicles that are non-operational as of the end of last month?
Okay, so we have a fleet of 330. We have 121 on fully operational on short term, meaning that you always have vehicles in the shop, in and out of the shop within a couple of days. We have 45 medium term repairs where you have vehicles that may stay more than a week or so in the shop. You have another 34. And on long-term repairs, because of the age of our bus fleet, we have about 130. That is why we try to keep at least 250 buses in circulation. And that is why the drive by the government is to increase this fleet to about 500, which will give us a full 100% of the routes that we are targeting.
Also,
okay.
line item 12, material and supplies, and I would.
Material and supplies.
Any previous page, Minister?
Yeah.
All right. This line item was estimated in 2023 at $21 million. However, the revised estimate of 2023 is $16 million. That's a significant amount of money that was not utilized, taking into consideration the amount of vehicles that are non-operational or the amount of vehicles that require repair. Minister, can you explain why it is this sum of money was not utilized to repair the vehicles?
So the question is, why we spend that little bit of money?
No, can you explain why it is the allocation was not utilized to have these vehicles repaired?
This material and supplies that you're referring to, 12, this is for fuel. And fuel is the money is dispensed based on the consumption.
So based on your response, is it that we were anticipating 21 million in fuel for fiscal 2023?
No, you have parts as well, but it's only when parts arrive. But this figure here includes fuel and oil and several parts. But you only pay for when parts arrive, we pay, and then based on the oil and the fuel, based on the consumption.
Member for Oropouche West.
No, ma'am. I'll go on to another.
Item 005, Port of Spain Transit Center. Item 006, Power Transit Unit. Item 007, Property Development Services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to bring the Minister's attention to line items 16, 22, and 37 janitorial with respect to the public washroom at PTSC Citygate. Minister, these employees under 16, 22, and the janitorial services in 37, will the public washroom fall under these line items? Temporary workers, yes, short-term employment 2022. And Minister, I want to ask a question with respect to that public washroom at PTSC. Is it that fees are being charged to members of the public to utilize that public washroom?
I'm informed that there is a $2 fee.
And is this something endorsed by the Minister?
Well, it is something that is being reviewed.
Minister, I want to use this as an opportunity to make a plea on behalf of our traveling public, especially the elders, the sick ones who need to use our washroom facility because the bus service do not always operate on time and on schedule, and sometimes there are a long wait for these persons along with school children to use the bus service, and to have to come up with a $2 to use a washroom to pass water, it is something that I would like to say is very insensitive, it's uncaring, and if you can kindly look into this so that that fee can be removed, as it was done between 2010 to 2015 under the most caring and compassionate Prime Minister this country has ever had, the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Biswas. I ask you to review this, please.
Madam Chair, I don't think you have to make a plea. As I did indicate, it is being reviewed. Okay? So you don't have to make a plea for that.
How did it reach here in the first place?
It is being reviewed, and a consideration is being given based on the persons who use the facilities.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 008, Transit Express Commuter Services. Member for Oropouche West.
Yes, ma'am. Sub-item 28, Other Contracted Services. Minister, you went from an actual spend of $5.5 million in 2022 to 32 million revised to 41 million estimated for 2024. Can the Minister indicate what would have caused this is a huge leap from 5.5 million in 2022 actual spend to requesting $41.3 million in 2024? What would have contributed to this increase in contracted services spend?
Madam Chair, we cannot forget the effects that COVID had on this country. And this was basically during the COVID period. So during that period, schools were out. So transportation would obviously be on a decline. And that is why we're now ramping back up. And all indications are that more people are using the public transportation in Trinidad and Tobago. And this is basically the school children maxi taxis. During that period, that service was not utilized because schools were out.
Minister, are you then saying that we are now moving from 32 million revised estimate to 41 million estimate because you are ramping up additional support services, additional transportation arrangements for school children?
Those were basically the norm pre-COVID. So what we're doing is that we're moving back to the norm.
which would have been the norm pre-COVID, the 32 million revised estimate for 2023 or the 41.3 million estimated for 2024?
No, it would have been the pre-COVID, would have been around the 41 million.
Thank you.
So we are ramping back up now to full usage of the service.
Sure.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 57, Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration, member for Oropouche West.
Refer the Minister's attention to line item, sub-item 27, official overseas travel. Minister, you have an actual spend of $1.4 million in 2022. You are now asking for $10 million in 2024. Can the Minister indicate, and even the 2023 revised was $7 million, but can the Minister indicate why we have this dramatic increase in official overseas travel by the Civil Aviation Authority?
Reminding members of the effect that COVID had on transportation and traveling. Civil aviation authorities, we are responsible from, I think it would have been probably Puerto Rico all the way down to part of the African continent. And there are a lot of travel that Trinidad has to do. So this is now being ramped back up to the way pre-COVID level was. And that is why we moved from 1.3 million to 7 point something, and this year to 10, because civil aviation has a lot of conferences, a lot of training sessions that they have to go to keep up, to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority continues to be the flagship authority in the region.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund. Item 001, pre-investment. Item 003, economic infrastructure. Honorable members, item 003, economic infrastructure, spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, drainage and irrigation. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I think we missed a page, General Public Services on page 107.
Which book?
Developmental program.
Page 107?
Yes.
So page 107, right? Under that
we have
is item 001, pre-investment.
Yes.
Okay? So
Yes.
I called item 001, pre-investment.
Okay.
Okay? And we now at item 003, economic infrastructure, which spans pages 108 to 111.
Okay.
Okay? So I believe, member for Oropouche West, you were under Group A, drainage and irrigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, I refer the Minister's attention to line item 003, Infrastructure Rehabilitation and Flood Mitigation Program. There was a $9 million estimate, of which the Minister spent, well, the revised expenditure is $615,000. Can the Minister indicate why we had this dramatic drop in infrastructure rehabilitation and the flood mitigation program?
draw the member to my opening statement where I indicated that at the point in time when these figures were produced, would have been sometime, I think it would have been March, it was anticipated spend. So the figure here does not necessarily represent the actual figure that was spent. We would have spent close to $4 million on the project, and we have several bills in hand that were submitted later on that we could not submit. So the actual spend that you're seeing here, we would have had bills close to $4 million spent and paid for, which you will see in the next, the appropriation bill later on, with the actual spent on that. And then we have several bills that would have come in, but were not able to be submitted in time for payment. And work on those areas are ongoing, where we have in the Caroni River, the Caroni Irrigation, Bamboo Phase 3, and the Bamboo number 3 pump house work is ongoing. The Maridule River, we have work, Guaracara River. So the spend under this that you're seeing there doesn't necessarily represent the amount of work that have been done.
Minister, if I take what you're saying for granted, and I trust that you are better informed on this line item than I am, but Minister, your estimate was $9 million. Your revised is $615. If you had works done in 2023, which you would have been aware at the point in time of devising these estimates, they would have been reflected, allocation for them would have been reflected in 2024. However, you only have $3 million estimated for 2024, which cannot clearly cover the $4 million plus work that you described, that you just described, that would have fallen under this head.
As I said before, work on if additional funding is needed for any project, those fundings are sourced and the mid-year review for projects.
So, Minister, basically what you're suggesting is that these figures provided in these estimates do not truthfully reflect your revised estimate for 2023, because you just described $4 million worth of works, which would be brought forward in 2024, but there's no $4 million allocation. What you have here projected for 2024 is $2 million.
We have several bills on hand, and whatever money is needed, as the Minister of Finance did indicate, provisions will be made in the mid-year review.
Just let me come in here. Some ministries are very aggressive in spending, others are not. What I could say about the Ministry of Works is that up to the last day in the financial year, they were requesting releases and utilizing them. When we finalize the estimates, we have to send it to the printry 1 week before the budget day in order to prepare these books. And we in finance have to finalize our decision making a week before that. So even though there's a revised estimate in here, it is the best estimate at the point in time. I would expect that when the actuals come in next year, you're going to see different numbers to what is inside of here for the Ministry of Works, because they have been spending at a rate. Okay?
However, in your estimate for 2024, you would have projected, the Minister would have projected work to be done in 2024 and to pay costs which would have been incurred but not considered in these books for 2023. If you have a $3 million estimate for 2024, is the Minister suggesting that that $3 million would have covered whatever he would have not catered for because bills would not have come in or for whatever other reason, in addition to projected works for 2024? Because this should have been based on those two things, outstandings for 2023 and projected for 2024. You can't tell me that you would have projected $3 million under this head for 2024 and catered for arrears as well.
Again to the opening statement, where I did indicate that we do transfers within the votes. So if there's a vote that does not have the amount of money required at that time. You do virements and transfers. And
I
that is a
understand that.
normal thing that goes on in all ministries.
Yes,
we don't
Minister.
expect to get all the money required for every single project, else we will take 100% of the budget. But whenever we get an allocation, if there's a shortfall, that is why you're allowed to do the virement and move around funding. So in this vote, we will move around funding to supplement the vote, and then in the mid-year review, you go back for funding again. That is not something that we invented. That have been around since we had budgeting in Trinidad and Tobago.
Let me say one more thing. This is not an exact science, because sometimes not sometimes, quite often, the Ministry of Finance will issue a check, or a ministry like Works will write a check, and persons may not cash that check for months. This happens to us all the time. So that even though there would be bills coming forward from 2023, you can't predict when they will come and in what quantity. You can only make your best estimate based on trends. So that is why we give ministers the ability to move money around as and when required, and that's why we have a mid-year review. Because it's not an exact thing where you could say, all right, I have $2.5 billion in checks outside there. 1 billion of that will come in October. 500,000 will come in November. The next billion will come in December. It doesn't work that way. So we need to just use trends, track records, and make our best estimate, and we give the ministers flexibility to move money around to meet the urgent requirements at the time.
Accepted, Minister. I'm just suggesting that the figures listed here, particularly under infrastructure rehabilitation and flood mitigation program, are not reflective or not realistic to what the needs are, even of the ministry.
We will supplement when required.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Oropouche East.
Through you, Chair, today, Minister. Minister, notwithstanding the intervention of the Minister of Finance, I saw 003, and I was of the view it was a typographical error, in that you had an estimate for 2023 of $9 million and a revised estimate of 650,000 out of 9 million. You will appreciate that the issue of flooding is a very serious problem and is emotional as well, given the distress caused to citizens and elected MPs and so on. So we are very concerned with this, but I wanted to debunk the argument of the minister earlier, because when you look at the major river clearing program 001, you had an estimate in 2022 of 12 million, revised to 1.5, and the actual is also 1.5. So the estimate and the revised are the same exact thing. There's no difference between estimate and actual, whereas you budgeted 12 million for 2022. When you look at 2023 in our books here, you have 9 million down to 615. Then for program of rehabilitation and flood mitigation, you have the same. The problem here, Mr. Minister, is that I'm asking two questions. Are there serious problems with implementing work plans in these areas? And secondly, now that you have an estimate for 2024 in our books, 5 million for river clearing program, and now 3 million, I believe, for infrastructure rehabilitation, flood mitigation. Could you make a commitment, an undertaking, could you give an undertaking that you can tell us the list of works to be done for this 5 million river clearing program and 3 million infrastructure rehabilitation, flood mitigation program? And I leave it there.
All right, so again, maybe the member wasn't listening to the first conversation, but the first conversation clearly was that the $9 million and the 615 doesn't represent what was actually spent. I did indicate that we have close to $4 million that was paid out. So that automatically deals with $4 million added to the 615. And then I did indicate that there are several bills that we have that were not able to be submitted in time. I just repeated all that. So I don't want to be stated on the report, on the record, that we spent 615, because that is clearly not true. We spent quite a lot more than that. It's just that it didn't show up here on those that were paid, and a significant more was not submitted by the contractors in time for payment. So I want to debunk that. The other thing about you said 09, the 009?
That was on both 00, not 09, 003 and 001.
001, major river cleaning.
Clearing.
Yeah, major river clearing there. And it's similar to that. Under that vote, we have 2 projects. So when we say major river cleaning, that is the name of the vote. All right? But it's not something that you use to clean all the major rivers in Trinidad. There are 2 projects under that. One is the Carney River Rehabilitation Improvement Work Project. That job has been completed. Some of this money for that portion that we were dealing there, some of this money is the retention money, but we have to wait before we hand that back to the contractor. So that takes care of that. And the other project under that is the Carney River Rehabilitation Improvement Work Phase 2. The project would have started. Unfortunately, the contractor was not able to complete enough work to submit bills for us. So that project is not the name says major river cleaning, but it is not all the rivers in Trinidad. It's just 2 simple projects called that under the Carney. 1 completed, 1 ongoing. And the reason why the spend looks like that is because some of the money is a retention, and the bulk of the money, the contractor have not advanced the work enough. And when bills come in, and they come in late, we can't, so it would not show up here. But the 2 projects, 1 completed, 1 ongoing. And if I am to give you a listing, because I don't want to keep asking the public servants to keep saying it, under the 003, again, the projects to be executed is the continuation of the structures in Carney irrigation area, phase 2, mobile pump, right? Flood reduction work in the Maridule River. All these are ongoing projects as we speak. Bamboo 2, there are some payments for outstanding pumps there. So it is, if you see a figure here, it is just that at the point in time they pick it up. But again, the drainage division this year completed 758 projects that have never been attempted and achieved probably in the history. And it includes the silting watercourses, widening, increasing capacity, walling of rivers, river mouths. We are attempting now the river mouth cleaning in certain areas. So it's quite a lot of work going on, and I'm hoping that the Minister of Finance will continue with good work in funding the ministry, because our drainage program is going to be a very aggressive program going forward. Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Madam, could I have a follow-up question? Yes. Minister, just for the record, and to end this part of the business with my intervention, you are asking us to believe that the data that has been given to us in these yellow books, that data is inaccurate and misleading. And you have fresh data that speaks to these issues that came in recently, and we must accept, of course, your honorable word. Could I ask, therefore, could you in the very near future give us that fresh data in terms of the monies paid out, the projects and so on? Because clearly this book we have before us is inaccurate and it is completely misleading.
Madam Chair, I will let the Minister of Finance, who has a lot more experience and who spent a lot more time in the Parliament, explain to the member it is the same system that has been used for budgeting over the last 50 years. So I'll give way to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. The member for Oropouche East has been here long enough to qualify for a pension. And that is a fact that I'm stating, not a theory. And as a result, yeah, okay. And as a result, the member has participated in standing finance committees for at least 18 years, and therefore knows exactly what is
demonstrated by the numbers in these books. As I said yesterday, I'll repeat it again. There are 4 columns: actual, original, revised, and projected. So you have the actual for 2022, the original for 2023, the revised for 2023, and the projected for 2024. The member knows the budgeting process. He knows fully well, as I want to repeat again, that these books are finalized 2 weeks before the budget is delivered. The revised figure is exactly that. It is not an actual figure. It is completely wrong to say that it's inaccurate and misleading. It is the best estimate that the budget division can do at the time. It is going to be finalized in the next set of documents with actual figures for 2023. This has been happening for the 18+ years that the honourable member has been participating in standing finance committees. I dare to say that I can only conclude, the inescapable conclusion I could come to is that the honourable member is simply playing to the gallery. That's all that's happening.
Okay. Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is no doubt that the devastating flooding in the Bamboo and St. Augustine South areas in December of last year was solely due to the neglect of the Ministry of Works and the Drainage Division with regards to river clearing, flood mitigation, maintenance of pumps, and the gateway systems. My question to the Minister, under this head A, can you indicate the status of the works at Bamboo? I know it's all connected. If it is separate projects, you can tell me. There were works promised to be done in Bamboo, the St. Joseph River, the Waima River, and so on, and the floodgates associated. Whereas in the past, when I had brought reports to you of leaking floodgates, you indicated that those had been repaired when I shared with you photographs of them not being repaired. Can you give the status of the drainage pumps and gateway repairs in that area as well?
Chair, you know, sometimes it's a little painful to sit down and listen to somebody who say the flooding in Bamboo and Valsin South is a fault of the government. I wonder if the flooding in China, in Europe,
Madam Chair, we
all
are not
over
in the
the world,
Republic of China,
right?
we are in the Republic
And
of Trinidad and
I
Tobago.
wonder if the flooding in New York is as a result of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. We have something called climate change where we're getting abnormal weather. The history of Trinidad and Tobago tells you that Bamboo and that section of Valsin South that was flooded is lower than the ocean. And the water flows through several tributaries, several rivers onto the Caroni. And once the Caroni is filled, low-lying areas will gather ponding of water. That have been going on even under the UNC time. We didn't come and say that's a UNC fault. Flooding is not a fault of governments. Governments have been spending money on flood mitigation from inception. You did it when you were there. You spend money as well. We continue to spend money. But what do we do about it? What mitigation measures are we putting in place for it? That is the question you're supposed to ask us, not the blame us for
That is the
flooding.
question, actually. All the thing they're going around with them, you have not answered my question.
If the member takes a drive through her constituency, she will see that the pumps in Bamboo are being worked on. The member will see an entire berm, most of which already completed in the Bamboo area. The member will see extensive work going on the Wayaba River and the Valsin, the main drain. Because what we did is that we engaged all the stakeholders, including the HDC, the Drainage Division, and we identify what was the problem. The problem is that the land in that area is low-lying area. That southern part of the St. Augustine and the Valsin South area is at the same level of bamboo. All right? And you will always have challenges there. And there are several projects ongoing, rebuilding the banks of the Caroni River, raising the banks of the Caroni River. And I encourage you, the member, take a drive, go and see contractors on the ground at this point in time, building banks and protecting the area.
Madam Chairman, again, I give the Minister the opportunity to explain.
We have something called climate change, and I can tell you that a major part of the work going on in that area, because we did give a commitment. So we have pumps upgrade taking place, we have riverbank in the Caroni area being rebuilt, and we have several of the tributaries where embankment are being done at this point in time. So the work is being done. And maybe I'll come and take a drive with you. Maybe I'll introduce you to the constituency of St. Augustine a little bit.
Member for St. Augustine, are you finished or you have another question?
Madam Chairman, the Minister had said a lot, but he has not answered my question.
Okay.
I am very familiar with St. Augustine constituency, and I have been very active on the ground. I have been on the riverbanks, I have driven, I have walked, I have been with residents. I am aware that work is ongoing. I am aware that in the past, the Minister has promised work and he had failed to deliver. I am aware that under the UNC, the banks that were built and maintained, the floodgates that were secured, and the pumps that were in working conditions prevented and reduced the flooding in all those areas, St. Augustine South, when I was the local government councillor and the UNC was in government. My question to the Minister is not about China and not about international affairs. My question is simply, what is the status of the work? And it is simply an opportunity for him to report and show off, if he like, on the work that the ministry has done. What is the status means? What did you propose to do, and what percentage of that is complete? If you have a report that you wish to send in writing, I will appreciate it. But if you wish to give a verbal report, that is my question. What is the status? I am aware that work is ongoing. I am fully aware of that. And I have invited you on numerous occasions to visit in the constituency with or without me to issues that I have raised, including in bamboo, and you have not responded positively. So don't play inviting me to come anywhere in St. Augustine now. Thank you.
To the member, I said...
Member for St. Augustine. Minister, do you have a response, or do we go on to another item?
Speaker, I thought I just gave a full account that work is going on the embankment of the Caroni. Work is going on the tributaries in St. Augustine. Work have been done on the banks around bamboo. Work have been done on the gates, the gate structure.
Can you state the percentage completion?
And Madam Speaker, around bamboo, phase 1, 100% completed. Another part on the St. Joseph River. Contractors, and I'm happy to hear that the member is saying she is seeing work going on. Thank you for that compliment. Work is going on.
Member for Orokuch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm glad that the Minister is stating his concern about the level of flooding that he's familiar with, because like my colleague for St. Augustine and for Barataria, I am also concerned about the level of flooding. So when we say that the government is responsible, Madam Speaker, I would like to get a clarification from the Minister today, because today is the first day we would have seen the actual figure for 2022. And I want to draw the Minister's reference to sub-item 003, Infrastructure Rehabilitation and Flood Mitigation Program, in which there was no spend listed here for 2022. So when we have flooding in 2023, which we had this year, it is because of the fact that there's no spend here, unless the Minister is willing to confirm that there was spend, and somehow or the other, this is an error. Because there's no spend here, meaning that no money was spent on infrastructure rehabilitation and flood mitigation program for fiscal 2022, and it is affecting us in financial and fiscal 2023.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I see they keep harping on this. We are dealing with the consolidated fund. The consolidated fund is simply specific programs identified. The ministry spends money, the bulk of the money that is spent on the ministry for drainage is not spent on the consolidated fund. Under the recurrent, from the consolidated fund. But the member is given the impression that this is all the money being spent on drainage. This is not even 5%
Minister,
of the
don't
money.
put words in my mouth, please. Please don't put words in my mouth. Don't tell me
Member for Oropuch West. Member for Oropuch West. And you, Minister, wait. When the minister is finished, if you wish to clarify, reject, whatever, you will get that opportunity. Let's stop all of this, unregulated behavior. Okay? Is it that you're no longer interested in the matter that the minister is responding to? I am actually no longer interested. All right. Okay. Minister, you finished?
No, I'm not. You see, I want to put on the public record that the drainage program is done through several votes. Under this consolidated fund, we have about 3 projects or 4 projects that we do. This does not form the bulk of our drainage work. Our drainage work is done under recurrent 09, where we do the desilting program. This year, we spent close to $96 million on desilting. So while we are arguing about a $1 million that wasn't spent here, the desilting program accounts this year $96 million, 638 desilting programs. And if you go any part of Trinidad, you'll see water course being cleared. You drive down the highway. That is where that happens. On the 28, vote 28, we spent $55 million. And we have over $70 million committed in other projects. And then you go to the IDF, where there are several other projects taking place. So this year, although we are looking at, we didn't spend $1 million or $2 million here, we spent over $358 million on our drainage program. Never before have that ever happened. But there are certain projects, if bills don't come in, you may see $1 million not spent here, $2 million. These major river canals, those are simple projects. One project, it might be the repair of a gate in a certain area. But our major desilting and the water course and the drainage program is handled under 09, where we spend $95 million this year, where we transferred a lot of this money that you're seeing here. A lot of this money that you're seeing here wasn't spent, was transferred to that program, because at the initial, we got something about $50 million at the start of the year for that program. We got $50 million, but we were able to spend $95 million because we were able to transfer funding, because one of the major benefits of a fast runoff is to ensure the water courses are cleared. We cannot stop the rain from falling. We cannot anticipate the volume of rain in what period of time. But what we can ensure is that when we get that downpour, that the water courses are cleared so that we have a fast runoff. And that is why in, I think it would have been July of this year, when we got almost 1 month rainfall in 3 hours in San Fernando, for those of you who can remember that, similar to what New York got. It took New York 2 days to drain off. Within 1 hour, the water in San Fernando would have receded. And we got 1 month rain in a couple hours. And that is because of the good work of the Drainage Division by cleaning the water course. So I just want to put on the record, under the consolidated fund, you see 1 or 2 projects here, but this is not really where the drainage program comes from. It comes from 09 and 28. And if you look at the spend that we had there, it was significantly more than what was budgeted initially. And it is because you transfer funds, you move money, because you identify where the projects have to be done. And that is why my colleague from Caroni East, smiling, the colleague from Vancouver South, because when the problems happen, when the Vancouver South and Caroni, when they call me 2 o'clock in the morning, and so projects that we promised them, is taking place at this point in time, because we identify where the challenges are. We do have professionals working in the Ministry of Works and Transport. We do have, in the Drainage Division, a lot of specialized people, and they work with a plan. We have engaged the Andean Development Bank, and thankfully they have come through for us, where we now have, for the first time, a national drainage plan with projects that we could put boots on the ground, and it's not just studies.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm on line item 009, Program Upgrade to Existing Drainage Pumps and Gate Inventory. Minister, I noticed some level of work was done at the Elscoro South area, right? I am now going to ask you, when will the pumps be activated? The new pump house.
Right. So we're hoping that very soon the contractor is just tying up some work there, and very soon we should be commissioning that new pump house, which will bring significant improvement. However, we must recognize that El Socorro South is an area where water normally ponds. Once the Caroni River is filled and water can't go into the Caroni River again, the water normally settles there. Because of the development in that area, that have posed some challenge for us. But what we're trying to do is to keep the area clean, keep the water courses cleared, and with the new hydraulic pumps, these are new electric pumps, as you would recognize. We don't have to run every minute to put diesel into the pumps, and so these are new state-of-the-art pumps that we're installing all around Trinidad. This project started in 2018, and the drive of this project is to upgrade all the pump sites around the country, and we have several of them now being commissioned.
That's just one electric pump we got.
Well,
because there are three,
and
we only got replacement of one.
All the areas are being worked on.
Okay.
Our drive is to ensure that the pumps we have in Trinidad were pumps that were commissioned 35 years ago. They were designed for an entire different weather pattern. And in 2018, identifying the fact that climate change was upon us, there's a program to upgrade all the pumps. Some of those pumps that we have, they pumps, I think is 6,000 gallons a minute. The new pumps that we're bringing in are up to 25,000, 30,000 gallons, because we know exactly what we have to deal with. We're trying to anticipate what is happening. So I'm happy to hear you satisfied with the work that is taking place.
I never said that, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Can I clarify, Madam Speaker? Let me clarify. I am not satisfied with the amount of work that has taken place as yet. Climate change is not with us since 2018. Only since 2018. It's been with us for quite some time. And Minister, I'm glad that you acknowledge that a lot of the water ponds in the El Socorro South area, yes, because of the development, because of the low-lying area, and we are almost at where the mouth of the Caroni is. Minister, with respect to those pumps, they are the mechanical pumps. I will deem them as mechanical pumps that are existing. Those are the existing pumps. You have the electric pump at one site. There's another site, which is the William Street site. Can you tell us what is happening there? Because none of those pumps, according to my information, works at the William Street house.
Mm-hmm. I do have an update on the William. I do have an update on the William Street, but I can give you the assurance that what we're doing there, we are upgrading the gate structures at this point in time in William Street.
And then you will put the pump?
And then we will. We can't do. We operate with a budget, and we can't do all at the same time. Well, priority is given.
Unless this figure is wrong, also. This is 8 million allocation and only 2 million spent. So there is a 4 million.
Because it depends on when bills come in, and on some areas we are actually bringing in mobile pumps to substitute in the event, because we can't do all the pumps in Trinidad at the same time. Okay, we recognize that. And in those areas where we have pumps that don't have the capacity, we are bringing in mobile pumps. So in the event we have a problem, we could put in the mobile pumps. Okay, so and again, I give you the assurance that William Street, all the pump house in Trinidad are on the program. It is just that it can't be done all at the same time, but it's done on a priority and a phase basis. And the fact that you have 3 and you already get 1 brand new pump, we upgraded the gates, hold on, more coming.
Well, Minister, I hope I don't have to call you this year if there's flooding in my constituency.
That's why I'm being
because I will remind the people of El Socorro South of your words today.
Call me anytime. You're welcome to call me anytime.
North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to go back to the Minister's response with respect to cleaning of rivers, Major River Clearing Program, line item 001, and the Minister did make mention of clearing of river mouths. Minister, you would appreciate that where the Couva North constituency is located on the western coast, we have rivers flowing from La Hokata, Caroni Central, Couva South, Tabaki, different areas coming through the constituency of Couva North. We have the Couva River, the La Quesa River, we have the Diana, the Honda, the Caparo River, and then a little further south, the Waraka River. Minister, can you advise if any of these river mouths have actually been desilted?
Madam Chair, maybe what I need to do next time is like 001, Major River Cleaning Program. And I did indicate, River Clearing Program. I did indicate that there are 2 projects under that. One project is the Caroni River Rehabilitation Improvement Project, and phase 1. And then we also have the Caroni Rehabilitation Improvement Work Project, phase 2. There are just 2 projects under that. What you're talking about, the cleaning of the rivers and the mouths and so, those are not under this project. This line item here, 001, Major River Clearing Program, is responsible for 2 projects in Trinidad. One have been completed, and the other one is ongoing. What you're referring to goes under either vote 28 or vote 09. So when we talk Major River Clearing Program, we think this is for all the rivers in Trinidad, and you only get this little bit of money and you only spend this amount. This is specific to 2 projects.
Okay.
One
so,
completed.
Minister, may I, in the interest of time, invite another question?
Sure.
I think the point has been made, underscored, in bold. I don't know what other emphasis. Member for Caroni East.
Good afternoon, Minister and Madam Chairwoman. Minister, with regards to 001 Major River Clearing Program, could you give us an end date for the completion of phase 2 of the Caroni Rehabilitation Program?
I like that question because that is the one that affects your area. Right. So the contractor have mobilized, work have started, and although it's an important project, I anticipate that maybe by, they said by January 2024, yeah, we should be completed, give and take the weather pattern. So just again, that is the only project outstanding under Major River Clearing. Once that is completed by January, this line item comes off as a line item.
Okay. And I have a second question, 009, Program of Upgrade to Existing Drainage Pumps and Gate Inventory. Could you give us an idea of how many drainage pumps and gates that would be upgraded in fiscal 2024 along the Caroni?
Okay. I can give you a list of what we have here.
Yeah.
That where work is ongoing. You have the upgrade of the gate structures and the Caroni irrigation areas. That's significant. I think so far is about 17 gates have been repaired in Caroni alone, and those are new gates. Upgrade to the bamboo number 2 pump house and gate structures. Upgrade to the gate structures, well, that's Trinidad Point, that's in Penal, because Sadu Trace pump house. Upgrade of the gate structures in St. John. Ongoing tenders have been issued for Tulsa Trace, gate structures in Trinidad Point, Sadu Trace, El Sicuro, upgrade to the structure in St. Augustine area, upgrade to the bamboo number 2 pump house and gates, bamboo number 1, and all those do affect the Caroni area. Bamboo number 2, Sadu Trace in El Sicuro, William Street, and I'm sure the member for Sama Barataria, the contract have been issued for the pump in William Street and upgrade to the at Trinidad Point in Woodland. Contract have been issued again for the gates there, and all those will happen in the next financial year. So,
Madam Chair, my question, the Minister may not answer underneath this line item, was an update with regards to the water courses in the Murga Tablan constituency. With focus, that would have been 001, but I would use other means to get an answer.
But we were told that 001 is only
right. So, but remember, I raised my hand before.
Okay.
The clarification.
Right. Sure. Thank you. We therefore go on to member for Urpuchwest.
Ma'am, I just want clarification from the Honourable Minister with regards to the program of upgrade to the existing drainage pumps and gate inventory. Minister, you indicated just now that you were looking at upgrading of the St. John and the Trinidad Point water, the gates at both of those areas, correct?
The gates at the St. John, that was completed.
And Trinidad Point?
And Trinidad Point, upgrade to the gate structure at Trinidad Point Woodland. And yes, we do have bills, so that means work is ongoing there.
We have a retention.
We just have a retention that would have been completed. What we have here outstanding, which didn't go in because of the retention, we have to wait, the contractor has to wait a period before they get that retention money.
So for all intents and purposes, while we are waiting on the retention, the work at Trinidad Point
that would have been
is completed.
Right? Yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
P, Coastal Protection. Member for Kamutu Mansinala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, my question is simple. Line 001 and 003. Are these for works for Mansinala, Minister?
This is a unit. This is not work. This is for the unit, the Coastal Protection Unit.
But I gather that would be under another section.
It is done under different votes.
Okay, thank you.
A, air transport. B, bus transport. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, 050 purchase of 100 new buses. Have all 100 buses been purchased thus far? And also, I'd like to request, if possible, we need a route for Madras Road with one of these buses.
Okay, these buses would have been over a period of time, so this purchase would have been concluded.
But there are no items under this?
Yeah, this would have been all. Yeah, there's no funding for that.
Member for Urpuchwest.
I refer the Minister to line item 070, where you had a proposed spend of $2 million for the design and construction of a new passenger terminal depot in Tobago. I see no spend proposed for 2023, no revised spend, and no spend proposed for 2024. Has the Minister abandoned that project?
With the THA, the site that was identified, the THA have put another site forward, so we are in consultation with them to finalize exactly where and what they want.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Moving on to 086. I suspect the question maybe is the same. 086, the next page 110. You had a proposed spend of $1.5 million for the development of Factory Road, Chaguanas, but you have not spent money and there's no estimate for 2024. Is it that you have discontinued that project?
No, we actually, and you'll see it again when in the, we actually spent $3 million there. We had to wire money into that fund.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 39, development of a passenger facility at Rio Claro. Can the Minister advise when this passenger facility be completed?
Completed? Well, it hasn't started.
I understand it hasn't started.
This is a preliminary work that is in place. You would recognize that we do have some challenges in getting the land, and we are working with the people who are utilizing the land to make alternative arrangements, and the designs and so then will be completed.
Minister, out of the $2 million for 2023, only $220,000 was utilized. Can you advise what that $220,000 was spent on?
Actually, the spend would have been almost $900,000. So again, at the time the documents would have been printed, that is what would have been spent. I'm informed that the spend actually reached up to about $900,000.
And for 2024, can you advise us what to expect with this $1 million allocated?
Well, again, yeah. So what we expect in this financial will be site preparation and things like that. But again, we do have, I think, is a steel band, and we have some other people who still occupying the land, and we are in the process of working with them to create alternative arrangements.
So, Minister, this project has been on the books for more than 8 years, and those.
Yeah.
Can you advise if you say site prepreparation is being done for 2024, have you completed
again,
the design of
all
this project?
Let's just let him finish your question.
Yeah, Minister, for 2024, that $1 million, you said site preparation. We expect the site preparation will commence in 2024. Can you advise if the design of the project is completed?
We do have some preliminary designs, but with the restructuring of PTSC and the expectation of the new fleet, we may have to do some re-engineering of the drawings, because we are bringing in several electric buses, and some reconfiguration has to take place throughout the terminals in Trinidad and Tobago.
Next line item, Madam Chair.
Within bus transport?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to move on to Project 84, design and construction of a new multimodal transportation hub at Taruba. Minister, this line item, $1 million was allocated in 2023. 200,000 was utilized. Can you explain to us what this 200,000 was used for?
Again, it would have been surveys and so in order to identify the exact site and things like that. There's more surveys and clearing of some pieces of the land.
And can you advise this $1 million in 2024, what we can expect to see with the utilization of this $1 million?
A continuation of what went on this year, more site clearing and more surveys and so as we go forward with the proposal.
Okay, Minister, can you advise under this project, does this project have a projected start date or completion date?
Not at this point in time, because again, with the reorganizing of the PTSC, a lot of new factors have to be taken into consideration. But yes, the project is on, and we are pushing full speed ahead, because you would recognize that with the inclusion of the new buses, proper arrangements has to be made. We have just relocated part of the PTSC to one of the Ministry of Works compound in San Fernando, and that was supposed to be a temporary location until we move the major part of the company to this new site. So it is something that we are pursuing, but I can't tell you an actual date for starting as yet.
Member for Oakwood West.
Minister, line items 090 and 092, because they are similarly connected. These are new line items that came up, I believe, last year. In the promotion of the government's ICT program and the digitization, etc. So integrated smart transport solution, that is 090, and upgrade of the ICT infrastructure at 092. Respectively, 5 million and 3 million was allocated, but substantially less than that was spent. In fact, between the two of them, $8 million was allocated, and less than $1 million was spent between the two of them. Can the minister indicate why it is that these items were viewed as very important to become new project ideas in 2023, but were not prosecuted effectively and efficiently during the fiscal year?
Again, Madam Speaker, I want to go back to the opening as to when these figures would have been picked up, when the documents would have been printed, and what was the actual spend. I can tell you in the integrated smart solution, $2 million was spent, and on the upgrade of the ICT infrastructure, $2.6 million was actually spent. So this is something that we are vigorously promoting, and a lot of work is going into this. So you had much more than half the amount of money being spent.
Minister, your estimate for 2023, which was 5 million, would have been done by September, October 2022, correct?
No,
Yeah, because that would have been done at the start of fiscal 2023, which would have actually taken place in 2022. So you've now gone for 1 year past, and what you're describing to me is $2.5 million all was spent on this item. But you budgeted nothing for next year, for fiscal 2024.
And
similarly for fiscal 2023, $3 million estimate. You said again a couple million was spent for the upgrade of the ICT infrastructure, but you've only budgeted $1 million, which is less. So the figures here are less than the estimate that you would have made.
So the estimates are what we would have gotten from the Minister of Finance. But we did indicate at the ministry, we transfer funds, we via funding as required, and then we go back in the mid-year review. So if funding is required before the mid-year review, we will transfer funds into these votes. These are normal transactions that is being done at the ministry on a daily basis.
Minister, do you have an idea of what the timeline would be for the completion of the upgrade of the ICT infrastructure at the Public Transport Service Commission?
Again, I don't have a dated timeline, but it's something that we are working on, and all this has to do with the transformation of PTSC. What we are trying to do on these items here is to ensure that by the time we do get the new fleet of buses, that we're in a position to have PTSC at some level of transformation. So that is why projects like these have been taken out and been pursued in anticipation of the entire upgrade of the public transportation service.
Okay, so may we go on, please, members? Item Project D, Roads and Bridges. Member for Couva North.
Madam Chair, am I allowed to ask what I was going to ask on
Member,
the bus
I suggest
transport?
we go on. We have 3 sets of public servants waiting.
It was just one critical.
Let's go on, please. There will be other opportunities to ask these questions. Roads and Bridges, D. G, Road Systems, Operations and Services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to line item, to Project 171, Provision of Road Safety Audit on the roadways of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, does the cable barriers along the Solomon Hochoy Highway falls under this project? It doesn't.
H, Sea Transport. I, Administration. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Honourable members, item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services spans 2 pages. I therefore will announce the project groups. P, VEMCOT. A, Administrative Services. F, Public Buildings. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 001, Pre-investment. A, Drainage. H, Sea Transport. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. We have pages 209, 212. Honourable members, item 003, Economic Infrastructure, spans 4 pages. I will therefore announce the project groups. A, Drainage and Irrigation. Member for Old Pooch West.
I might go back to line item 007, Flood Mitigation Erosion Control Program. Estimated 2023, 17 million. Revised estimate, 1.7 million. Can the Minister indicate why 10% of what was proposed for 2023 was actually considered, spent?
Madam Chair, going back again to the opening, it has to do with when these figures were picked up. What the actual spent on that line item was close to 15 million with outstanding bills in hand. So we spent close to 15 million from the 17. As a matter of fact, we had actually transferred money into the vote. We carried the vote up to 24.5 million, not 17, 24.5 bills paid to date, close to 15 million, 14 point something million, and bills in hand. We do have bills in hand. So we did much more work than the 17 million here. We had to actually transfer in 24.5 so that we can actually start the additional work.
Minister, what you're describing there is very concerning to me, because as a member of parliament, I am facilitating research here based on the documents provided to me. I understand your situation is that you currently have more updated information than we have, which puts us at a disadvantage, because I am looking at the figures here. I understand estimates and revised estimates and actual, etc. But we cannot clearly ask questions on the absence of information from the side. What you just described to me is that the estimate here is $17 million, and you've actually spent already much more than this. Now, this estimate would have been provided, and the revised estimate would have been provided about a month and a half ago.
No.
But you have much more updated information. So we are dealing with literally a book that's outdated and irrelevant.
Okay, so if I could respond now. I said there was 17 million. We transferred into 24 million. We spent, we transferred to bring it to 24 million. We spent, the exact figure we spent was 14 point something million, close to 15 million. We spent, that's what we paid. We do have several projects ongoing, and we have bills on hand to make up to the 24.5 million. But the member, I mean, I know the member have been in this chamber for quite a while, and the member should understand by now that the way the budget documents are printed, it is an estimate. Bills come in up to the night and are paid. And that is why we go back in December and you have a reconciliation where you get the actual figures. And you would have gone through that reconciliation, I am sure, about 6 or 7 times already. So there's nothing new here. That is why we come back to the Parliament sometime in December. And I could be corrected here by the Minister of Finance, when the Minister actually brings the final figures. It's okay, January, I'm being corrected by my permanent secretary. Yeah, the closing of accounts. The closing of accounts is what you sit and you debate and you see the actual figure. So this is not something that we're making up. This is something that is in law in this country. This has been done for 60 years. So to come and say that you want to change it now, and if you want to propose a change, well, I'm sure that you have to support it, because there is a tendency that you don't support the government on anything.
That's untrue. But
if you support a change, then, I mean, as minister, I am duty bound to report on the change. But this is the process that has been used for the last 60 years.
Minister, what we are discussing today, the reason we are here today is to discuss the documents presented by the Minister of Finance and to ask questions based on those documents. What you're describing is that you have updated information, updated much more than 1 month ago when we got these documents. So what we have today is new information. Is it that we are supposed to ask under each line item what is the correct figure before we can engage in queries? Because that's what we are. You're saying you spent 14 million, but you also wired across for 20-something other $1 million under this head. But there's nothing like that in these documents.
So, and that is why, I mean, maybe if I was in your place, I can't tell you how to ask the question, I would firstly ask, is this the updated spend? And if not, what is the updated spend? Because that is why we have the closing of accounts. You will come back.
You've been here for a while too. The closing of accounts does.
Member for Puchwest and Minister, I think the point has been made. Banding it backward and forward gets us nowhere. Is there another Matthew, you'd like to raise or put to us?
Well, ma'am, I don't know the new information. The minister will have to tell us now. 011 strategic drainage plan, structural measures, $2 million allocated according to these outdated books, zero spend for 2023. Minister, can you advise whether, in your good, with your good personality, etc., whether in fact any money was spent on the structural measures for the strategic drainage plan?
Okay, so, Madam Chair, this structural drainage plan, let me explain what this is. This is the plan that we're working with the Andean Development Bank with. This is not physical work on the ground. This is the document to give us a way forward. As I said, that plan have been delivered to us, all right? And what this $2 million is for, we have to now set up a team to work with them on the documents. This is not physical work. And we have been submitted, and the Andean Development Bank did fund that for us. All right, and this money here is to set up that team to work with them, which we are in the process of setting up as we speak at the ministry. So this is not physical work to go on the ground. Thanks.
Was there any spend in 2023?
No, because the plan was submitted to us within the last, I think, 2 months. And now that the plan is completed, the spend will take place as we set up the team to work with the consultants on this. This is not physical work on the ground. This is to do with the National Drainage Plan, the document.
Anything else, Member for Puchwas?
Yes, ma'am. As I'm on it, 005, National Program for the Upgrade of Drainage Channel. Minister, can you also advise if there's updated and corrected information? Because under this head 005, $18 million was budgeted and approved by the Parliament, but according to the information before me today, at this point in time, at 1:53 p.m., $7.3 million was spent, revised for 2023.
So what we did, there was a transfer from this of $10.5 million to other drainage projects. And as I said, this is how we were able to increase some of the other votes from 50 million to 95. We do transfer money. So under this project, we would have transferred 10 million into other votes to continue the river cleaning, the desilting, and the widening of channels. So there was this vote would have closed out about 8 million. We spent 7.3 million out of it, and we do have bills in hand.
Thank you.
And other services, Member for Muruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, if you could provide me with an update on the construction of the integrated fishing port facilities at Muruga and Grand Chimay. Minister, noted this update. I would like to get what was the original start time, what was the original projected completion time, what the ministry is projecting will be this completion time as it would have overlaps, the original cost, if there's any cost overruns, the original contractor has any contractual arrangement change, if the minister is aware of such, if you'll provide. If I could get it in writing,
I could give you it verbally if you want, as much as I could help you.
Well, if you don't have all the information, I'll appreciate it in writing.
Well, if I give you...
Can a member ask for information going back all those years beyond 2022? Or do they have to confine themselves to 22, 23, 24?
No. So you want to know from the start of the project?
I basically asked her status, so it should just give the original start time, and which will include the projected start time.
They're spending 2022, right? So you would have had opportunity in 22 to 2023 to ask that. I thought what you were asking for is status as of now.
Okay, Minister, right? I'll take the status as of now, and I'll pose a question.
I'll be very soon. I'll be inviting you to the opening, maybe if not by December, early January.
Noted.
Member for Putras?
Through you. Under the same
Yeah.
003, given that you are at point of closure, almost at the end of the project, Minister, can you indicate how much of this budgeted $25 million was actually spent, just as an update? Because you have 14 million allocated here, but I'm assuming you're going to say that there's more.
25 million was spent. What was actually paid off was 14.4. And as I said, the project is coming to a close now, so we have to certify all the bills and so and send them forward to the ministry.
No, Minister, 25 million was budgeted. 14.4 million was spent.
Right.
So is it that you had over budgeted to start with because you said you are now at completion?
We have bills. We have bills now in hand for close to 10 million. So that will bring us to 24.4.
So this would be the one time probably that the revised estimate is actually reflective of your status?
Again, the revised estimate takes up what was paid, but we do have in hands bills that were submitted. So I think you're now getting to understand how it works, and I'm happy
Finally,
to hear
one
that.
revised estimate, that's correct.
Coastal protection, D, roads and bridges. Yes? Roads and bridges?
Coastal protection.
What, your hand was up?
Coastal
I'm sorry, I didn't
protection.
see it.
Minister, project 35 on the following page, Kumana Fishing Facility Coastal Improvement Works. This project was allocated $2 million in 2023. However, none of it was utilized. Can you explain why?
Is it 35 you said?
Yeah, project 35.
Yeah, I have it here, 35. Right, so this is at the preliminary stage where the conceptual designs are being worked on. Okay.
And there is a $3 million allocation for 2024.
Yes.
Can you advise us what we expect to get with that $3 million?
Continuation of the work that is going on at the preliminary stage, and we're hoping that, remember, these facilities, you have to get the statutory requirements. You have to, these are not, once you're talking about coastal projects, it is not just getting boots on the ground. It takes a while. Coastal projects takes a while because of the statutory requirements. And then you have to do different surveys and wet season and dry season and water flow and things like that. So these projects, although they will be on the books, they take a while before you actually see boots on the ground. Coastal projects that is the nature of the projects.
Minister, are there any outstanding bills? I heard that even though we're seeing nil.
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
Member for Kamucha Mansinal.
Thank you, ma'am. To the Honourable Minister, line item 032, Mansilana Beach Facility Improvement Works. Minister, I see there's $4 million allocated for these works. What would it entail?
These are some works that we work with the Ministry of Tourism on this project, and because the project is actually is on the coast there. From time to time, you have a lot of repair works to be done. So we do have some repairs to take place in the next financial year, and this money will be utilized for that.
Thank you.
Member for Oakwood West.
Ma'am, the question will be the same for all of the line items from 024, 025, 026, 027, 028, 030, 031, 032, 033. Several of those line items on page 210, for which there was an allocation, but as far as I am aware, based on the document in front of me, there was no spend. Can the Minister indicate why?
A lot of these work, as I said before, are work where we do a lot of the work in-house. We do have a coastal protection unit, and again, before you can go out there to do anything, you have to have proper designs. A lot of it is done in-house, and a lot of statutory requirements. So they are on the books because they are programs that we intend to pursue. Once we reach that point where we can then issue contracts, whether it be for a consultant or whatever it is, then we will go out for that.
Sure.
We can't spend on on any project unless we are ready to bring the project on board.
Sure. Member for Vancouver North. Thank you so much. D, Roads and Bridges. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. I am on line item. Well, I have 3 questions under this head, but I'm on line item 247, road construction, major road rehabilitation, pure. Having due consideration to... Yes, having due to consideration to your answers before in terms of how the bills are coming in, etc. I am looking forward in terms of the 2024 estimate of $80 million and the announcement that from both yourself and the Minister of Finance that all the roads in Trinidad and Tobago are due to be upgraded. Of course, and I understand that. So that brings me to my question in terms of can we get the list of works expected to be completed in 2024 if you have like an order of priority? And I'll explain why I'm asking this. For us, it will assist you in terms of informing members of the population, given that we are all representatives here, that we can say, look, within the first quarter of fiscal 2024, second quarter of fiscal 2024, you can expect that there would be some major roadworks, for example, in the Guaracara-Tabakit region, hopefully, so that you can expect traffic disruptions, etc. So we will assist you in getting information to the public in terms of where these major road rehabilitations will take place in 2024.
Thank you. But I'm proud to say that the Ministry of Works does have a very strong and robust communication department.
But everybody could use a little assistance.
We do advertise exactly where work is going to take place. The thing about our work program is subjected to change, all right? Because we have to look in terms of emergencies. We have to look in terms of things can happen and we have to reorganize the program. But our work program exists, but it is subject to change. And one thing I don't want to do is to disappoint somebody and say, look, next month we're going to pave that road, but because of some emergency or something like that, we have to divert the funding into something else like that, right? In terms of our 80 million here, the Minister did indicate that under state agencies, and this is pure. Pure does a lot of work with NIPDEC. The Minister has been very successful in raising loan funding for us. I don't anticipate that 80 million will be spent. I anticipate that much more will be spent on road rehabilitation. And that is one of the areas that the Minister said that loan funding will be provided. So we anticipate the road reconstruction program to continue at the pace that is going, where every day, every night, we have road paving taking place in this country, and it's throughout the country. And that will continue, because our drive is to upgrade every single road on a phase basis. And that is why we're working now with Rural Development, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Agriculture, to ensure that on a priority basis, we advance the roads that need repaving.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Minister. Now, while I understand your unwillingness to disappoint, I get that. For those of us who serve as representatives, while you may be able to communicate with the public, communicating with members of Parliament certainly would also assist.
Certainly we will do that. So whenever there are roads to be paved in your constituency, we will give you ample notice, because we are working with WASA similarly, where we actually get permission from WASA. Yes, we can go ahead. So we start to eliminate this thing about we paving a road and then you have the interruption of the WASA line. So and we can make that available to you. Look out, next week we come in to pave this road. Go ahead.
And that will really allow for a more efficient management on a community. Oh, he still had other questions underneath D. So
it's okay.
Yes. So it was just for the bridges line item 275, the bridges reconstruction program. 20 million was the revised estimate for 2023, but we're looking forward to $70 million under this line item. Similarly, to the previous line item, again, bridges reconstruction, when they are taking place within certain constituencies, once the information is communicated to us, we also have facilities to get a much more targeted audience. So while the ministry would be advertising to a wide audience, everybody in Trinidad and Tobago, if there are bridges under reconstruction in Tabakit constituency, I am much more poised to get that information to constituents than you would be able to.
Sure.
So again, if we can get, at the very least, now I appreciate that all of this is estimates and projections, so don't worry about disappointment, but if we can get an idea as to where these works will be taking place, I will take it as a projection. But if we can get that listing, I'd be very appreciative.
You can.
Thank you. Similar for landslip repair program, line item 276. Just where are we looking at in terms of 2024? Yeah?
All right, member for Carriages, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I have 3 questions, right? So the first question is under line item 247, road reconstruction, major road rehabilitation, and also it may fall under 297, pothole patching, spot paving, and sectional rehabilitation of critical roadway program. We have a number of large potholes in Madras Road and Chinchin Road. I'm hoping that under either of these 2 line items, this could be facilitated.
Yes.
Minister, and let me do the questions and then you can answer. The second question is Bridges Reconstruction Program, line item 275. We have a bridge on the Southern Main Road over the Cunupia River in which the pedestrian railing has basically been damaged by a vehicular accident and has been non-existent for the last year. And this is very, very dangerous. We have many children that walk along this pavement and that could actually fall into the river. I'm asking if under this line item that railing for this particular bridge could be repaired. And also on line item 276, landslip repairs program, we have a number of severe landslips along Fletcher's Road, if these could be addressed as well. So those are the 3 questions.
All right. But the first question under the rehabilitation, okay, you spoke about the potholes, and so we have a program ongoing for that right now, where the ministry would have engaged a lot of smaller contractors, so that will be taken care of under that. In terms of the railing, no, the railing is not, railing is more recurrent expenditure, and those things are handled in-house. If you could just send me a little note on that, I will get that done immediately for you. And the last question was?
Fletcher's Road landslips.
Yeah, the landslips, we have, again, those are not, this landslip provides major landslips. We do programs either under in-house or under the pure, and I am sure they will be on the program.
Thank you.
For Urupuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I refer the Minister to line item 295, rehabilitation of secondary roads, minor roads, agriculture and forestry access roads. As you know, mine is a rural constituency, as several of my colleagues here. But I noticed that we have no spend proposed for 2024. So this is not about 2023 and estimates coming in late, etc. This is about proposed spend for 2024. Is it that you have no spend expected in 2024, or this money has been wired, or money will come from somewhere else for this purpose?
Okay. Earlier, I think it would have been 2022. We would have gotten a line item for these secondary roads and the Ministry of Works. We had some outstanding bills, but you recall now that there's a separate company that works with us to do roads like this. So between the pure unit and this company, this is where this is being done.
Fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 284, Churchill Roosevelt Highway Extension to Manzanilla. Minister, I see there's an $80 million allocation for the new fiscal year. Is that for the completion of the highway?
Highways are ongoing. A highway from the Churchill Roosevelt to San Grande is ongoing. What this money here will do is to allow the phase that we are working on to be completed. We're hoping to have access to that phase in this financial year, and if additional funding is needed it will be via transferred, or in the mid-year review, we will go back for funding. But we're expecting to have, by April of next year, just like the San Fernando to Point Fortin Highway and the Valencia to Toco Highway, we're hoping to have that segment of the Wallerfield to Sandy Grande Highway open.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 275, Bridges Reconstruction Program. Honourable Minister, in 2023, this line item was allocated 80 million, but only 20 million was utilized. What we're seeing here in the revised estimates. For 2024, Honourable Minister, we are seeing $70 million allocated for this line item. And I want to make a plea to you, Minister, to consider the bridge at Randy Carter Road, the connector road between Felicity and Waterloo. I know you would have made statements on this bridge in the last fiscal term with respect to the mayor, Sharona's Borough, agriculture, etc. But this is a major thoroughfare connecting Felicity to Waterloo, that farmers utilize this to access their agricultural plots. At this critical time where Trinidad and Tobago is facing a food security crisis, I want to plead with you to consider repairing this Randy Carter Bridge when it is. Honourable Minister, before I was distracted by the member for Port of Spain South, I'm asking you if you can kindly consider refurbishing, repairing, reconstructing this bridge at the Randy Carter Road, please.
Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, this bridge reconstruction program, this deals with major bridges. It's a bridge program where we have identified, I think it would have been 92 bridges in Trinidad for reconstruction. We also do bridges under the PO unit. And we repair bridges and even the highway in-house. Okay, the Ministry of Agriculture does bridges under their program, and also local government. And there's a collaborative effort between all the agencies to do bridges. But this line items is for major bridges on the program. The Randy Carter Bridge is not a major bridge that was considered under this program. And as for the spending actually was 32 million and not 20 million. And as you recognize, sometimes you have delays on bridges and so bills continuously come in. And that is why although we spent 32 million this year, we actually anticipate 70 million with more bills because we are actually putting on, I think it's 30 major bridges on the program this year. And if funding is required, mid-year review, transfers.
Thank you for your response, Honourable Minister, and I ask of you kindly to collaborate with the Minister for Local Government, Minister of Agriculture, and amongst yourself with your cabinet colleagues, if it is consideration can be given for the reconstruction of the Randy Carter Bridge.
Sure.
Thank you.
Member for Baruga-Tableland.
Madam Chair, I would like to draw the Minister's attention to 288, construction of the Murga Highway. Minister, if you could give feedback as to what the 25 million was spent on in 23 and what we can expect in 24 with the projected 25 million.
Madam Chair, that Maruga area is a very challenging area, and I think the member knows that. We continuously have soil movement in that area. We started this project, and I don't want to go off the financial year we're speaking about, but we started that project with, I think, 21 landslips. I think we're up to about 80 now. So this is just a continuation because we are coming to a close on the part of the road that we had programmed. So this is to continue to finish a couple more landslips on the road, some more paving, and to pay off outstanding bills that we have. And then we would look in terms of a new program to continue, because it's an area that you constantly have land movement for several reasons. And it's an area that we just have to constantly be doing work. But we do have outstanding bills, and we do have ongoing work. Landslips, culverts, I think we still have one bridge or two that we may be working on. That money is to continue the work.
In light of the Minister's answer, Minister, you said the project is coming to a close. I know the initial commitment was $178 million. Could you say what part of that is spent already?
Oh, I think that figure might have gone to close to 200 and more million because of the increase in the amount of work.
You're talking about the Murga Road from Pitti Cafe
Yes.
to Mara?
I will, as the Member of Parliament, I'll give you a submission on the amount of work that went in there. Because as I said, we started on the initial expenditure of 21 landslips. We're up to 80 because it's an area where landslip continues to fall because of the soil type in the area. I mean, and it's not only on the Maruga Main Road, it's happening on all the secondary roads. It's an area that poses some challenge, like several other areas in Trinidad because of the soil type.
Not to be difficult, Madam Chair and Minister, but I have to pose this question. I know sometimes communication tend to fall down. Could I look towards that response from the Permanent Secretary? Because as a response, I would really...
Why don't you pose the question in a proper way? Use the proper channels that are available to you. That's what I would suggest.
Right. Minister, would you okay the Permanent Secretary to respond to me with regards to the relevant information?
I don't know if
because in the past...
I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. If you write
but remember, there are channels open to you where you get responses.
Respectively, Madam Chair, I would have exhausted all those channels.
So if you write to me and tell me what you want...
Have you posed that as a question or notice?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And you didn't get an answer?
Okay. Madam Chair, I would use the various means again. That too. That sometimes is necessary with this administration. Madam Chair, if you would, I'll
come back to you, Member for Carney Central.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions on the D. The first item is 247, road construction, major road rehabilitation. Honourable Minister, I know that my colleague, the member for Tabakit, would have asked for the proposed listing for this financial year. What I'm asking now is for the listing of completed projects in this financial year, if you can provide that in writing or verbally.
You mean in last financial
year?
On
last financial year, please, 2023. Is that information available, please?
Sure. I mean, if you pose a question the right way, I'm the duty bound.
Can you, will the Minister indicate the projects that were completed for a cost of $57,500,000 in financial year 2023?
Sure.
Next question. The Minister said sure.
So is it that you'll give us that in writing, please?
So what you want for the 57.5 million?
The 57.5 million. The list of projects.
Yeah, sure. So you want, okay, maybe way more than that, because I think we actually spent about 94 million. So
how long is the list?
It's very long.
Maybe I suggest
that's why I asked in writing, and he said if I pose it properly, so I pose it.
Yeah, no
if
problem.
you can give me that, yeah. Similarly, for line items 275, 276, and 295, please, Honourable Minister, same questions, the listing. Additionally, please, if you look at line item 297, I see we have a proposed spend or estimate of this financial year of $10 million. I do know that many of the roads in Carney Central still is in a deplorable state, and I see that the budget now for this financial year is an estimated $10 million when not much of those roads have been traversed for spot paving. Can Honourable Minister indicate why the disparity now of 10 million as compared to 50 million in last financial year?
Again, this is the estimate provided to us. What we intend to do is to transfer funding via funding once requested. But this project here is where we actually use small contractors to do more patching of we say localized infringements.
Yes, I get that. And what I'm saying is that many of the roads in Carney Central have yet to see these small contractors. So I'm making a plea that if you can send them in the constituency.
I also intend to, sorry, go ahead.
It will be appreciated. Additionally, last question. I make a plea for respect to the bridges reconstruction program. There's a Bailey Bridge in Arena Road, which has been existing for at least the last 7 to 8 years. If some work can be done or be considered in this financial year for that.
Member for Mumsga Tableland.
For remembering me, Madam Chair, I am much obliged. Minister, with regards to
I think thank you will be enough. Yes.
With regards to 247, the commitment for this financial year of $80 million. Minister, I know you would have met with the Barrackpore Taxi Association with regards to the Rocha Douglas roadway and various road networks in the Barrackpore area. And I don't want to say a commitment was given, but I'm asking if the minister could consider underneath this allocation for 24, if some relief could be given to the Barrackpore commuters and the Taxi Association with regards to some sort of road restoration. Also with regards to the Naparima-Miara roadway, you would admit that certain portions of that road need some address. And Hindustan, the Frederick area, I know you're acquainted with the area, Minister, because you visited relatively recently. Penal Rock Road, if the Minister don't mind providing an update. I know the Minister is on record in the Daily News with regards to a project or two in the Penal Rock Road and the 6 Company area.
Right, so Madam Chair, we have roadworks going on around the country. As we speak, that will continue, and the member is free to send the listing to us. It will be done on a phase basis. We prioritize, but I give you the assurance. And I'm really happy to hear some of the members opposed to us say they're actually seeing work going on. I'm really happy to hear that. I think it's the first time I'm hearing that. Both in drainage and roadworks, they're very happy. The work will continue. It will be done on a priority basis. And I can give you the assurance that the different districts, because this is where we get our work program from the districts, they are putting everything forward based on the budget. Everything has to be prioritized. But I will take your listing and I will pass it to the Director of Highways and have him make sure that it is considered in the work program.
Thank you, Minister.
G, Road Systems, Operations and Services, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 001 Traffic Management Program, which was allocated $4 million in 2023, and we're seeing $10 million for 2024. Honourable Minister, the Chase Village area along the southern main road, Chase Village in the vicinity of the Triangle, that is a continuous traffic situation, traffic nightmare for motorists. And I would like if you can advise if there is any traffic management plans in place for that area.
I know the exact area you're speaking about, and I know it is being looked at by the traffic management branch to come up with some solutions for that area.
So we can hope out of this 10 million to see some kind of proposal plans resolved to the traffic situation in that area in this financial year, right?
You know, I don't think work will take place, but it will not be from this line item, because we do have other line items. This is for specific work, but things like that, that is handled in-house, and so from our current votes and things like that.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And also in the exchange area by the traffic light there, we also would like some attention to be paid to that
under
area.
IDF?
No, that is not under IDF. Those works are done. A lot of those works that you're speaking about are done in-house under the current.
So they're not under IDF?
No.
All right. H, Sea Transport. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,490,909,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,490,909,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS, and thank you to all the representatives of the different agencies and corporations. Bye-bye. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, $358,779,000. I will now invite the Minister of Planning and Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very
Minister.
much, Madam Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to address this Standing Finance Committee as we consider the budgetary allocation of the Ministry of Planning and Development for fiscal year 2024. The Ministry of Planning and Development is responsible for leading and driving the implementation of critical development in social, economic, and environmental policy. We deliver essential services in spatial planning and national statistical data, manage a public sector investment program for sustained national development, together with responsibility for the development of an innovation ecosystem to further the diversification and growth of the national economy. All these functions align with the foundations of our National Development Strategy Vision 2030, which incorporates the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and seamlessly integrates our international commitments across 5 thematic areas. Madam Chairman, as you are aware, we are responsible for the National Development Strategy Vision 2030. Currently, the midterm strategy 2020-2025 is under review, and all ministries have been invited to provide further input. The Ministry of Planning and Development also has the responsibility for liaising with multilateral agencies on behalf of the government to advance avenues for economic, financial, and technical cooperation and other resources in support of national development in its many facets. The Ministry of Planning's remit includes the Chaguaramas Development Authority, the Environmental Management Authority, the Institute of Marine Affairs, the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Basel Conventional Regional Center for Training and Technology Transfer for the Caribbean. During this fiscal year, the ministry is entrusted with the vital task of monitoring a public sector investment program valued at $6.2 billion for 2024. We are fully committed to the 2024 budget theme, building capacity for diversification and growth. Over the next 2 years, we will be accelerating our implementation of the public sector investment program. Our primary objective includes eliminating PSIP bottlenecks that are experienced by ministries. To achieve this objective, the ministry will continue training programs that support capacity building efforts for successful project implementation, management, and execution. After several challenges, we are pleased to note that the Central Statistical Office anticipates the commencement of the 2023 Population Housing Census in 2024, delivering world-class socioeconomic data that will facilitate national planning. The CSO will also provide data on gross domestic product, estimates, price indices, and inflation, social and environmental statistics, labor force, and trade information. I would like to use this opportunity to express my gratitude and deep appreciation to my staff at the Ministry of Planning and Development, agencies, and statutory boards for their dedication and unwavering support in the preparation of this Standing Finance Committee meeting. I also wish to thank my Permanent Secretary, Deputy Permanent Secretaries, as well as heads of divisions and human resource divisions. I'm now available to address questions or concerns that my colleagues may have.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Let's hold 1 second, colleagues. Thank you, members. Thank you, Madam Minister. And again, I'd like to welcome the Permanent Secretary, Deputy Permanent Secretary, and the other senior executive technocrats of the Ministry of Planning and Development. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $358,779,000 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $358,779,000 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. And we are at subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 306. Item 001, General Administration. I recognize the member for point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, line item 06, remuneration to board members. 2024, the estimate is $324,000, and 2023, the payout were $1.4 million. Could you say, is there a decrease in the board members, or could you explain the decrease?
Yeah. Okay. What happened is that the ministry, we established a National Planning Authority, and the payment for the remuneration would have been under that head, and we were advised by the Ministry of Finance that's the wrong head. So that figure would have been some $1.165 million. That has now been removed, so that would account for the decrease. So the only payment now would be for the advisory town planning.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that would now fall under another head.
Thank you, and welcome to the staff of the ministry as well. Sub-item 14, I noticed that you had an estimate for $726,000, but you had no spend based on the documents in front of me. Can you advise whether there was any committee established in 2023?
Minister?
If there's any other committee? No. So head 14 is remuneration to members of a cabinet-appointed committee. You estimated a $726,000 spend, but there was none in 2023. But you have an allocation for 24. So is it that there was no committee established in 23, but it was established in 24?
Okay, so that is similar to what I just answered, so that the National Planning Authority will now be paid from there.
From here?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Item 003, Technical Cooperation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office. I will recognize member for Oropouche West, and then I'll go to Caroni East. We're on page 307.
But you've gone back up to 1.95. Madam, I want to verify that this number, this allocation, would be sufficient to ensure that there are no arrears to the NIS in fiscal 2024 going forward. Madam Minister?
I would think there would be any arrears.
Thank you.
I think so.
I now recognize member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Minister.
Good afternoon.
Line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. In 2023, the revised estimate, we have $21.8 million, and in 2024 estimate, we have $22 million with an increase in this fiscal year of $1 million. Could you give us an idea of how many vacant posts are proposed to be filled?
Okay,
Minister?
so that the allocation of $22.8 million received in 2024 represents an increase of $1 million over 23. The increase is as a result of filling 12 vacant posts during 23, and that includes 1 Director of Statistics, 3 Survey Interview 3, 4 Survey Interviewer 2, 1 EDP Control Supervisor, 1 EDP Operations Supervisors, 2 Statisticians 1.
Go ahead, member for Caroni East.
And, thank you, Madam Minister. Moving on to line item 08, vacant posts and salaries and COLA. We have in 2023 nothing spent in the revised estimate. We have roughly 500,000 budgeted in 2024. Could you give us an idea of how this allocation will be spent in this fiscal year?
Okay, so the allocation in the 2024 allocation of 500,000, that really would be the same estimate for 2023. There are 94 vacant posts without bodies, and it is anticipated that some of these posts will be filled. Out of the 168 vacant posts, 49 positions were advertised by the Service Commission Department in 2023 and expected to be filled in fiscal 2024. And these include 16 Survey Interviewer 1, 22 Statistical Office 1, 11 EDP Data Conversion Equipment Operator.
Thank you.
Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. Caroni East, proceed, member.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Minister, 08, again, vacant posts and salaries and COLA are very similar as the line item before. We have 500,000 budgeted in 2024 estimate, nothing spent in the in the 2023 estimate, nothing spent in the revised estimate, and then again we have another 500,000 in this year's estimate.
Okay,
Minister?
so in fiscal 2023, 18 positions were filled by the Service Commission. They amounted to 2 assistant directors, 1 town planner, 2 research officers, 1 development control supervisor, 5 development control inspectors, 1 administrative officer. Out of the 80 vacant positions, the following were advertised: 1 director, 6 town planners, 10 town planning assistants, 12 development control inspector 1. And as it regards to the 10 town planning assistants, applications were shortlisted and forwarded to the Service Commission Department. With respect to the development control inspectors, the DPA conducted interviews in August 2023. So it is anticipated that some of these positions will be filled in fiscal 2024. An increase will be for the meeting of those for the expenditure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on, item 006, Green Fund Executing Unit, and we're on page 308. Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. We're now on page 309. Item 001, General Administration, and I recognize the member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Line item 27, Official Overseas Travel. In 2022 actual, we have 703,000 being spent. And again, we have 750,000 in the 2023 recurrent expenditure, with only 200,000 being budgeted for the 2024 estimate. Why $550,000 lower in this line item when roughly 700,000 per year seems to be the norm?
I am expecting that midterm, if necessary, we would approach finance, because it is a ministry, as you're aware, would normally have, I wouldn't say a lot, but we would have some overseas travel. So.
Go ahead, proceed. Caroni East, member.
Thank you. Line item 37, Janitorial Services. We have 467,000 being budgeted in the 2023 revised estimate, and 645,000 being budgeted in the 2024 estimate. Just why the $178,000 increase, and could you please provide a list of the contractors and corresponding fees paid in 2023?
Honourable Minister.
Okay, fine. So that figure is a reflection of outstanding bills for that period, and I mean, I could give you the list now, but I think it's easier. I can submit it.
Via writing?
No problem. Yeah,
Right.
sure.
Submitted in writing?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Item 002, Library Service Unit, page 310. Item 003, Technical Corporation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office, page 311 Okay, I'll go with Urupuch West, and then I'll come back to you, Chinese.
Mr. Deputy Chair, Minister,
yes.
Line item 17, training. I see what may be a typographical in the 2022 actual spend because it says $305. So I suspect that is a typographical error. Can you confirm before we go forward?
I don't want to say yes. I didn't pick that up, but I'll have to check.
Thank you. You had an estimate spend under the same line item of $12,000, but your actual spend was $119,000. Can the Minister indicate what specific training took place under CSO during this period that was not anticipated when the estimates were done?
Madam Minister.
I'll have to give you that information. I can't give you that off the top of my head.
Thank you, Minister. If I may move on to telephones.
Okay, so I'm being advised that
number.
Training was for statisticians.
And so there's no projected training, similar training, because we've gone back to 12,000 again in 2024.
Well, I mean, I think because of the work that the ministry ministry is engaged in, yes. So if it is necessary, we would have to, look for some additional funds.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Moving on. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Minister, line item 16, contract employment. We have $1.3 million in the 2023 revised estimates, and we now have $2 million in the 2024 estimates with an increase of $700,000. Could you please state the number of contracted persons that are projected to be retained with this $700,000 increase in fiscal 2024?
Sure. During fiscal 23, CSO employed 59 persons on contract. This included 7 positions for the Tobago office, 1 statistical analyst, 1 field supervisor, 3 interviews, 2 business operations assistants, 1. The other positions, National Accounts Division 1, and in the Census and Survey Unit 50, 1 field officer, 13 field supervisors, 13 field enumerators, 1 driver courier. In the Census and Planning and Management Division, 1 census administrator. In 2024, it is expected that of the 5 vacant positions in the CSO Tobago office, the following positions will be filled: 1 statistical analyst 1, 1 statistical technician 2, 1 statistical technician 1. In the Census Planning Management Division, 1 business operator. The 2024 allocation will facilitate the salaries of contract employees in the CSO. The increase in allocation will facilitate the filling of position price intelligence officers 4, and contract employment 2024 CSO. The list of CSO employees and allocation of $2 million was received for fiscal 2024, exactly the same as for the period 2023.
Thank you. Minister, similar question for line item number 22, short-term employment. We have $2.2 million as the 2023 revised estimate, with $2.8 million, almost $2.9 million being estimated for 2024, roughly $689,000 increase. Could you please state the number of persons that are projected to be hired via short-term employment in this fiscal year?
Minister.
So the increase in the allocation is to facilitate the payment of salaries of short-term employees. That is 26 field enumerators. These officers are engaged in survey work in relation to the continuous sample survey of population. The 2024 allocation, as you said, is $2,889,000, and we believe that that is sufficient to facilitate all payments.
Thank you. And Minister, line item 37, janitorial services. Similar to the subhead before, could we get a list of the contractors and the amounts paid, please?
Yes, please. I can provide
it?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division, page 312. I recognize the member for Upuch West.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, estimate for 2023 was $90,000 on
line item,
item 22, short-term employment.
Line item?
22, short-term employment. So you had an actual of $76,000, estimate of $90,000. but your revised expenditure, which is your updated version as far as the information in front of me, is $940,000, with your estimate for 2024 being $202,000. All of those figures are substantially higher than your estimated for 2023. Can the Minister indicate what would have contributed to this rise from 76,000 actual 22 to 90,000 estimated to 940,000 revised and now to 202,000 for 24?
Okay, that's the short-term employment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, line item 22.
Okay, so that what we are anticipating there is that there are officers who are currently in short-term, and the expectation is that those officers would be then given a longer-term contract, and that, of course, that could anticipate either an increase in salary depending, or in some instances, a decrease, of course, in short-term employment, and that would therefore result, that would therefore account.
Okay, so I could see why that we would have moved from the revised to the 2024 estimate.
Yeah.
But why did we move from an estimate of 90,000 to a revised estimate of 940,000?
Well, the thing is that it would be for the same thing. If you're on short term, then you have a certain amount. If you go for a longer term, then that ought to be a substantial increase.
No, but we have a substantial increase in short-term employment. Is it that more persons were employed? Same sub-item 22,
no, I don't think it
estimate
is,
and revised estimate.
No, I don't think it is more persons. I think it's simply a question of shifting
Keeping
from
them
short
for a
term
longer period?
to longer term.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Carney East, you still have a question? Proceed, please.
Line item 16, contract employment. Minister, the 2023...
Same 22?
No, line item 16 now.
16.
16, 1/6.
Yes. For the 2023 revised estimate, we have roughly $4 million. And the 2024 estimate, we have $5.7 million, an increase of $1.7 million for this fiscal year. Could you please state the number of contracted persons that are projected to be retained with this $1.7 million increase?
Okay, so
Minister.
during fiscal 2023, there were 24 persons employed on contract in the division, 1 senior land use planner, 7 land use planners, 1 senior planning assistant, 4 planning assistants, 6 junior planning assistants, 1 GIS assistant, 2 enforcement officers, 2 enforcement officers. 1, the increase in allocation will cater for the salaries of recently recruited 6 land use planners in 2023. Subsequent to the close of last fiscal, both 2 assistant coordinators and 3 enforcement officers, 1 previously on short-term contracts awaiting cabinet approval to extend the life of these contracts. They have now been awarded longer-term contracts.
Item 006, Green Fund, executing unit, page 313. Carney East, proceed.
Thank you. Line item 16, a very similar question, contract employment. The 2023 revised estimate is for $1.7 million. This fiscal year, we have an estimate for $2 million with an increase of $300,000. Could you give us an idea of the persons that will be retained with this amount?
So in fiscal 2023, the Green Fund unit employed 3 persons on contract, that is 2 project support officers, 1 driver. The increase is required for the remuneration of additional positions advertised and interviewed for the Trinidad office, namely an internal audit specialist, 2 project accountants, 1 community liaison officers, 1 business operation assistant, 2. And these positions were interviewed and shortlisted between July and September 2023, and they are expected to be on board by November 2023. There are at present 6 existing members of staff on contract.
Item 005, non-profit institutions, page 318.
Did we miss 008, project planning and reconstruction division?
Yeah, 313.
313.
My apologies. My apologies. Item 008, project planning reconstruction division, page 313. Carney East, member.
Thank you. Line item 22, short-term employment. We have nothing in the 2023 revised estimate, and in the 2024 we have allocated $855,000 which is, of course, an increase of $855,000. Could you please state the number of persons that would be hired in this fiscal year under this allocation?
Okay, so in
Minister.
the 2024 allocation of that $855,000 will facilitate the remuneration of 4 project monitoring officers currently engaged on short-term employment, pending the approval of long-term contracts.
Member for Urupuch West. Asked and answered. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division, page 314. I recognize member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Line item 16, contract employment. We have 3.5 million as the 2023 revised estimate, and now we're moving to 3.75 million in the 2024 estimate. Could you please allocate for the extra roughly 200,000 in this fiscal year?
So in fiscal 2023, 6 persons were employed on contract, 1 biodiversity specialist, 1 climate change specialist, 2 research analysts, 1 waste management specialist, 1 ozone specialist. The increased allocation is to pay the salaries of the staff of the division which have had changes in terms of and conditions, namely the environmental analyst, business operation and assistants 2, and the driver messenger.
You okay, member?
Yeah.
Nice. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, library service unit. We now on page 315. Item 003, technical corporation. Item 004, central statistical office. Item 005, urban and regional planning division, page 316. Item 006, green fund executing unit. Item 008, project planning and reconstruction division. Item 009, environmental policy and planning division. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. We now on page 317. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 004, international bodies on page 318. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item non-profit institutions, member. Item 006, educational institutions. And I now recognize Caroni East, member.
Thank you. Minister, line item 01, the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute. We have an allocation of $28 million in the 2023 revised estimate, as well as the 2022 actual was also $28 million. Moving into 2024, we have an allocation, an estimated allocation of $24.3 million, which is a decrease of $3.6 million for this upcoming fiscal year. Could you please tell this House how this large decrease in allocation would affect the functioning of the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute?
Minister?
Well, I know what the expenditure and revenue is, and yes, there is a shortfall. It may be necessary, depending on what their estimated revenue is like in midterm, to approach the Ministry of Finance, and if that is necessary, I'll do so.
Okay. Item 007, households. I recognize member for Urupuch West.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, I note that your estimate for 2023 under sub-item 03, settlement to cane farmers, really 27.
Member, please, the mic. This is just the mic accordingly.
My apologies. Madam Minister, I'm referring to sub-item 03, settlement to cane farmers, really 2007 transition. Your estimated figure for 2023 was 1.5 million, but the revised estimate is half of that, 750,000. Can you provide some clarification as to why there was this reduction?
A reduction or an increase?
No, it's an increase from 23 revised to 2024, but there was a reduction. Your initial proposed, what Parliament had approved for 2023 fiscal would have been 1.5 million.
Yes.
That's the estimate. Your revised estimate, your revised spend for 2023 is actually half of that. So my question is, why Why only half?
Okay, so that you may or may not know that there is a court matter. Some people have accessed, I guess some, well, I'm assuming, waiting for the outcome, because based on the outcome, as you know that there were different payments based on the tranches. So let us say in 2021, you had 48 cane farmers, about 1.1 million, 2022, 62 farmers, 1.4. We are, let us say, playing it safe, depending on the outcome of the matter, that the allocation is there.
Good.
If they decide to access it, well, the funds is available.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 009, other transfers, page 319. I recognize member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Line item 01, the Environmental Management Authority. In 2022, we had an actual of $50.7 million. In 2023, revised estimate, we have $42 million, but in 2024, we have budgeted as an estimate $40 million, which is a decrease of $2 million. And the question is, how would this affect the functioning of the EMA?
Okay, so that there was a court matter and legal fees outstanding of $2 million. Those fees were paid, so therefore that figure is no longer necessary.
Item 010, other transfers abroad, page 319. Honourable members, we now proceed to the statutory boards and similar bodies, and we are on page 477. Item 004, statutory boards, page 477. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies of the Tobago House of Assembly. 02, Institute of Marine Affairs. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 477. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 478. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. 49, Chagaramas Development Authority. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 486. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 487. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Honourable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the development program, and we are on page 131, New Book, Development Program, page 131. Consolidated Fund. Item 001, Pre-Investment. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, pages 132 and 133. Honourable members, Item 004, Social Infrastructure, spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. M, Central Statistical Office, page 132, and I recognize member for Caroni East.
Thank you. I would like to just begin with a general comment. In the 2023 estimate, we had budgeted by the Central Statistical Office roughly $39.7 million. In the 2023 revised estimate, we have only spent $7.5 million, which is pretty much, which says that $32 million was unused in 2023. So at some point, I would like the minister to please account for why $32 million was not spent in this consolidated fund for the Central Statistical Office.
Minister.
Okay.
Minister.
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, so that, would that be 045? Where are we? Or would that be 0?
It's a general.
Yeah, okay, so I'll try and deal with a couple things based on your overall. So if I can deal with the population housing census, that is 057. So there was a pilot survey in March 23, February, March, and actually the census is due to start in May 23 and should finish in May 24 and finish in August of 24, and that will be for a period of 3 months. We will be using monies for the recruitment of staff for the census division, the procurement of IT infrastructure for the population and housing census, and the conduct of the census pilot. There was the procurement in 2023 of the IT equipment, the census administrator, 2 statistical officers, and a consultant to revise the organizational chart. They were recruited. There was also the allocation to facilitate for the procurement of tablets and desktops. That's for the gross domestic product. There was the recruitment of 19 staff, 1 field coordinator, 3 field supervisors, 12 field interviews, and 3 business operational assistants. So what I would like to say is that we spent quite a bit of time doing some recruitment, getting the kind of infrastructure, the appropriate tablets and desktops, of course, with the recognition of what has been happening internationally with hacking and other things, to make sure we have the kind of equipment that is protected because of the fact that data. So yes, we haven't done as well as we anticipated, but we believe now we have the staff recruited, the equipment, the appropriate consultants, so that we expected that next year we should be reporting a lot better.
Okay. Minister, you indicated 19 staff were hired for line item 58 in this upcoming fiscal year.
Yes.
How much persons would be hired in line item 57?
In 57.
Which is the conduct of the,
I can't give you the exact figure because that will also require some temporary staff. Just give me a minute and let me see if I can keep. I think we're probably looking at pilot survey would be 87, information technology would be 19, technical staff 36, and census unit staff 14.
Thank you. And Minister, another question quickly. Line item 59, the conduct of the MICS Plus survey.
39 or 59, sorry.
Okay.
59?
59.
Okay.
Line item 59.
Yeah, sure.
It's a new project with $1 million being budgeted. Could you give us a little more information on this project?
Okay, so this multiple indicator survey, cluster survey, is a method that capitalizes on an opportunity to use telephones to collect population-based data. MICS Plus is a longitudinal representative household survey tool with interview conducted over the phone, collecting data on the situation of children, families, and household on a frequent basis. It accumulates longitudinal data which are quickly analyzed and disseminated. It is, of course, much cheaper and faster than the traditional face-to-face surveys. You would know that the household surveys, they take considerable time and investment into design, implementation, and so. So the MICS Plus is a different mode of data collection and does not replace the multiple indicator cluster survey. It focuses on data gaps that are desired to be measured with high frequency and which are subject to seasonality.
Okay.
Page 133. Recognized member for Oak Ridge West.
Good, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, 002, an area that's very close to my heart, that is the establishment of an archaeological heritage site at Banwari Trace. I notice you have a proposed spend of $500,000 for 2024. Can you advise specifically what will be done with that funding?
The floor at Benab, screen walls at the toilet area, secure storage room. I can give you the clause as well. Floor at Benab, 125,000. Screen walls at toilet, 75,000. Secure storage room shed, 75,000. Landscaping with traditional flora, 75,000. Outfitting of the Benab and archaeological mock pits, 150,000.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, is any provision going to be made? I know it may not be under this head, but for advertising of the site itself, so that it becomes a little bit more familiar even with persons within the community and within Trinidad and Tobago itself?
I don't quite understand.
All right, so Banwari site has substantial historical acclaim, but it's not well known, it's not well popularized. So my question is whether or not any consideration has been provided. You have established physical structure there now, but whether any consideration has been established for promoting
Oh, you mean in
site.
terms of like putting up a yes, definitely. Like
Not just the signage, but
yeah.
online marketing and that sort of thing.
Well, yes, through the National Trust, because they do tours everywhere, and of course, once we completed this, that will also be added to the as well to the list.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Minister.
Sure.
Thank you. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, pages 134 to 137. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. C, Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, page 134. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Line item 1010, implementation of critical infrastructure works at Kariri facilities. Madam Minister, we have nothing budgeted, nothing in the 2023 revised estimate being spent, and we have, it's a new project, 1.5 million in the 2024 estimate. Could you give us an idea of how this 1.5 million will be spent?
Okay, so it's really to commence infrastructural works that will be done at the Kariris, that is at the UE campus facilities.
Just infrastructure.
Okay. Well, okay, I can't give you anything more at this stage, but
okay,
I can provide you with some more information, some more details.
Sure. You okay, Caroni East?
Yeah.
I'm moving on now to member for Upuch West.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm looking at line item, sub-item 005, recycling of tire crumbs into asphalt mixes. Ma'am, you had an estimate of 710,000 for fiscal 2023, but your revised estimate is 410,000, and you have zero estimate for 2024. Can the Minister indicate what would have caused the interest what would have caused you not to be interested in pursuing the project?
No, the project is completed actually. The plant was completed, trial runs were held with the contractor coming on board. So no, it's not a question where we don't have it. So that's why there isn't an allocation this year.
So is it that you would have overestimated in 2023?
No. Where there's no need for further allocation because at this point in time, there's no request for further funding because of the completion.
Thanks.
D, Chagaramas Area Development. I recognize the member for Caroni East.
Thank you. I'll just like to make a very short statement at first. Minister, for the entire Chagaramas area development, in the 2023 estimate, we have an allocation of $6.9 million. But in the revised estimate for 2023, only $2.6 million was spent. So that's quite a substantial amount that was not spent. But now we're coming back to allocate $10.6 million in the 2024 estimate. Could you give us any reasons why much of the $6.9 million was not spent in the fiscal 2023?
Yes.
Minister.
So that in relation to 039, which is the police post, so they entered a contract in the sum of $4,839,347. So 10% was awarded for the start of the contract, and they mobilize. That's basically for the mobilization, so that that will address that particular one. Was there another one?
We have 33.7 development of nature trails and parks, where 1.5 million was estimated in 2023 and nothing spent, as well as we have the line item 44, electrical upgrade of the CDA's head office, where 1.5 million was estimated in 2023 and nothing spent in the revised estimate.
Okay, so as it relates to 0.4, again, 10% mobilization was paid, the contract has been awarded, and that is expected to be completed in December of 2023. And
also, line item 45, refurbishment works to the boardwalk, phases 1 and 2, we have 2.5 million being allocated in the 2024 estimate, and this is a new project. Could we get a possible end date or completion date for this project?
I don't have that, but I can tell you that it will be the construction and installation of a play park, replacement of the PVC board on phase 1, installation of the green heart lumber, refurbishment of vending huts, and upgrading the lighting of the boardwalk, phase 1 and 2, seawall repair. So as it relates to the end date, I can provide you that on another occasion.
Thank you.
A, Administrative Services, pages 135 and 136. I recognize the member for Urupuch West.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm looking at sub-item 020, restructuring of CSO of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, you had estimated $2 million in 2023, of which your revised version of $550,000. But you have no estimate for 2024. Can the Minister advise why? Sub-item 020.
Okay, so that in fiscal 2023, funds were spent on the procurement of IT equipment, laptops, tablets, monitors, and network infrastructure. The revised National Statistical Institute for Trinidad and Tobago bill was submitted, and that is presently before the Legislative Review Committee, and that will then decide how we move forward.
Okay, so the fact that you have no estimate for 2024 is premised on the coming into being of the National Statistical Institute.
Yes.
Thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Line item 93, development of the mariculture industry in Trinidad and Tobago. In 2023, the revised estimate was $520,000. We now have $1.9 million estimated for 2024. Could you give us an idea of how this allocation will be spent in this fiscal year?
Minister.
The mariculture facility has been completed, and the project continues from 2023 to 2024. The increase in allocation is to facilitate the upgrade of IT infrastructure, recruitment of a senior research officer and a technician. These positions will be transitioned to the establishment structure, the refurbishment of a 20-foot container for the development of an oyster hatchery and an oyster nursery, a vehicle for the use of the research staff. And the project is, this project is an ongoing project, of course, that started way back in 2018. It's continuous, and we are looking at an end date in 2028.
Great. Also, we have line item 99, development of a national manpower plan. Yes. In the 2023 estimate, we had roughly $1.2 million budgeted, but in the 2023 revised estimate, only $100,000 spent. Now for 2024, we have $1.4 million budgeted again. Could you give us an idea of how these monies will be spent and why only $100,000 was spent in 2023 out of $1.2 million?
So in 2023, the Ministry of Planning and Development completed the advertisement for invitation of tenders for the consultancy for the development of the manpower plan. The evaluation of tenders was completed, and the award of recommendation from the evaluation committee was accepted. The recommended consultancy's financial proposal cited was $1,415,023. It should be noted that the design and printing of the books, that will cost some $50,000. The proposed activities in 2024 will be the completion of the engagement of the consultant. The total cost, $1,429,000. The estimated days, 188. funding proportioned in 2024, 1,429,000.
Minister, line item 107, Smart City Infrastructure. We have 1.5 million being estimated in 2023, nothing spent in the revised estimate in 2023, and then nothing allocated in the 2024 estimate. Has this project been abandoned or has it been completed? Could you give us a status update?
We have discussed the transfer of that in the Ministry of Digital Transformation, where we feel that project is best suited.
Thank you. Line item 111, Sustainable Development Goals. We have 1.5 million being in the 2023 estimate, 100,000 being spent in the 2023 revised estimate. We have another 2 million being budgeted for this fiscal year. Could you give us an idea of why only 100,000 was spent in 2023 out of 1.5 million?
As it relates to this, first of all, the increase in allocation would be to commence preparatory work to facilitate the project entitled Compilation of Sustainable Development Goal Indicators for Trinidad and Tobago. The University of the West Indies Center for Health and Economic presented a UE SDG indicator measurement study proposal to the Ministry of Planning and Development for collaboration and funding. The revised memorandum of agreement for the University of the West Indies / Center of Health and Economics Ministry of Planning and Development project is submitted to review. For review is currently on hold to facilitate a meeting between the university and the Ministry of Planning. We feel that the University of the West Indies is best placed to be able to help us to execute a project of this nature, because there is such a department where that expertise exists.
Thank you. And also line item 112, Establishment of the National Planning Authority. We have 2 million as the 2023 estimate, nothing being spent in the 2023 revised estimate, and it's coming back as 3 million now in 2024. Could you give us a little status on that?
Sure. Okay, so the National Planning Authority has now been established, so that we are of the view that these are some of the things that will be done, which is the recruitment of a chief executive officer, the engagement of a change management consultant to manage the transition from the Town and Country Planning and Division to the NPA, the conduct of a manpower assessment, the development of a strategic plan, and of course we're looking to have facilities for the National Planning Authority. We do have a figure as well allocated, and we are working with the Ministry of Public Administration so that they can have their own offices. They are presently have the benefit of utilizing space at the Ministry of Planning and Development.
Member for Urupuch West, I recognize you.
Thank you very much. Sub-item 073, project automation of the construction permit process. Madam Minister, as you are aware, this was one of those very critical items listed on the ease of doing business where we were feeling very badly. In 2023, much ado was made about a $2.5 million allocation, of which you've only spent $900,000. Clearly, this would have an impact on the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. Yes. I note that you've spent $1.1 million. Well, you propose to spend $1.1 million in 2024. So my question is multifold. What caused us not to proceed with it to the extent that you wanted to, you had proposed to do in 2023? And whether or not this 2024 estimate would complete the process for the automation of the construction permit process?
So that, let me just say that the process, that is the project, has been fully implemented. That is in both in Trinidad and Tobago, and that was done this year. The activities to support the project includes changes, enhancement to the system to meet the needs of applicants, training and retraining sessions for front and back end users, stakeholders meetings, develop TT launch of remaining e-services at TCPD, and of course salaries for staff who support the day-to-day activities of the project. The truth is that whilst we recognize the importance of this project, because we know that this is an issue that has been in the public domain for some time, we have been able to collect the data that shows us that we have improved substantially in terms of real-time application. Of course, we are looking towards reducing the time that is taken between the application and the completion of the application, so that what I've given you there, we now have mapped out what is needed to be done, and we expect that in 2023-24 we would be in a better place to deliver.
Thank you, Minister. Just as a follow-up, so are you confirming that in fact the process for the construction of, for the automation of the construction permit process is fully implemented?
It's completed, yes.
So that this that would have been done based on the $900,000 for fiscal 2023?
I can't say if it was that entire sum that was used, because of course we do have the issue of both staff as well as equipment, so I don't want to give you that wrong information.
Thank you.
C, Foreign and Technical Assistant, page 136, member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Line item 003, Technical Cooperation Facility. We have $1 million being spent in 2023, and now we have $500,000 being the 2024 estimate. And I see this is a project that's funded under an EU grant. Could you just give us a little more information on this, please?
It's just that we are midway, so in truth and in fact we have made some headway, so we don't need the entire sum.
F, Public Buildings, member for Caroni East.
Line item 025, relocation of the Town and Country Planning Division to the VAT building. We have an allocation of $5 million in the 2023 estimate, nothing being spent in the 2023 revised estimate and nothing allocated in the 2024 estimate. Could you just give us a status on this project?
Unfortunately, the building is no longer available, so in a sense we're sort of back to square one, looking again.
Member for Upuch West.
Project outfitting of the EMA's office for the differently abled. You had budgeted $1.5 million. You have spent $100,000 in 2023. Given that this is essentially for the differently abled, can you advise why the project was not completed in 2023? Because I see, based on your estimate now, it may be completed in 2024.
Well, just to put it simple, there is a contractor, but the figure requested is more than what is presently allocated. We are in the EMA is in some negotiations, so things look positive. Let's put it that way.
Thank you.
B, Administration, page 137, member for Caroni East.
Thank you. I just have a statement first, and then I'll have a question after. We have in the 2023 estimate, $7.8 million being budgeted. In the 2023 revised estimate for administration, we have $3.5 million being spent. Perhaps the minister can tell us why roughly $4 million was unspent in 2023. Having said that, line item 1414, designation and management of the Caroni Swamp as an environmentally sensitive area, we have $3 million being budgeted in the 2023 estimate, only $300,000 being spent in the 2023 revised estimate. We are coming back now with $2.75 million in 2024. If you can give us some more details into that and why only $300,000 was spent in 2023.
So as it relates to the designation of the Caroni Swamp, let me advise that for fiscal 22-23, the procurement process was completed and a consultant selected to undertake the activities of this project. The activities required to complete the project include to continue conducting some meetings, the normal stakeholders meetings, some visits, the Management Advisory Committee working group for the provision of oversight and the technical expertise to the EMA and a consultant contractor with respect to the designation of the environmentally sensitive area and post-designation activities to complete the process to clearly define survey boundaries for the proposed ESA, the development of a legal notice and administrative record for the designation of the Caroni Swamp as an ESA, revise the management and implementation of the plan for the Caroni Swamp ESA to develop and implement the public awareness and education program. Of course, whilst this is a very, very important project, I think I know you recognize that what I have listed here is not a simple exercise, but the fact that they have the process, the procurement process is completed and the consultant, it means that, and they have mapped what has to be done, they should be in a better place because the allocation is there to be able to make substantial headway.
Thank you, Minister. So the project is ongoing. Do we have any idea of projected end date?
No, I can't. I don't think I could give you that at this time, but I can certainly undertake to get some information.
Thank you. And moving on to line item 15, marine space remote sensing. Yes. We have 1 million being budgeted in 2023 estimate, with only 100,000 being spent in the 2023 revised estimate, and now we have 1.6 million being budgeted in the 2024 estimate. Could you give us any idea of how the 1.6 million will be spent in this fiscal year and why only 100,000 was spent in the last fiscal year?
Okay, so during fiscal 2023, the procurement of computer equipment began as well as the recruitment process for staff. The project commenced in 2023 and is scheduled to last 3 years. The goal of this project is to enhance and operationalize the remote sensing and trajectory modeling capability of the IMA. For fiscal 2024, the project activities will include the acquisition of a remote sensing data processing system, a drone system, a water testing supplies, and the acquisition and the training of staff.
Infrastructure Development Fund, page 224. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services, page 225. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $358,779,000 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $358,779,000 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Madam PS, Deputy PS, and all the senior executives and technocrats of the Planning and Development Ministry. Thank you. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Welcome, Madam Minister of Sports. Welcome to the Permanent Secretary and also the senior executives of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, $483,963,200. I will now invite the Minister of Sport and Community Development to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Madam Minister.
The mandate of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development is to nurture our nation's greatest resource, our people, by fostering athletic talent and promoting sustainable community life in Trinidad and Tobago, consistent with the government's Vision 2030 and in keeping with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The Ministry was realigned on August 28, 2020 to ensure optimal benefits for all citizens. The Ministry embodies a crucial fusion of community vitality and empowerment, physical vigor, strategically harnessing the synergy of its three integral divisions: the Physical Education and Sports Unit, the Community Development Division, and the Mediation Unit. Additionally, the Ministry has oversight for 4 key state entities: Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Commission for Self-Help Limited, Trinidad Boxing Board of Control, and Export Centers Company Limited. To achieve the outlined objectives, the Ministry has a workforce of 478 persons, which includes public officers, contract employees, and short-term staff, managing over 300 community centers, 5 community mediation centers, 17 regional complexes, 9 community swimming pools, 7 indoor sporting facilities, 5 stadia, 3 national sporting facilities, and several recreational grounds. At the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, we remain committed to improving the lives of all our citizens through sport and through community empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $483,963,200 for Head 79, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $483,963,200 for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we're on page 356. I recognize the member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. I just want to find out, this line item here is for, covers all the positions under the Ministry of Sports and Community Development, or sports alone, because I see on the other page, it's community development is a separate division. Is it sports alone for 9.8 million? 01.
This is the figure for established public service posts in all areas. Established public service posts in all areas of the ministry.
Okay. Thank you. And line item 14, remuneration to cabinet appointed committees. Could you indicate what is the purpose? What was the purpose for this committee in 2024? What is the purpose? Because I see it was budgeted in 2023, it was not used, and we are now budgeting 50,000.
Okay, we had an allocation for it in 2023 because we anticipated a cabinet appointed committee for the Commonwealth Youth Games, but we ended up using a committee that was headed down at Sport TT in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee. For fiscal 2024, we intend to delve deeper into doing some work with the schools. So we anticipate an establishment of a committee to assist us in sport in schools and sport in communities.
Thank you.
And the Sport Commission, which is supposed to be established also.
Anti-doping, don't forget that one.
My pleasure.
Item 002, Physical Education and Sport Division. Item 003, Community Development Division, page 357. Item 004, Best Village. I recognize member for Point of View.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, under Best Village, salaries, cost of and living allowance, $3.1 million. Just my own appreciation, how many, this total number of staff that makes up that complement there in Best Village? I think they do fantastic work.
Okay. We have 47 established public service posts, 33 filled, 2 with acting bodies, and 12 vacant positions for the public service posts.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 358, item 001, General Administration. I recognize the member for Caroni Central.
Yes, Honourable Minister, when you look at line item 16 and 22, and you collectively add those figures, it is in around $10.5 million, which is being used for contract and short-term employment. It seems as though that the entire division, this entire ministry is equal in par in terms of public servants and those on short-term and contract employment. Is that the case, Honourable Minister?
No, that's not the case. Mr. Chairman, through you, the ministry has 342 contract positions, but only 89 filled and 253 vacancies. Yeah.
But in terms of the spent, Minister, when you look at the total that was spent in terms of the public servants, the first question I asked you this afternoon, in respect of 9.8 million, and when you take short-term and contract employment, in terms of the spent, it's on par with each other.
Okay,
So
you will note that we have 449 established public service posts with only 188 positions filled. It's a pretty large ministry. You're taking care of community development, which handles over 300 community centers. You work with the community groups throughout Trinidad. The Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy competition unit is under this ministry. Also, you have mediation. Then you have sports, taking care of the different sporting facilities throughout Trinidad. So it's a large ministry. In 2020, we brought together 2 large portfolios, sport and community development. Hence the reason the numbers are so large. It's a huge ministry.
2, Physical Education and Sport Division, page 359. Item 003, Community Development Division, pages 359 and 360. Item 004, Best Village, pages 360 and 361. Item 005, Mediation Centers, page 361. Item 006, Dwight York Stadium, 362. I recognize the member for... On what line item?
No, we wouldn't be able to ask a question as there are no figures there, sorry.
Thank you. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 362. Item 001, General Administration, page 362. Item 002, Physical Education and Sport Division. Item 003, Community Development Division. Item 004, Best Village. Item 005, Mediation Centers. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions, page 364. And I recognize Member for Tabakit, and then I'll come to point of pay.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, I'm at line item 05, contributions to community-based organizations. Can we get an idea of which community-based organizations benefited from the $4 million in revised estimates, please?
It's a pretty strange name of the vote. I don't think the name of the vote reflects what the vote does. That vote is for programs run through the community centers that we may do in collaboration with community-based organizations or organizations that extend services. So, for instance, we may be running a
table
craft program, or we work with YTEP or MIC to run a program through a community center. So the name doesn't fit the vote, but that's what the vote does. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So
Member,
perhaps so this really runs the programming for community centers. So, for instance, in fiscal 2022-2023, we trained over 6,900 persons in handicrafts and soap, how to make soaps and oils and so on. That's the vote that the programming come from. We ran 2 cycles this year.
Okay, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
So
Proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess in terms of line item 15, contribution to non-profit institutions, that same space, right?
Right.
Maybe that's why, because I was wondering about it. It seemed as if it was a duplication,
right.
But based on your explanation.
No, so one is community-based organization that you work with to do community programs through your community centers.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And 15 is non-profit institutions or sports-serving bodies, national governing bodies. So, for instance, your TTA, Trinidad and Tobago Football Association, your Trinidad and Tobago Golf Association, your athletes who are going to travel abroad to participate in regional and international competitions. That's where that comes from.
Okay, excellent. So would we be able to then get a breakdown of
I can
where
give
that...
it to you right now.
I would appreciate that very much.
Proceed.
Okay, so that would come from note number 8. It's a very long list. I'll be more than happy to read it out to you.
When you say long, Madam Minister, how long?
It's I have the information here. It's
No, but how long, Madam Minister? You can call some. You'll call out some of it.
I can give
I'll give you the opportunity to call out some.
The purpose of the committee is to provide the information, so I'm more than happy to provide the information. So for the fiscal year 2020 to 2023, some of it would include support to high-performance athletes like Aaron Prince, elite athlete. You have Anthony Joseph. He's an elite athlete also. Akil Campbell, Asa Guevara, who's into athletics to the tune of $75,000. Dwight Hilaire, he's an elite athlete also, $187,500. Dylan Carter, who is a swimmer, $250,000. Eric Harrison, $75,000. Jeremy Richards, $250,000. Gerard Elcott, $75,000. Keyshawn Walcott, $250,000. Quasi Brown, $187,500. Kyle Crew, $75,000. Michelle Cedeno, he's also into athletics, $75,000. Michelle Liai, $250,000. Nicholas Paul, elite athlete in the area of cycling, $250,000. Nigel Paul, he's a boxer, $362,500. Tennille Campbell, she's a road cyclist, I think our very best in female road cycling. She's from South, $75,000. Tiana Guy, very good female boxer, $362,000. She received, her figure is that high because her application was processed late from 2021, so she received 2 times for 2021 and 2022. The check was given in 2023. You have Akani Hislop. I think he got a Hummingbird medal last year in athletics, $95,000. And Dwelly Wright, he's a long jumper, $85,800. You have Chelsea Mohan, support, that was karate, Commonwealth Karate Championship, $6,800. Shakita De Boulay, badminton, $60,000. Carissa Bonds, and I can list the athletes and how much was given. The amounts are different because for elite athletes, there's a specific rubric. So if you're in the top 40 or the top 30 or the top 20, top 10, it's different tiers. Yeah? So that's where that money comes from. So it says nonprofit institution, but it's for individual athletes, groups that are traveling, that type of thing. Yeah? Mm-hmm.
Point of view, you still have a question? Proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 10, Best Village program, 5 million is budgeted for 2024. I know that program does tremendous work. A lot of people, the communities, groups, and so forth depend on that program. It excites the whole community and the people. Best Village, right? $5 million. I'm putting a plug. Is that sufficient given the kind of work that they do? Because I'm aware and I'm asking respectfully. A lot of those individuals or groups depend on the little stipend that they get, and it has been sometimes been in arrears or delay in getting to them. So I'm asking under your good office if you can look at that.
You're talking about a different vote. This vote specifically is for the actual programming. So Best Village groups that want to do programs in their community, they apply for community development grants, and they can do as they please in their communities, whether it's having drumming workshops and that kind of thing to keep the culture alive in their communities. This is the actual programming, the curriculum, the program that you see for the year for Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition, and I'm happy that you're making a plug for more money.
Yeah.
More money in Best Village is always good.
No, but even the prizes, Minister, when they take out, they could just look into that.
The good thing is that it's Best Village turned 60 this year, and I think we can all agree that it's not what it used to be. COVID had also put a huge damper on Best Village, and we're trying to get more groups out again. So we're having consultations in November and December to really get from the Best Village community to see how we can improve it in this fiscal year. We turn 60, it's an opportune time to, look into it and make some changes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 007, households. Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back. Honourable Minister, line item 10 and 11. I see these are new items. Can you indicate, what will these programs entail, and what areas will these programs be rolled out to?
Yes. This is nationwide. We're dealing with 10 community sporting program. Part of this program used to be under development program, and we requested from the Ministry of Finance that we bring it over into recurrent as a new item. But this would cover programs like the Pink Rain campaign promoting women and girls in sports. I'm sure you've seen Girls Run TT, which won the President and IDB Award last year for innovative program in the public service, where we have over 400 girls running up to 282 miles each. We have Let Her Dance, Let Her Cheer, Let Her Play, just promoting women and girls in sports. We're trying to bring the participation to 50-50. If you look at our teams traveling abroad or participating at the higher level of high-performance sports, it's more male-dominated. So in the Commonwealth, the whole idea, or there's a drive to get us to a place of 50-50 representation by 2025. I think that we're a far cry from it, but we have girls participating in some areas that are non-traditional, like what you're seeing Tennille Campbell doing in road cycling, or Gabriella Woods doing in judo. So it's about developing women and girls in sports. The SHAPE program also comes from this vote. And SHAPE program, we train administrators, managers, coaches, getting them certified to run their community groups, providing support to your groups in your different areas to help to run their camps. What else we do under here? And this vote will also be working with schools to improve sport in schools. Sport in schools is primarily under the Ministry of Education, but as it relates to the technical support and some hand-holding needs to be done, and we're doing that through the Ministry of Sport and Sport TT. And that is what this vote is going to cover.
Member for Muruga Tableland? Member for Pointe-à-Pierre? No? Item 009, other transfers. Member for Caroni Central.
Minister, again, I want to highlight what I call the deficient funding to the anti-doping organization, given that they are mandated to do so much in respect of the anti-doping Act, which was Amendment Act, which was passed just last year, or earlier this year, sorry. So my question to you, Honourable Minister, will this amount of $300,000 allow for the operation of the anti-doping organization?
Yes, that's what we have been. This vote covers the fees to WADA and to RADO. This is not specifically their programming. Whatever they need for programming, it's based on what WADA is requesting on them. The request would not be the same every year. So when they submit their request, it would come from that same non-profit institution, vote number 15, that we discussed earlier. So this really is for their fees to their international organization, but their programming come from the vote non-profit institution. And this year we're taking steps to have the proper establishment of the NADO, and WADA is working hand in hand with us. We passed the legislation earlier this year in June, and kind of setting an example for other Caribbean countries. So the ministry is working hand in hand with TTOC on getting the job done. So thank you.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Member for Shagona cease.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 01 National Commission for Self-Help Limited. Minister, I note the decrease under this line item of $1.4 million, and the 2023 estimates being that of $12.2 million, and the 2024 that of $10.7 million. Minister, in terms of the Chaguanas East constituency, I would have forwarded some letters to your office, your goodly office, and one of the things, I'm not saying that persons have not received some grants, but over the last year and a half, a lot of them, we have been doing follow-ups, they have been doing follow-ups in terms of the respective officers, but they are receiving the information in terms of their grants and approval, and actually receiving the grants, that their grants are approved, and it's a long waiting period. Any word on that, or what assurances can you really give to them at this stage?
I think we have this discussion about self-help every year. I'm not too worried about the reduced allocation, because it's about utilizing the funding, and when we come back at mid-year, we hope to access more funding. Now, if you apply for self-help, you would be noted as approved, and we ask them to change that language in telling people that they're approved. What we should be saying is that your application, you've submitted a completed application. But when you tell people I think it's a wrong language. I think it's a wrong language being used. What self-help is doing now is revising its policy. Right now, if you apply to self-help, you'll get through. If I apply to self-help, I'll get through with the salary that I make, with the salary that you make. And so it makes it challenging in telling you that you've been approved but you haven't received your check. Priority would be given to the persons who need it most, the low-income people, the seniors, and so on. So right now you have I would say over 10,000 persons in the self-help registry as saying that they are approved from over the years. But of course the allocation doesn't allow us to give to all 10 or 16,000 persons that are in the register. So just like your constituency has persons waiting, my constituency has persons waiting. So I think it's all about the persons in self-help going out and doing the work, and then doing the assessment as to who needs it most, who to serve first. It doesn't say that you're not going to be served. It's just that you're not in line in this batch. We do the very best we can with the allocation. Of course, we'd like more. Everybody would like more. So we trust self-help to continue doing their work to the best of their ability with the allocation. I believe that we'll be able to use up this allocation by mid-year, because we made a request for a release at the end of last fiscal year and it didn't come through on time. So we have some outstanding bills and some people to catch up with from last fiscal year to go again. So by mid-year, we'll be knocking on the Ministry of Finance's door for more support for National Commission Self-Help.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Two questions. One concerning self-help. One has to do with suppliers. There are a number of hardwares, for instance, that will tell you they are unwilling to give applicants an invoice because they said that, over the years, self-help does not pay on time. They no longer are interested in doing any business with self-help. So constituents sometimes have a challenge. I've had instances where constituents had to go to a hardware all the way in Shogunas from St. Augustine, even though there are several hardwares in the vicinity. Can you explain to us why this challenge? These are people who were approved and they would have submitted an invoice from their neighborhood hardware, but then they were asked to go way down to Shogunas. What is the challenge with suppliers or hardwares in terms of providing material? That is for the minor repairs and minor repairs grants.
Okay. Yeah. I think what has happened over the years, you had some persons who were disgruntled from many years back. When I came into self-help in this ministry in 2020, you had a number of hardware saying, we do not do business with the government, with self-help, because they have been late in making payments over the years. I can't account for what happened way before me many years ago. But what we did, we had a stakeholders meeting inviting hardwares or the persons who were listed to come in and state their claim and have conversations and so on. I don't think we're at a place right now in self-help where we owe people from years back. Yeah, if we have outstanding bills now, it would mostly be from the last fiscal year and very recent. So I don't think we still have that problem, but there are some people who were so scarred from before who decided that they're just not going to take that chance or they don't want to do business with self-help. Again, I think that it has changed. It has changed, and we don't have that problem anymore. Now, so you may bring a quotation from a hardware within your area, but you want to make sure it's one that's already approved and on the self-help list. So if you have a hardware in your community that wants to get on the self-help list, then they go and they submit their profile and so on to National Commission of Self-Help. If it's somebody a business that was in touch with self-help or part of the listing and fell off because they were scarred before and want to get back on, then they make that communication with self-help and they do their due diligence and their processing to get that person back on.
All right, and the second question has to do with recipients. There was a joint distribution of some grants. Some people who were waiting, we had some fire victims and so on who were waiting for 2 or 3 years. And there was a joint distribution of Tunapuna and St. Augustine constituency in April of this year, 2023. And usually when it passed, the recipients would get their invoice to go to the hardware. This time they got a letter. And when they got that letter, they had to wait for a call from self-help to come in for their invoice. And in some cases, it took months. Can you indicate what might be the cause for that delay?
I'm not, this is my first time hearing of that one. I haven't heard of that one before where you get a letter. The only thing I can probably think about is around May, we did one for women, one specifically for single mothers. And we did that in collaboration with, I think it was Digicel, that helped us to give some of the mothers a tablet. So I don't know if it's something relating to that, but I can look into, if you provide me the information, I can look into that matter, but I don't know of self-help having that issue of you giving a letter on the day you should be receiving an invoice. That is pretty strange. I've never heard of that one, but if you provide the information, I'll be happy to follow up and update you
I have
accordingly.
been providing information to the chairman of self-help, who has been very helpful, and I don't know if releases from the ministry is a problem in that they have made the commitments to pay these grants, but because they do not have the releases, they don't want to give the person the invoice. But it is something that you may want to address going forward, because when those people who waited for years, house burned down and stuff, get a call to come to collect a grant, and then they get a letter, and then they have to wait months again for, you know,
I get
it's
you.
really,
I get you.
and it's only $10,000
We're
sometimes,
MPs,
you know.
we serve constituents, so I know. So let me tell you, that has to be a very odd occurrence. That is not the normal practice in self-help. I can say so because I attend most of these distributions, and we actually give them the invoice. They then go to a desk after and sign their commitment letter. So this thing happened in the opposite way, where they sign the commitment letter first and then awaiting the invoice. That is quite strange. So as I said, I will investigate the matter and provide the update to you and deal with it swiftly. Yes.
And my final question on this. Given the devastating floods we had at the beginning of this year, end of December 2022 into early 2023, and the challenge that the Ministry of Social Development would have had in treating with all the flood victims, has the Ministry of Community Development, especially under the self-help, the Commission for Self-Help, been given any additional allocation for addressing flood victims who need to do minor repairs to their homes, to specifically address flood victims with minor repairs?
Okay. We do emergency relief throughout the year. It doesn't have to be flood season, and it doesn't have to be a flood. It can be high winds, it can be fire, and so on. So the ERAG part of the self-help grants, we take care of those things throughout the year. We work hand in hand with TEMA and what do you call it in Trinidad, and ODPM and so on, to treat with those. So while social development has their program, so the National Commission for Self-Help has its own program. Also, we do ERAGs throughout the year. So once that person make that application for ERAG, then they be considered and processed and the visit done and so on. We do so in collaboration with the ODPM. Yeah?
Okay. Member from Muruga Tibalan.
Madam Chair, through you, Minister, I basically wanted to know, same self-help 01, with regards to the average timeline for a natural disaster or a fire victim. Is there like a set timeline that they could look for some sort of relief? I ask that in the context I have 3 persons with regards to landslips. Their home would have given way, and I have 2 fire victims.
I'll have to find out that. I can find out and get back to you, because I wouldn't want to tell you yes and then there's a timeline, let's say 2 months or 3 months since the natural disaster. And then we wouldn't want to have persons who had a natural disaster 3 years ago now coming to report the natural disaster. So I prefer to get that information and get back to you. Yes?
Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the...
From self-help, it's usually within 7 days of the natural disaster.
Okay, so thank you, Minister. Honourable members, we will now go on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Honourable members, item 004, Social Infrastructure, spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, Culture. C, Sports. Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at line item 005, hosting of the 2023 Commonwealth Games, Youth Games. Honourable Minister, this is something I indicated, I signaled before. What is the purpose of the 15 million, given that we would have, the Commonwealth Games would have was held in August? The budget
Okay.
15
yes.
million.
Thank you. Thank you. I spoke about this in the budget debate also. I'll repeat. The games took place during the last quarter of the fiscal year. So the games took place in August. We worked with the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee. So they would have had to receive their receipts and invoice their receipts from their service providers, and then transfer them to the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. So up to the end of the fiscal, we got that $27 million. They still have some outstanding bills to submit to us. And of course, we have to do our due diligence to ensure that it's in keeping with the rules and guidelines before we just pay out wildly. Yes, so that is to deal with the rest of the expenses or the bills that are going to be coming from the TTOC, from the Commonwealth Youth Games.
Minister, given that you have such a good working relationship with all these organizations and so forth, would you say that now that the 30 million was a significant under budgeting of the event, given now that we are now spending 44 million in this hosting of these games?
It was based on the request. So we don't come up and make up a budget to give to TTOC. The TTOC submitted a proposal with a request, and we gave them 100% of what they requested.
Okay, but
they were also supposed to get support from the private sector and so on. That is a part of their proposal. So we respond to their request. So we don't make up, well...
No, I'm not saying that you make it up. I'm just saying the 30 million, if that is what they requested...
If they had under budgeted, that would be a question for the TTOC. But the TTOC made a request of the government, and the government responded and gave them 100% of their request. We have to trust them to do what they said they're going to do. So they asked for a certain sum, and we provided to them 100% of what they requested. Yeah?
Development. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004, social infrastructure spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. B, sports. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 009, upgrade of multi-purpose stadia. 30 million is budgeted again for 2024. In that upgrade is the Mani Ramjon Stadium included in that upgrade?
Stadium is included in that upgrade. So is Larry Gomes. We're going to be doing the lighting first because we think that's the most urgent matter at those 2 stadia. Refurbishment works also for Atto Bolden Stadium, which has already started. It's also in that lineup. And to begin works at Jean Pierre Complex and to finish complete payments at Hasty Crawford Stadium.
As far as completion of these upgrades, is it scheduled for this fiscal year, 2024, or?
I don't think we're going to complete all in 2024.
Well, I'm interested in Mani Ramjon.
Mani Ramjon, we start with the lighting, and Larry Gomes, we start with the lighting. I think the bulk of the work can be completed in this fiscal year. I think the lighting is most urgent.
Thank you.
That's
and just another question before I go. 019, Madam Minister, redevelopment of Skinner Park. $30 million is budgeted this year. Is this to pay off bills for the upgrade that was done, or is this a new section that will be redeveloped?
No, that's old
bills.
Bills, yes,
right.
Old bills.
So as far as development of Skinner Park is completed, or redevelopment of Skinner Park has been completed?
Snagging and correcting works are ongoing, and we have continuation works being done on the washroom of the courts. That's the tennis and netball and basketball court. So
yeah, but the major work has been completed. Okay.
The bulk of it is completed. The bulk of this phase of work is completed.
Thank you. Member for Caroni Central. No?
Yes, sorry. Line item 026, the upgrade of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. New project 26, can you describe or tell us what this project will entail?
The ICC T20 cricket in 2024, I think it's around June 2024, yes? And the ICC has requested that we do works at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Zone 1, ticketing and hospitality area, player and match official area, Zone 2, new accommodation for international media, club and suite levels, that was zone 3, zone 4. That works for the midfield camera to accommodate media and to accommodate games of this nature. So these are based on the request and the recommendations of the ICC so that we can host these games.
Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to upgrading of corporation grounds, the allocation for 24, $10 million, does that have a set work program, or could we as Member of Parliament
get a number?
007, upgrading of corporation grounds.
Okay. The allocation is 10 million. We have to complete some works at and pay some old bills at Aranguez, Grand Riviere, Maraca, and Park Street. Those are old bills. We're gonna complete Todd's Road, I think, in a couple weeks. Before the end of the year, Todd's Road should be completed, and there's some other work to be done.
Minister, I would write with regards to consideration, with regards to 6 company, Grand Chimay, Kunjal, and Everglades Grant.
Okay.
But Minister, with regards to, there's another line item, the development and upgrading of, this is the development and upgrading of recreation grounds. Yes, 005. Is that specific for the stadium, or corporation grounds could be considered like that?
No, corporation grounds is under corporation grounds, right? So we also take into consideration that we're going to be working with a couple schools and so on and getting them ready for their sporting schools program. So this would be considered under recreation grounds and parks and spaces and recreational spaces. So we have to pay some old bills as it relates to Bougmalatrice, and we committed to starting some work at Northeastern Recreation grounds and some work at the Arima Velodrome that we had been putting off for quite some time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Minister.
A, Community Development, Member for Point of Prayer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under 001, construction of community centers, $60 million allocated for 2024. Does that include Harmony Hall? I know Harmony Hall Community Center has been built. Is it due to open this year, given that some work is still outstanding on it?
This is 001, construction of community centers. We have a list of community centers to be constructed, and a number of centers that
I'm just asking about Harmony Hall, Marabella.
I can find out about Harmony Hall and send you a response, because I don't have the list in front of me, so I can find out and send you a response. Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, 001 construction of community centers. I know it would be there would be different phases existing under the construction of community centers. I just wanted, just like Point of Prayer, to find out about the Enterprise Community Center as to what is the status of it. I know there are issues surrounding, and it's a bit of a sensitive issue at this point, but if you can provide a status update.
Work is still ongoing on that facility, and we're making some payments. So this coming out of this allocation, some payments would come out for that, so that works can continue.
Okay.
Yeah, it's listed here.
Minister, when you say ongoing, are works taking place there right now, or has?
I can find out the status and provide you with an update.
All right.
Yeah?
Just one additional question, Minister. I know this is a sensitive issue at this particular center. This is the area where Jamal Morris, the young boy, he was killed. And residents of this particular area, they have been clamoring for a police post, not at the entire facility, but part of the facility. I'm not sure if any consideration is being given to this particular issue, or whether or not I know you may not be able to directly, but if any discussions of any sort can take place with anyone assigned by yourself from the ministry to see how we can move forward, or if it can be considered?
Well, that request has not come to the ministry, and I think that would more be something for the Ministry of National Security. At the end of the day, we all deal with national security matters in some way or the other, and as the Ministry of Community Development, we'll be happy to join the conversation and assist where we can. If they want us to make a specific little structure or so to accommodate that post, if we receive that request from Ministry of National Security, I'm sure we'll be happy to facilitate. Yeah?
Just one addition to, based on what you're saying, Minister, I've already sent a request to Ministry of National Security asking for Ministry of Sport to be consulted, but I will also send that request to Ministry of Sport and
your
Community
request is already in the right place at the Ministry of National Security.
Well, it's there here now.
Well,
so
that's a matter
I will
for
also
the
send
Ministry
it to
of
you.
National Security.
Yes?
If you feel like writing and sending and mailing and stamping, that's great. But what I'm saying is, the request was already being made by the Ministry of National Security. Let's say you sent it to me. Let's be reasonable and pragmatic. You send it to me and you ask me to set up a police post. As to the logistics, the setting up of the post, what is required of the police to operate there, we would get that from we would get that from Ministry of National Security. So we both still have to rely on the Ministry of National Security. The Minister of National Security is listening right now as we speak. I'm sure his officials are listening also, and they would tend to your letter.
Well, I do hope they can find that letter and consult you. Thanks a lot, Minister.
Member for Muruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to 001, construction of community centers, I would have written with regards to St. Mary's Village Community Center, and the Village Council would have as well. If we could get a status update, similar with regards to the Tableland area, myself and the Village Council would have written.
We'll be more than happy to provide that to you.
Right, and Minister, there was a demolition of the Strange Village Community Center. I'm hoping that it's on the list with regards to new construction. If I could get a status, I know the community liaison officer was in the area and liaison with the village council. So they are seeking some sort of update. If that could be provided through 001, I'll be happy. Also with regards to 003, I would have written with regards to the Kunjal Community Center on several occasions, because that village council is asking for some sort of refurbishment works, mainly due to their stage. They are an active group with regards to Best Village. They don't have use of their stage and several facilities in the facility.
Thank you for your concern, Madam Chairman, and to the House. We have over 300 community centers in the country, and we can sit here on this vote all day, because every minister, every MP, every village council wants a new modern center. Some of them want refurbishment, some of them want to tear down what they have and build something new. And I think we have to just really look at what the allocation is, the old bills that we have dating back to many, many years, what the needs of that specific. And I'm believing that every single community would say they have great use for their community center. We started this work of building community centers as early as Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, seeing community centers as a major part of the development of each community. And at that time, the plan was for these centers to be a project of the community where they do programs and so on to bring in resources to pay their bills and so on. And to this day, 60 odd years later, we're still paying all their bills, paying all their programming and so on. I must say it's a Herculean task, and we would do our best to do the necessary assessment and provide assistance in keeping with the allocation that's providing to us. I'll be more than happy to extend myself and the work and the resources of the ministry to assist everyone who we possibly can, but we must be realistic that it's not an unlimited resource and the allocation has a cap, and we do our very best with what we have. Thank you.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. If I could add to your list of numerous requests. Earlier in the Standing Finance Committee, The Minister of Local Government mentioned that when he visited Bamboo, when we were affected by the flooding, he saw for himself the state of the Bamboo No. 2 Community Center, because all the ministries, including the Ministry of Community Development and Social and so on, who were visiting, they were using the generosity of the owner of iShops in Bamboo to gather, to take people's assessment and so on, because the community center has been dilapidated for many years. I want to take this opportunity to appeal to you, to appeal to the ministry to at least visit the site so we could get the Bamboo No. 2 Community Center going, particularly because it is critical in setting up a disaster shelter, as that area is very prone to flooding.
Right. Thank you. For the most part, Madam Chairman and colleagues, the bulk of our community centers are used for disaster, for help when you have, at disaster centers. I can add to the list, I visited the community center at Mausica, and it was horrible. I think it's Mausica they call it. I visited Mausica, and you had to calculate where you're placing your foot. Mausica. And these people still utilize that facility. The windows can't close, the sun coming in, rain coming in. You know what I mean? So 300 centers, over 300 centers, where the government still has to take care of all. We have never gotten from a place of generating the income to take care of and to maintain 60 years later. It is a real challenge. We can all add to the list. So it's not an opposition problem only. It's a problem throughout all of Trinidad, Tobago too, but I must say Mr. London did a great job during his time in bringing Tobago up to standard. We do have some more work to be done, but our ministry don't cover Tobago in Trinidad. Over 300 centers, it's a lot of work to be done, and as I said, we have a lot of old bills, Madam Chairman. We'll do the very best we can with the allocation we have. Thank you.
Public Utilities.
Thank you very much. Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just a question to the Minister. The Mausica community is located in the constituency of Lupino Borneo West. Has not have a reasonable and a comfortable, decent space for them to meet. I have made several pleas to this current minister and previous ministers, especially ministers under the previous UNC government, and they refuse to accept all of the written requests to construct a modern, decent... Madam Chair, why are they disturbing me? So I want to hear from the Minister of Community Development and Sports whether or not the Mausica community in the constituency of Lupino Borneo West will see a commencement for the start of this project.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
So, 1 minute. I think what happens is members are so accustomed to the talk going across the aisles, they most probably feel that this question is being addressed to them, not recognizing it's addressed to the minister. Minister, please allow the minister the opportunity to answer.
Madam Chairman, the member is asking specifically about a center in his area. Yes, just like the members of the opposition, and I think that drives my point home. It is not an opposition problem where the government is not attending to the issues of the opposition. It's also a major issue here. I can add Pelican Extension to the list. There are a number, Patna. There are a number of community centers. As I said, it's the number, the type of work that needs to be done. It's alarming. And the Minister of Finance, I think he's aware of the issues, and he has provided us with this allocation. We use it to the best of our ability. It's also about striking that balance of paying the people who we owe from 2019, 2020, 2021, and so on, and starting new ones or starting new refurbishment. It's a Herculean task, but we'll do the very best we can. And hopefully we've gotten enough work done to come knocking at Minister of Finance's door once again at mid-year. I'm confident about that, and we'll do our best.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Madam,
another center.
Unlike the member for Lupino Borneo I ain't get a center yet, and I know he cut ribbon already. So I'm lining up at the door of the Ministry of Community Development. The Spring Village Community Center is also an area that we use as a dispatch center when we're doing assessments for flood relief. And they were promised some work under, I believe it was under the development program last year, but they had some renovations approved for that center. Some materials were dropped on the compound, and then for some reason it was held up. So I would like if the minister could share some information, or at least provide the information.
Would this be under the IDF?
Yes. Yes. It was approved in the last fiscal, but the work has not...
Under the IDF?
As far as I'm
very sure. No, you see, both you and Naparima said yes. I think it's a question for the minister to answer.
It is for the minister to guide us. And if my understanding is it is under the IDF. If it is not, that's okay. If the minister could provide some sort of update on the Spring Village.
To provide to the member what's happening at Spring Village.
Okay.
So let's deal with the line item. That's not under that line.
But that's the point. I keep making the point to members, and I could understand the importance for them having these one-on-ones, but we have to consider the things within the heads and the subheads and the items. In addition to which, it's not that members don't have another opportunity. Member for Naparima, you want to apologize?
No, I just want to indicate, I want to make it simple for the minister that I wouldn't even ask for any community center, because I know that the Minister of Finance has given instruction, nothing for Naparima. Thank you very much.
Under what line item did that statement come?
I know. I want to say to the member for Naparima, good afternoon. We know we'll hear a lot of you in the next set. Okay? Member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. All of this robust discussions on community centers on line item 01. And a constituent would have just messaged me to remind me to just ask the minister if she could provide an update on the ongoing construction of the El Socorro Community Center. That, I think, is a project undertaken by UDCOT Minister. If you can just give us an update on that for completion.
I'll be more than happy to write you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we go on D, Youth Development. Member from Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to the Murga Youth Facility, currently the field is out of use. If the minister could provide some update on the works that's ongoing on the field, and what is the projected $5 million in this fiscal for?
For Maruga facility, we have some outstanding monies for that contractor. And he's also reached out for monies for variations. So that's what and for project management fees. That's what the allocation is for.
Any timeline with regards to the field as to when it would be?
We can find out and provide it to the Parliament.
I would appreciate, because for the entire football season, the field has been out.
The multipurpose facility is?
No.
Is the field it is not.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be, because the project is already completed. So the field would be more of would be under a different vote. It wouldn't be under here unless you're saying that the contractor did poor work and this is in snags and that type of thing. I doubt it very much. But I will provide you an update that would give you some kind of idea as to what's happening. This facility is under that.
Would the Minister of Finance influence the godly minister?
He's helping.
One more question, if you would permit me, Madam Chair. With regards to the projected $5 million, Minister, I would like for you to consider on your technical team, the lighting in the car park is extremely poor. And if it's something you and your technical team could look at, given that when there's activities, there were incidents that would have taken place, and a couple of my youths was involved. So if we could address the lighting, because it's a facility that attracts the schools in the area. Thank you.
Concern noted.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $483,963,200 for Head 79 Ministry of Sport and Community Development stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $483,963,200 for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the acting PS, the Deputy PS, SIS, the Planning Coordinator, and the Project Administrator of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Head 65, member for Diggle. Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, $256,700,000. I will now invite the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs is the principal agency charged with the conduct of Trinidad and Tobago's relations with foreign states and international organizations, and we continue to discharge this responsibility at home and abroad in increasingly challenging circumstances. Due attention is paid to the management of the financial resources that are provided. And in fiscal 2023, we deployed the resources available to the ministry to best effect. And this year, we saw Trinidad and Tobago's diplomacy rise to an outstanding level of contribution, internationally and within CARICOM. As the world emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic, other crises emerged to take its place and to capture and hold our attention. The stark reality is that the ministry operates overseas in an environment of tenuous stability and diminished predictability. Ever mindful of these circumstances, I am very appreciative of the continued diligence and dedication of staff who serve at headquarters and those who serve abroad, continuously exposed to the dangers inherent in this time of flux. Madam Chair, just yesterday we had one of our top diplomats in extremely close proximity to the terrorist attack that took place in Brussels. Thank God he's okay, but it is a reminder that the work that we do is not a walk in the park. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs makes every effort to meet its obligations for the implementation of this country's foreign policy through diligence and strategic partnership supported by proper fiscal management. And for financial year 2024, the ministry is again continuing this remit in supporting Trinidad and Tobago's development goals toward ensuring valuable returns to the people of our beautiful nation. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $256,700,000 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $256,700,000 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to welcome the Honourable Minister, and I hope that your stay here this afternoon shall be enjoyable, enlightening, and brief. I refer to 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance, in which there's an estimate in 2024 of 20 million, which represents an increase over the revised estimate 2023. And the questions are simple. How many vacant posts with incumbents were there at the ministry as at September 30th, 2023? And how many vacant posts without incumbents for the same date? And your plans for filling the vacancies?
Okay, Madam Chair, what I can indicate is that the ministry has recently advertised the position of Foreign Service Officer 1. This position is very important, providing really the backbone of the Foreign Service. We are seeking to fill 23 positions at this time. Those advertisements have gone out. We are also seeking to fill 2 IRO positions at this time, and that recruitment process is already underway. With respect to the specifics of the question posed by the member, what I can indicate is that the total establishment is 300 at this stage. There are 124 positions filled, and there are 67 vacancies without bodies and 109 vacancies in which we do have personnel. That is the current disposition of the staff establishment, and as the member would be fully aware, we also utilize contract positions to ensure that the mandate of the ministry is fulfilled, and I can give some of the global totals there. At present, we have 70 contract positions. 36 of those are currently filled, and there are 34 contract vacancies in contract positions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Thank you.
002, Overseas Missions. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Barataria San Juan?
Yes, thank you.
Just 1 minute.
No, if Naparima wants to go ahead.
No.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll take the question.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Line item 66, the hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. Minister, there's a big spend here in the revised estimates of 2023 of about $13.1 million. Minister, let me just ask firstly, would this be the expenditure for the CARICOM 50th anniversary celebrations in Port of Spain?
Madam Chair, 300, I take it.
6.
Perfect. So, Madam Chair, you would see there's a vote here, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. And yes, absolutely. Some of the expenditure undertaken under this vote would include the 45th regular meeting of the heads of government of CARICOM, hosted here in Trinidad and Tobago, the launch of the CARICOM 50th anniversary celebrations, and the visit of the Asante Hini, a king from Ghana, was also hosted under this particular vote.
Minister, can you be so kind enough to give us a breakdown of the cost of each of those events?
Yes, I would be kind enough to do so, and I don't really consider it a kindness, but my duty in appearing before this Standing Finance Committee. So if you give me 1 second. With respect to the CARICOM 50th anniversary celebrations, really the launch of those celebrations and key commemorative events involving our heads of government, as well as the 45th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM hosted here, total expenditure was $7.29 million, and the committee would recall there was some extensive discussion on this some time ago here, and it was noted that the 40th anniversary celebrations costed this country over $9 million. A much larger 50th anniversary celebration and meeting of heads was undertaken at $7.29 million, with expenditure undertaken via the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, as well as a number of other entities within the government of Trinidad.
There's one more event you mentioned also.
Well, I can give you all of them. The visit by the Asante Hini cost a total of $830,000. We also hosted the first ever visit by a foreign minister of Japan. That cost $19,231.
Thank you very much.
Member for Naparimo.
In respect of item 66, were there any items in which we paid for the cost of the accommodation, etc., of delegates to this conference, whether it's the 50th anniversary or the 45th regional heads of government meeting?
Yes, when it is standard practice, when a conference of heads is convened, the host country would pay for the heads of government and associated costs. The same applies for a state visit or official visit. The visit of the Asante Hini was no exception. Those are standard matters, Madam Chair.
Member for Naparimo.
Item 25, audit of overseas missions. And we see that there was none spent in 22, revised estimate none in 23, and we understood that there was COVID created a problem in terms of the auditing of the missions. And the question is, given that the 2023 estimates was 300,000, could you explain perhaps why no audits were done on our overseas missions in fiscal 23?
Well, what I can start by saying is that we have refreshed intentions and plans to conduct a minimum of 2 audits in the current fiscal year. We acknowledge and embrace the importance of these audits. With respect to the last fiscal, there was the issue of some depletion of the human resource in the ministry to conduct the audits. We had the loss of a senior member of staff, and that did affect the plans that the ministry had. This is something we take very seriously, and in the current fiscal, we will undertake at least 2 audits for our overseas missions.
Minister, could I just understand 2 audits? It means 2 missions will be audited. Is that what that means?
Yes.
How many missions do we have?
We have 20 overseas missions.
And 2 missions, having regard to the fact that none were done in 2 previous years, do you think that that is adequate to ensure accountability and whatnot?
Well, that is not the only measure to assure accountability. the audit, there is a role for auditing, and this is what we see as feasible, realistic, and useful to the ministry at this time in assuring, and of course there's no pre-announcement, so any of these missions can expect to benefit from the visits of auditors at this time. I hear in the question a recommendation that we make best effort to ensure that these audits are conducted, and if so, that message is well received.
Agreed. And is there a policy or plan in the ministry with respect
Chairman, I was anticipating that. Do we discuss policy in the Standing Finance Committee?
No,
I don't think
no,
so.
Just line by line.
Do you have a schedule, not policy, do you have a schedule of audits in the ministry in order to ensure that we have accountability?
Madam Chairman, I don't think that has anything to do with that line item.
No, but it might be asked in a different way. You're talking about the $100,000 here?
Yes. Well, yes.
Yes.
Doctor, the schedule is 2 audits for this fiscal.
Okay.
Okay, so can we go on item 002, overseas missions? Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, overseas missions. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 007. Yes.
003, the United Nations peacekeeping operations. Is there a standard fee that we pay, or give
us the item number, please.
That is 04. 00304.
Thank you.
The actual was 5.4. But yet the estimate went down in 2023, and the revised estimate was actually increased significantly. Is there a standard fee, or does this differ with the range of peacekeeping activities?
Is there a standard fee?
Yes.
The answer is no. As applies to the vast majority of these formulas, there is a contribution that is assessed on an annual basis. The contributions, the member is asking about the UN peacekeeping operations. For these operations, contributions for the period between July 2022 and June 2023 were fully paid. Those contributions have been fully paid, and Trinidad and Tobago, with the kind cooperation of the Minister of Finance, has met its obligations to peacekeeping. With respect to the period July 2023 to June 2024, we have submitted requests for releases, and those matters are in train. We have gotten approval for releases, and those payments will be made in this current fiscal year.
Thank you very much. 06, International Criminal Tribunals. Could you tell us a decrease of $101,000? Is that related to the? Tell us what it is. Is that the ICC in any way?
Well, there's no decrease. What we have is the allocation of $250,000. If the member would go just a little bit further, he would see the ICC is there at 08.
Okay.
So by inference and logical deduction, this is not the ICC. What this is there are a number of international tribunals that would be set up from time to time to treat with specific cases, matters related to war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity. Madam Chair, you would know that such matters are of contemporary interest and relevance.
Item 11, United Nations Information Center. We rent the space. Could the Minister give the reason for the increase of 350,000.
Just remind me of the number that you mentioned.
Number 11.
Yes. 1-1. United Nations Information Center, UNIC. We do contribute to the rental of the offices for that UN office. We are awaiting assessment of the contributions that are required in this regard. If the question was not answered, I would ask the member to repeat this specific question.
No, yes. So this, the question was, has the rent, I noticed nothing was spent in 23 in terms of rent.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It is correct. So we are awaiting the submissions from UNIC.
Right.
Such has not been made to this point, but the Minister of Finance and Budget Division has had the foresight to ensure that there is a provision should such submissions be made.
Yes. The same item, we are, just for information, we pay, in terms of the United Nations Information Center, we also, is this the only expense related to that, rent, or do we pay the salaries of the...
No. It's just the office rental, and again, this is a standard formula where such offices are located in countries like ours. We do pay, as you would have seen in other line items, contributions to the United Nations system. For UNIC, we pay the rent.
Okay.
Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item 010, other transfers abroad. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Honorable members, item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services, span 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, Administrative Services. Is that where you are, Naparima? Yes, please.
Item 009, nothing has been allocated with respect to the diaspora policy. I could... why? Is there, do we have a policy? Is it finished?
Well, Naparima, I'm not going to allow that because 2022, 2023, 2024, there's nothing. I am certain you would have had an opportunity.
But
I am certain you would have had an opportunity to ask this in 2023.
No.
Okay?
No.
Okay. No, but in any event, there's no allocation under this, so I'm not allowing it. Okay, let's go on. Remember? You have another question under this, under A, Administrative Services?
No.
Okay. F, Public Buildings. Public Buildings? Yes, please. Go ahead.
In terms of the establishment of the embassy in Qatar, it's item 066.
Thank you.
Could the minister indicate how far we have reached in that exercise?
Madam Chair, we are making progress with respect to this particular project. An advance visit is scheduled to take place in the extremely near future, before the end of the month of October 2023, in pursuit of this particular objective. And we look forward to the fostering of greater economic and political relations with Qatar and neighboring states, seen as very strategic to our energy and economic diversification agenda for Trinidad and Tobago.
Item 070, establishment of the High Commission in Nairobi, Kenya. This perhaps is to replace the closing of the embassy in Uganda. Right. Could you give us a status of that? The expenditure and the establishment of the High Commission in Kenya.
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 That's 70.
That's the line item?
Yes, it's in.
What's your problem?
No. Let's all be on the same page. The member didn't ask about Uganda. In his comment, he says, I guess it's to replace, but he's asking about this line item about Kenya. Yes?
Okay, so Madam Chair, to try to assist the member.
Yes.
There's a formula that is applied with respect to establishment of a new mission. There's additional cabinet approval that is sought. There's a mobilization of an advanced team, usually a multidisciplinary team of diplomats that would go out, have a site visit to the country, make the necessary contacts, treat with stakeholders and members of the receiving government, come back with a more detailed plan, which is costed, additional cabinet approval is sought, and then mobilization occurs. In the case of the Qatar mission, as I said, we are more advanced on that agenda. With respect to the Kenya mission, we are very pleased that there's an allocation here, and some of those initial steps will be explored during the current fiscal.
Item 072 and 074, you will agree that there is a typo, that it should be High Commission, since they're both Commonwealth countries. Could the minister, in respect of the High Commission in Ghana, could you tell us how many embassies and high commissions we have in the continent of Africa?
So,
again, I'm not going to allow that question.
No, because we have Ghana.
I'm not going to allow that on desktop.
All right, so Ghana will be, the Ghana High Commission, the Ghanaian High Commission will be responsible for which areas, which countries in Africa?
Ghana.
Ghana alone.
So, Madam Chair, the connection between Trinidad and Tobago and Ghana is strong historically and has gotten much stronger of recent vintage due to the excellent leadership of the Prime Minister of this nation.
Yes.
So, a natural next step in this evolution would be the establishment of residential diplomatic engagement. This is a new project, the member would acknowledge, and we are again taking the initial steps to pursue the establishment of and you're correct, High Commission in Ghana at this time. That is receiving some priority attention.
But our High Commission, for example, in Nigeria, in Abuja, is accredited to other countries.
Absolutely.
So all I'm asking, it is a proposed expenditure. Will it be accredited to other countries?
Those details.
He said Ghana alone.
Yes, it's based in Ghana. Those details are exactly why an advanced team goes. I gave the formula, Madam Chair, and therefore it is not possible at this stage to provide more exquisite detail to the member in this regard.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Page 222. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $256,700,000 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $256,700,000 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Thank you to the Deputy PSs and the Accounting Executive, the Director, Human Resources. Pleasant afternoon. Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission. Head 08 Elections and Boundaries Commission, $92,219,260. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Well, I think we all know that the Election and Boundaries Commission primary role is to be responsible for the conduct of elections in Trinidad and Tobago, and all of the activities are subsumed and focused on that objective. That's it.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $92,219,260 for Head 08 Elections and Boundaries Commission stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $92,219,260 for Head 08 Elections and Boundaries Commission is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Election Expenses. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Election Expenses. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Item 007, Households. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you. Minister, under Research and Development 001 National Field Verification Exercise, it was revised down to $10 million. This project, has it been completed?
At all. I think you would know. I think you would know.
Because
that involves trying to locate every single voter, all 1 million of them.
Correct.
So I think you would know because you're a member of parliament. And you have 29,000 of them, not so? So the answer is no, it's not yet complete.
The answer is?
No, it is not complete.
Correct. So then I'm just asking a follow-up question. Why is there no allocation for 2024?
That is something we will have to address in the media.
Okay. So it is still ongoing then?
Yes, yes. It's not complete. It's very important, as you would agree.
No, I agree. I was looking for allocation.
So we will sort that out.
Member for Baratarisano.
Thank you. Minister, in light of your confirmation that this exercise is ongoing, the National Field Verification Exercise, and based on the revised estimates, $10 million was spent out of the $20 million. Can you tell us which constituencies the exercise has been initiated in and or completed?
You have that kind of information. Okay, the 2 constituencies in Tobago have been completed. They have commenced in 14 of the 39 in Trinidad, but not complete. You can get the actual list if you wish.
Yes, please. I'd appreciate that.
No problem.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, yes, sorry, member for Barajari Sanwa.
Also, this program here, the upgrading of the electronic voter registration and the election management system at 05. Minister, I saw that there's an expenditure for 2023 almost using up the entire allocation, but there's no allocation for 2024. Similar question, is this project completed?
The contract was completed in 2023, but there are new contracts currently being negotiated going forward into 2024. So the amount isn't known yet. So once the amount is known, then we will arrange for the funds to be made available.
That will come this year, hopefully in mid-year review.
Certainly, yeah. Contracts are being negotiated right now.
Can you just give us briefly what this line item entails, the details of this?
I think we did that last year, but I have no problem.
Sure.
For the management of the voter database, okay? Sure. On how you would establish where a voter should be located and that sort of thing. Sure. Which constituency and so on.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $92,219,260 for Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $92,219,260 for Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you very much to the Minister, and thank you very much to the Chief Election Officer and the Accounting Executive Officer. Head 80. Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, $360,096,000. I will now invite the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you most warmly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Ministry is mandated to provide leadership and strategic direction for the tourism, culture and the arts sectors, formulate policy to guide the development of these sectors, collaborate with all stakeholders on related matters, and to facilitate and monitor the offer and access to incentives in accordance with the Tourism Development Act, the Corporation Tax Act, and the Tourism Accommodation Upgrade Program. The Ministry continues to be responsible for the management, maintenance, and upgrade of tourism sites and attractions, including but not limited to the Maracas, Vesini, Las Cuevas, and Manzanilla Beach facilities, the Labre Pitch Lake Visitor Center, the Pyramid Lookout, Fort George, and the Lopino Historical Complex. The Ministry implements its mandate with the support of the state agency and the statutory authorities as follows: Tourism Trinidad Limited, the marketing and development arm of Trinidad Tourism, Naparima Bowl, Queen's Hall, the National Carnival Commission, and the newly established NAPA and SAPA. The Ministry is also directly responsible for the National Steel Symphony, the National Theatre Arts Company, and the National Philharmonic Orchestra. For fiscal 2024, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts received a total allocation of $360,096,000. Of the $360 million, $119,406,800 was allocated under recurrent expenditure, $61,261,000 under development program, and $169,428,200 for statutory boards. Madam Chair, the tourism and culture and arts sectors are powerful drivers of economic activity, but the benefits of closer links between culture and tourism go beyond the economic and provide the visitor with an enriching, authentic cultural experience, an opportunity to appreciate cultural diversity and to establish new cultural ties. In fiscal 2024, we will continue to build on the foundation we have created to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago continues to be recognized on the world stage for tourism, culture, and the arts. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $360,096,000 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $360,096,000 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, Honourable Minister, with regards to 01, can you state how many vacant posts exist in the ministry?
There are 13 vacant posts without incumbents, 46 vacant posts with incumbents.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Item 002, Culture Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Madam Chair, 16, Contract Employment. Can the Minister explain the significant decrease of $3 million?
The significant, under this vote, persons who are employed with NAPA and SAPA were previously paid, those who were on fixed-term contracts. It is expected during the financial year 2024, they will transition to the new statutory bodies that are NAPA and SAPA.
Minister, could you put a number to that? Like how much persons?
In terms, there are 25 positions, contract positions at NAPA. The number of persons on fixed-term contracts who would be paid under this vote are 6. And in SAPA, there are 35 positions, contract positions, and the total number on fixed-term contract, 5 persons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, with regards to 22, short-term, I perceive that your answer will be similar with regards to the decrease?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Item 002, Culture Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Culture Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Okay, I'll let you go there.
Contribution to cultural organizations. Minister, can you explain who would have benefited from the allocation in fiscal 23?
There are some standard NGOs who benefit under this vote. They are National Parang Association, the National Dance Association, Secondary Schools Drama Association, the Sanskrit Sangam Association, CHUCO, the Trinidad Theatre Workshop, the National Drama Association, the San Fernando Arts Council, the Arts Society of Trinidad and Tobago, the Musical Festival Committee, Bocas Lit Fest, and the Little Carib Theatre and Folk House. Apart from those organizations, I have a note here, 73 organizations benefited under this vote over fiscal 2023.
In light of your answer, Minister, and there's a significant decrease of 1.3, how would that affect the organizations that would have depended on the allocation?
Well, the NGO, those NGOs who are paid, they are paid pursuant to a cabinet decision, so they will be paid, and they would be paid the standard amount in accordance with the cabinet decision. In terms of other organizations who apply during the year, we are just going to have to ensure that we can pay out only what we have.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Item 007, households. Member for Maruga Tibalan.
Madam Chair, through you, Minister, with regards to 02 and 03, I look at the allocations and it's somewhat meager, and it's for hosting cultural camps within communities and music schools. If the Honourable Minister would state which schools would have benefited in which community, and isn't this a little meager? And I don't mind petitioning the Honourable Minister of Finance, because right now, with regards to the cultural aspect, I think it needs a boost in several communities. So if you would, do my next time.
You're speaking specifically about music schools in the community?
Yes.
Yes, so this music schools program, it was launched in 2012, following a 2009 pilot program. These are akin to camps that are held during the holiday periods, and persons are invited to one space. It might be a community center, or it might be a panyard, for example, and that is what the program encompasses.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Item 009, other transfers. Member for Maruga Tibalan.
Honourable Minister, with regards to 01, National Days and Festivals, I see that the vote would have a decrease of 1.7. If the Minister can't explain why such a significant decrease, given that a lot of organizations would depend on allocations, and which organization would have benefited in 23?
With respect to the organizations who benefited in 2023, it's a very long list, so I would be able to give you that in writing.
I appreciate that, Minister.
With respect to the decrease, you would see that the amount estimated for 2024 reflects what was estimated in 2023. Now, the amount that we allocate by way of grant to the organizations in celebration of the National Days and Festivals would depend on which organizations apply for funding and how much they apply for. So it's not anything set in stone. If more is required, then we will via money into the vote, having regard to the importance of the vote and the celebration of our National Days and Festivals.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. Honourable members, we now move on to the draft. No, wait 1 minute. That's the overall picture. So now we go to the book and we deal with the various entities, entity by entity. Okay? All right. So, honorable members, we now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 20, Queen's Hall, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. We now go on to Naparima Bowl 21, Naparima Bowl. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. 22, the National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. This is where you're at, Member for Muruga. Yes. Member for Muruga, Tableland.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, with regards to 49, construction facilities, there's a significant decrease of 5.2. Can you explain how that would affect this organization in the upcoming carnival season?
Well, you would see that the amount estimated for 2024 reflects, mirrors the amount estimated for 2023. The $5.2 million extra that was expected to have been spent under this vote under the revised estimates, I believe, is in connection with some stolen beams. So the replacement of those beams and the cost to fabricate, I think that is what accounts for the accretion in the revised estimates. So we expect that $20 million would be satisfactory in 2024 under this line item.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. With regards to 62, there is a significant decrease of 1.5. Can the Honourable Minister explain with regards to the promotion, as that is a vote I would believe that they depend on heavily when they need the allocation?
Well, the amount allocated was $4 million. We're just going to have to work with that allocation. And if anything further is required, then we'll have to look at environment.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 008, subsidies. Member from Muruga, Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to 01, transfers to carnival bodies, there is a significant decrease of $19.2 million. And if you would recall this festival season, the carnival season, regional bodies, including the one in my constituencies, they were clamoring for allocations, events were cancelling. So this decrease, how would that further affect these regional bodies?
Line item are you on, 01 or 02?
01?
Yes.
So you're talking about carnival
bodies, and also the regional bodies had a decrease.
No, which one you're talking about?
01, and then we'll go to the other one.
So your question is about 01?
01, yes. How would
Okay.
it decrease? Yeah.
Right, so the question isn't entirely relevant. This vote, transfers to carnival bodies, deals with the amount of money used to fund the special interest groups, Pantrinbago, CHUCO, and the TTCBA. It is, however, inadequate, and we are going to have to treat with strategies to ensure that these special interest groups are put into funds, whether by way of environment or by way of income.
Duly noted, Minister. With regards to 02, and I'll ask again, the decrease, how would that affect the regional bodies? Given that they were clamoring for more allocations and more timely allocations as well.
Well, in 2023, payments were made to 46 regional bodies. 2 remain outstanding, and that is due to the non-submission of supporting documents to the NCC. I have on note here that Saparia indicated that they were not interested because they did not have enough time for the planning of the event. With respect to the shortfall of $1 million, regional bodies would simply have to cut their cloth to suit.
But that in itself, Minister, Honorable Minister, affects the carnival product when groups are not properly supported. That aside, Minister, can you provide in writing the allocation breakdown as to which groups which carnival bodies received what allocation from the ministry, and also with regards to the regional bodies, if we could get a breakdown as to what region received what allocation?
Yeah, if you recall, I think during the course of the last financial year, you asked a question in Parliament, and I answered the question, but I will supply it again for you.
Thank you, Madam.
If necessary. Now, keep in mind that these are government subventions, but there are also other ways of funding these types of events. One is by way of revenue, and we're encouraging the NCC and all of these bodies to ensure that they are somewhat sustainable in ensuring that the revenues for these events can also support the expenditure of these events.
Okay. Noted.
Item 009, other transfers. 59, National Academy for the Performing Arts, NAPA. We are at page 559. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. 60, Southern Academy for the Performing Arts, SAPA. We are at page 564. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, member for Oropuch East. West, I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a quick one. Sub-item 16, contract employment. We had a 3 million estimate, but no spend based on the revised figure provided here. And we've now gone to $800,000 for estimated for 2024. Now, when you would have proposed $3 million, I assume that you would have had a specific project or series of projects in mind for SAPA. But now, so you didn't deal with that. Now you're coming with a substantially smaller figure for fiscal 2024.
Yeah.
Can you indicate what was the reason for that difference?
No, the premise is inaccurate. So this is contract employment. This deals with the employees of NAPA. Now, NAPA is in a state of transition. So there are 25, I believe I just answered it, when we were in the estimates for the ministry under Head 80. There are 25 employees. These employees were supposed to have been transitioned over fiscal 2023, but they were not. So that is why there is no spend. And those employees who are still employed through the ministry were paid through the contract employment vote at the ministry. So
Yes, sir.
just a moment ago, member from Muruga Tableland was asking about that, and that was the explanation that was given.
Sure. Thank
In
you.
this year, before the end of the year, we expect to begin the transition of employees from the ministry to NAPA, the statutory body. And they would go into this vote. $800,000 is not enough, but we will supplement this $800,000 from the contract employment vote as well as the short-term vote in the ministry's allocation.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable Member, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund. Item 003, economic infrastructure. Member, no? Member for Point of View. Sorry.
Page 159. Correct.
159. Yes, to 160.
Madam Chair, if I can take the minister to line item 013, Trinidad and Tobago Hotel and Guest Room Stock Upgrade Incentive Project. Minister, I know last year when you were here, you mentioned a list of hotels that would have picked up this offer. But in 2023, I'm not seeing any expenditure as far as only $110,000 has been spent, and then another $4 million has been allocated again for this fiscal. Could you tell us what is happening in that?
Yeah. So the $110,000 that was spent was for a signing ceremony where we had a number of the successful applicants who signed on to the program. We had a signing ceremony sometime earlier this year. We have work that is undergoing. So as you are aware, this particular program is a reimbursable one. So you complete all the works, an audit is done, and then you are reimbursed. We have considerable works underway. Kent Investments Limited, Coral Cove, Caribe Hospitality, which is the Courtyard by Marriott, Paria Suites, Holiday Inn Express, Cruising Hotel and Yachting Services. They are the properties that are now, who have works underway, and we expect to spend $3.5 million in reimbursement in this financial year.
So just a follow-up, is it safe to say that no reimbursements were made in
No
this
reimbursements
fiscal
were made in 2023.
Okay, and can I go to another line item? Yes. Line item 019, Minister, implementation of a sport tourism master plan. I know in 2023 an allocation of $3 million was allocated. Could you give us, and then another 2.5 is allocated.
Sorry, where is this?
019, lower down.
Okay.
Page 159.
159.
Thank you.
Could you help me understand if this project is ongoing, even though nothing was spent in 2023, as far as a sport tourism implementation plan? Is it ongoing or has it started as yet?
Yeah, so this is the implementation of the sport tourism master plan. Nothing being spent, that is not correct. I actually have actual spend as at September 30th, 2023 of $1.9 million. This was spent in support of the Commonwealth Youth Games, the Caribbean Premier League, and both of those sport tourism events.
Just seeking clarity, Madam Chair. You read out expenditure for events that took place, but this line item is an implementation of a sport tourism master plan.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand the events taking place versus a plan.
Yeah. So it's the implementation of, read it as implementation of sport tourism. I mean, the name of the, I can't help the name of the vote, but the project is to spend in marketing assistance for sporting tourism events, such as the Commonwealth Youth Games, Caribbean Premier League.
Okay. All right.
So last year, if you recall, under this vote, we spent money in support of the Pan Am Swim Games, the cricket West Indies and the tours, the CPL, etc.
Madam Speaker, to help both of them, we will change the words in this line item, okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, Member from Moruga Table, and I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair. Quickly, Minister, if you could follow me to 011. I noticed that after significant spent in 23, we have no allocation for 24, and I was just wondering how would that affect with the ongoing of this the tourism Trinidad Limited.
We were advised by the Ministry of Planning that after the 3-year life, this project has expired, and we were guided to disaggregate a number of projects into separate categories. So lower down, you will see Tourism Trinidad projects disaggregated into separate categories under different project and line items.
Minister, just for my clarification, if you could just provide me those in writing, if you could just point out.
No, it's lower down in the under consolidated the development program.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Member for point of view? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go over to page 160. Minister, I'll take it in a group. The line items are new projects, 20, 21, and 23. 21, let me start from 23. Festival market development, $5 million. Could you give us an appreciation of what's supposed to happen in that development plan, or not a plan, sorry, there's no word plan, but that line item?
Sure. In writing?
No, well...
Well, you want to know?
Oh, it's a long...
Well, it's
yeah,
the development...
I'll take it in writing. If it's a long... it might sound like long. I'll take it in writing.
Well, I was just explaining
If you could give me a précis, it'll be fine, because I'm sure...
Okay. I'll provide it in writing.
Okay. And then 021, diaspora visiting friends and relatives targeting.
Yeah.
I try to understand that development in tourism.
Yeah. Well, 21, 23, these are, and 20, these are our tourism niches. So as I just explained to the member from Moruga Table, and the vote D11 was disaggregated into these items. So these are our niches, and
I'll take it in writing, because we could study it with the minister. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Staff Housing and Urban
Thank you,
Development.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just to add to what the Minister of Tourism said, when you do the development plan, first of all, you will come up with a project. When that project has been completed and you have determined what the policy items would be, you then disaggregate them into different, separate and distinctive projects. And that is what has happened here under item 011, which is what was requested by the member from Moruga Tableland. And then now it is now disaggregated into these 3 distinctive projects, and there may be others. But that's how it's dealt with by the Ministry of Planning and Development. So next year, we should not see 011.
Just as a follow-up to the member for Rukaruni, it would be interesting for us to understand those 3 projects. So
yes, and the minister said he will give it to you in writing.
You're teaching them to go to government?
005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. That's at page 238. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $360,096,000 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $360,096,000 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Acting Permanent Secretary, the Deputy Permanent Secretary, the Senior Planning Manager, Director, Research and Planning, and the Accounting Executive 1. Thank you very much. Head 37, Integrity Commission. Minister. Head 37, Integrity Commission, $7,580,288. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Certainly. The strategic goals of the Integrity Commission are to make new provisions for the prevention of corruption of persons in public life by providing for public disclosure, to regulate the conduct of persons exercising public functions, and to preserve and promote the integrity of public officials and institutions, and for matters incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $7,580,288 for Head 37, Integrity Commission, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $7,580,288 for Head 37, the Integrity Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program.
$699,000, and you're saying $7 million, so I was just wondering, where did you get that from? Is it because there's a problem? No problem.
So I can proceed, Minister of Finance?
Yes, but I
Yes.
just want to point out that the amount in the book is $8,699,000.
So are we, yeah, but Minister of Finance? Minister of Finance? We would have got a figure from the bill.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
No problem.
Okay,
There are direct
thanks.
charges which are not appropriated.
Right. Okay.
That accounts for the difference.
Okay, sure, thank you. So, honourable members, the sum of $7,580,288 for Head 37, the Integrity Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, item Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, Member for Barrett Area San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. Minister, through you, can you tell us how many vacancies there are in the Integrity Commission?
10 vacancies.
10 vacancies. Minister, can you indicate whether these vacancies will be filled in this fiscal year?
Just 1 second. These are 10 establishment positions,
yes,
which, as you very well know, are filled by the Public Service Commission.
Yes.
And as you very well know, I and no other member of the government, none of us have any role to play except to ask the Service Commission to try and speed up.
Yes,
but we don't fill the position.
Then I'll save my questions for goods and services.
Up to you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration, Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Madam Chair, I'm on line item 16, contract employment. Madam Chair, the Integrity Commission, through their annual report, would have said that they are in a financial stranglehold. They don't have money to hire staff. Currently, based on their report, there are many vacancies, especially in that area of investigations. And I'm looking at this contract employment line item, and I thought it was an error because I saw not a single cent being allocated under this line item. Can the Minister indicate why no allocation has been given to the Integrity Commission for contract employment after they have made several complaints through the annual report laid in this Parliament?
What was the question again?
Why no money was placed in this allocation for contract employment for the Integrity Commission after they have complained of the financial stranglehold and the constraints with respect to staff?
I'm sorry, I'm not privy to the complaints.
The annual report was laid in this Parliament when the acting Prime Minister, so I thought you would have read it.
I'm sorry, I'm not privy to those complaints. But my understanding is this matter is receiving active consideration.
So there's no allocation. Minister, there's no allocation for contract employment.
You can look at page 223.
I am on 223.
And line item 02.
001.
16.
Yes.
One would see that in 2023 there was no allocation.
And that is what they were complaining about, because this is the 2023 annual report.
I can't associate myself with your remarks.
This is not my remarks. This is the annual report of the
That is
Integrity Commission.
That is what you are saying, but I can't associate myself with your remarks.
Acting Prime Minister, I will print a copy of this report and I will pass a copy to you of this report.
I would deeply appreciate that.
I know you love to read.
I would appreciate that.
Yes. Madam Chair.
But the matter is under active consideration.
By whom?
By the Cabinet.
I know that is also part of the report. When will the Cabinet determine whether or not they will establish these contract positions for the Integrity Commission to be filled? Because what the complaint is, Minister, is that based on the setup right now, there are several investigations that can't take place because they have to hire persons on short-term contracts for a 3-month period. And once those contracts expire, these persons are privy to confidential information. An investigation takes more than 3 months. So they're asking for longevity of staff. Can you say how urgent this matter will be determined by the Cabinet?
It will be dealt with as soon as possible.
This Thursday?
As soon as possible.
All right. Will we expect on Thursday that it will be dealt with?
As soon as possible.
All right, Minister. Minister, with respect to the line item that deals with materials and supplies, I mean, the Integrity Commission is only being given 48,000. Line item 12. That's on page 222, ma'am.
12?
No, this is goods and services.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yep. Minister, the revised estimate for 2023 was $69,000 for material and supplies, which meant the $48,000 that was allocated to them initially was not enough. Why, again, did you reduce the budget for materials and supplies for the Integrity Commission? This is $48,000 you're allocating to them.
Are you finished with your question?
Yes.
Okay. The original allocation in 2023 was $48,900. The actual spend was $69,000. The original allocation, again, has been put at the original for 2023 of $48,900. And for your information, this is for paper, copy paper.
The same paper we have to
paper.
The paper that we will all have to fill out our declarations on, Minister,
It's
which is very important in compliance with the law.
I'll allow you to finish.
Are
you finished?
I am finished.
Okay, I did not say it was not important. I simply explained it was for paper. Copy
Minister,
paper.
based on this Integrity Commission's annual report, you should revise the entire budget for the Integrity Commission.
They should get more paper.
They should get more money.
More paper.
More money. Yes. No. This is the annual report of the Integrity Commission. I'm referring to Mr.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund. We are at page 83. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Minister, I am on line item 02 and 03, Madam Speaker. The question will apply to both. Minister, I don't want to accuse you of wanting to not resource the Integrity Commission, but no allocation was being placed for these two items of reform of the Integrity Commission and digitization for 2024. Can you explain why?
Sorry, what was the question?
Why no allocation is being placed in 2024 for these two projects? Reform of the Integrity Commission and the digitization of records.
I'll have to look into that.
Acting Prime Minister, I would expect a better answer than that. Why no money was placed for these projects?
I am afraid I can give you no better answer. I will undertake, however, to look into it immediately.
May the representative of the Integrity Commission assist you?
I will look into it immediately.
Okay, Minister.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $7,580,288 for head 37 Integrity Commission stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $7,580,288 for head 37 Integrity Commission now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Registrar. Honorable members, this Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Wednesday, October 18th, 2023 at 10 a.m.